output. Take your frustration and pour it into the gym, the notebook, the strategy. Take your depression and turn it to disciplined movement, even if it's just standing up and breathing with fire. You're not weak for feeling. You're dangerous because of how deeply you feel. But power only comes when emotion is channeled into action. Every time you feel like breaking down, ask, where can I point this power? That's how legends are made. 5. Create environments that elevate emotion. Your physical environment shapes your mental environment. So design your space to support elevated emotional states. Surround yourself with symbols of strength, warrior imagery, goals on the wall, reminders of past wins. Use lighting, color, music, and movement to control the atmosphere. Remove toxic emotional triggers, clutter, draining people, apps that steal your mood. Choose to live, work, and train where your energy is fed, not drained. If your space feels like chaos, your mind becomes chaos. If your space feels like a battlefield where champions are made, your brain adapts. Build a temple of execution. 6. Master the rebound. You will crash. You will spiral. You will lose momentum. That's not failure. It's part of the rhythm. The difference between the successful and the broken isn't who avoids the emotional crash. It's who rebounds faster. Have a recovery protocol. A support person who understands your wiring. A list of things that reignite your fire. A short list of wins to revisit when your self-worth drops. A comeback task that's small, but guaranteed to create momentum again. Resilience isn't about never falling. It's about how fast you rise when you hit the dirt. And if you design the rebound ahead of time, you never stay stuck for long. Final word on emotional mastery. Your emotional depth is not a burden. It's jet fuel. But only when you learn to steer it. Only when you stop trying to be emotionally numb and instead become emotionally weaponized. You don't need to calm down. You need to fire up with purpose, with precision, with relentless control over your internal environment. Because if you can master your state, you can master your destiny. You don't just feel deeply. You move mountains when you feel with clarity. So feel, then execute, and let your emotions become your greatest weapon in the war for your future. Step 5. Design a legacy built around your strengths. You weren't built to fit in. You were built to create something that lasts. Your mind is different for a reason. So stop playing small. By now you've reframed your identity. You've aimed your clarity.
Hold on.
You've built systems that honor your wiring. You've mastered the waves of your emotional state and turned them into propulsion. But there's one final step that separates the restless from the legendary. You must use your unique wiring to build something.
It's good that you asked, because I can go ahead and explain what I'm doing at the beginning of this video,
your intensity will turn in on
so I don't have to do it later.
You weren't meant to survive day to day.
Alright.
You were meant to create, conquer.
Now, if y'all don't already know,
just to manage ADHD.
I have
You're here to leverage it into impact.
ADHD.
Something real. Something that screams, I was here.
I don't use any medication to manage it other than marijuana.
That turns hours into minutes.
But over the years, I've developed systems to help me stay on track to get things done. And it's taken years to perfect my system. And my system, it uses a lot of different techniques from different walks of life. Most of it comes from Hermeticism, You know, it's almost like the law of attraction. Everything is mind. What you focus your mind on,
What could I talk about for hours and never get bored?
you end up
What
getting.
problems do I see in the world that
So
no one else seems to notice?
this system is kind of similar to a vision board. If
Unapologetic.
you've ever heard of a vision board, that's basically a sheet or a board that you put things on that you desire, and you know, you put it up somewhere, and when you're constantly looking at it, like throughout the day or throughout the week or throughout the year, you will start to manifest those things by attraction, just by focusing your mind on it. But the key to it is putting it out in the open so that you're constantly being reminded of what you're seeing. Well, I took that idea and focused it on product design or projects or business ideas. So basically, it's a vision board for your ideas. And this is a kind of like a rough draft of it. The hourglass, of course, signifies time. No time to waste. This is my no time to waste logo. That's like my motto. No fucking time to waste. Like, you really have to maximize your time. You know, you can never get back the time. I look back, I'm 48. I look back on all the years, all the time that I wasted. Could have been doing something productive, but I wasted it.
Don't force it. Outsource it. Automate it. Eliminate it. If you think it.
Anyway, I think back on all the time that I just wasted a shitload of time. You know, whether it was wasting it in relationships were going nowhere, or wasting it doing things that wasn't productive. You know, so some people learn over time. Some people just continue to do the same thing. You know, I'm not that hard-headed, so I kind of start to take heed after the same thing starts happening. So I've developed a system for getting things accomplished, even with an ADHD mind. One thing about having ADHD is, you know, there's times when I get an explosion of ideas. You know, I may get 5 or 10 ideas, like $1 million ideas in one day. And then, you know, I may go, you know, a week or two with no ideas. But when those ideas start coming, they come in a storm. You know, and ideas aren't shit unless you act on it, put some action behind it. So I always journal, and I write down my ideas, and I have a system that I use with sticky notes that helps me keep up with ideas. I've got notebooks everywhere. I'm like the copious note taker. I'm looking for the one book that has. Oh, this is one of my notebooks. This is actually my journal, my personal journal. But I will separate portions of my journal with sticky notes, you know, so I can go to it. This was a new journaling style that I started a couple of years ago. Let's see. Anyway, just, you know, I'll talk more about my sticky note system a little bit later. What's up, goofball? Anyway, this is my rough draft of the Manifest Destiny Vision Board. Here in the center, that's your focus. This is your today section. This is your week section, this is your month section, and everything up here. As I get things to do, I'll write each individual thing down on a sticky note. And I have a notebook that I keep up with those sticky notes, and when they're, once they go on this board, it's action time. Once it gets on this board, it's going to get done. It may start up here, but eventually it's going to filter its way down to today. I try to keep this limited to 1 to 3 tasks per day. But once they go through here, then they go to the finished section. Along with this board, there are individual sheets that I fill out every day that helps me stay focused and on track with what it is that, you know, the project that I have planned. Some of those pages that I have are okay, this is my Project Destiny sheet. This is one of the projects that I'm working on, which is the Workspace Living Space Studio. I'm downsizing my workshop. Actually not downsizing. I'm creating another workspace in a smaller area. So the shop that I have, it's like 5 miles from here. It's about 2,500 square feet. I'm going to take the most important tools that I need and build a workspace studio in the basement. And this is all for my other channel that I'm it's called Think, Build, Sell. So if you could, please go check out Think, Build, Sell on YouTube. Like, subscribe, all of that good stuff. I just crossed 1,000 subscribers a few weeks ago. So that's a big milestone. Now I got to get my watch time up so I can start getting monetized. Okay, anyway, this is the Project Destiny sheet for my Workspace Living Studio. You got the objective, which is to convert the basement into a workspace studio with living space for me and Bootsy, this guy right here. Okay, and it's got my project operations, and it lists everything out. Okay, along with the board, there's a daily Destiny worksheet, and this is more of a private thing. This is where the spiritual with the physical starts to meet. You know, it starts off by giving thanks and gratitude. You know, if you're a spiritual person, you know the power of gratitude. Just to be thankful for what you do have, and you know the opportunities that you have. That sets the groundwork. That sets the groundwork for success. Is to be thankful. So the Daily Destiny worksheet starts off with physically writing down 3 things that you're thankful for. It is an absolute must that these, you know, this is a hands-on project. There's, you know, it's very little typing something into a computer or typing something into your phone and hitting save and then it's lost with the other 1,000 files that are in your phone. No, we need visual, tactile brainwashing. Basically, I'm brainwashing myself. I'm using the same tactics that advertisers use, radio, TV. I'm using the same tactics that they use to capture the minds of individuals, and I'm using it for my good. You know, I've reverse engineered what they're using for bad for my good. Okay, so starting with the things that you're thankful for, then there's a manifest destiny decree. And let's see. Okay, you've got the manifest destiny decree, and then you have your chief definite aim. Now, if you listen to Napoleon Hill, he talks a lot about developing a chief definite aim. And basically, a chief definite aim is your number one ideal person or thing that you want to accomplish in life. You condense that down into a statement, and you repeat that statement to yourself multiple times a day for however long you need to do it. You'd be surprised at how many successful people do that or some variation of it. I even learned not too long ago that, quit chewing on that. I even learned a little while ago that Bruce Lee had a copy of his chief definite aim that he would keep in his back pocket. And what I've done as far as my chief definite aim, I've programmed it into my phone so that when I get up, every 3 hours, an alarm comes on, and that notifies me of my chief definite aim. So I will recite that chief definite aim out loud, you know, consciously, and, you know, feel it. I don't just repeat it. I say it with intention and with focus, and then I go on about my day. You know, so I'm using technology to aid in manifestation. You know, it's like saying daily affirmations. If you, I've done the research. You know, it's not woo woo, hocus pocus bullshit. All of this shit is like backed up by science. Like, trust me, scientific shit right here. Okay, so I'm gonna read you an example of the manifest destiny decree. Now, this is different from the chief definite aim, but the decree is something that's made to be recited every morning before you get started working towards your project or your product or your YouTube channel or your business idea. All right, so it goes like this. Today I arise to plant my seeds of gratitude, purpose, and value. Wait a minute, let me start over. Today I arise to plant my seeds of gratitude, purpose, value, and goals. All right, I'm gonna have to clean this up. Anyway, I water and nourish the seeds with my intentions. My seeds of gratitude provide my life sustaining fruit of life. I rid the garden of my heart and mind of roots of fear, hate, and doubt before it takes root and damages my harvest. I am disciplined in thought, focus, and action. There is no time to waste. Whether it's true or not, I recite that to myself daily. Mind programming. It's like you watch the TV, same fucking commercials come on. What you gonna do? You gonna go get that burger that they've been popping up on your TV screen. That's mind programming. All right. Well, I reverse engineered it and using it to my benefit. One thing about a law, like a universal law, you don't have to be good or bad for it to work. You know, those are universal laws. It's like gravity. I don't give a fuck if you're the devil or Jesus. You jump up, you're gonna come back down. So those laws are applicable to everybody. Now you can take those same laws and use them for good, or you can use them for bad. Same law, but what's the intention behind the use of that law? That's where you start going directions with that. So there's laws upon laws, and all of these laws, you know, connect with others. You know, it's just a brilliant tapestry of divine causes and effects that we'll never be able to fully understand. It's like the butterfly effect. You know, if a butterfly flaps his wing in this room, there's somebody a half world away that's affected by the vibrations from the flap of that wing. It's that intricate. You know, we have like ant minds when we try to think of how the Almighty Creator does things and can do things. So, you know, take a chill and notice things that are around. You know, as above, so below. We are, you know, it's not like the universe is in me. It's like I am the universe inside of the universe. I'm getting a little too deep and metaphysical now, but let's see. Got my daily destiny worksheet, and I keep up with these daily destiny worksheets. This is like my journal or my log of my whole progress. You know, the whole vision board that I've, you know, done a ritual. I've basically consecrated this vision board into a, you know, damn near like the Ten Commandment tablets or some shit. You know, I've put intention into that thing. So I've empowered it. And a part of that is to keep records. So at the end of every day, I'll go through, I'll see if my objectives for the day were done. If I did, you know, it's a good day. If I didn't, that day has to still be recorded, whether I did the work or not. Yesterday was one of those days that I slipped. Let me show you. Show you that I ain't bullshit, man. Even got to keep a record of my fuck ups, because your fuck up's gonna remind you of why you didn't get what's on your vision board. This vision board is gonna tell the truth. You know, if you work it the way that it's supposed to be worked, either you're gonna accomplish what's on that vision board. If you don't accomplish it, there's gonna be record to show why you didn't. All right, I thought I had marked. Maybe I got so mad at myself, I just threw the sheet away. Thank y'all for the likes. Anyway, y'all get the idea. Thank you for viewing too. Now we're gonna get back into some mind programming. You know, in Hermetic teaching, the number one universal law states that all things are mind, or everything is mental. Everything starts in the mind. As a matter of fact, everything that's invisible is actually what reality is. When you look around, everything that you see, other than trees and stuff, everything that you see started in someone's mind. So that's the root, that's the basis, that's where seeds are planted, that's where seeds take root. A tree is going to bear fruit based off the seed that's planted. So with the vision board, there's a focus on planting the right kind of seeds, watering those seeds with your intention and your actions. You gotta have action. If you ain't got action, shit. You can shit in one hand and shit in a bucket and see which one fill up fast. I think I said that right. I don't know. Anyway, y'all get the picture. Now let's get on some motivational speaking. How many people out here got that ADHD? Well, guess what? Use it as a superpower. Use it as a superpower. Like a lot of the billionaires, millionaires, yada yada. Some of them knew how to manage, whether somebody told them or they were just lucky enough to find out, or their way of life was set up or structured in a way to where they could be extremely successful in their ADHD, or they could have been taking medication. You know, some people that take medication for ADHD, I've heard great things about it. You know, it really helps. I don't know. I've taken Adderall before, but Adderall is like, take that shit. You don't want to eat. I like to eat. It's, you don't want to eat. Be feeling like a junkie. Feeling like a junkie. Unless it's a weed junkie. Ain't that right, Scooty, scoot. Alright, yeah, let's get on some grim face.
Already being that version of yourself. Feel the certainty that it's done. Then carry that energy into everything. Speak from it. Walk with it. Make decisions as that version if you would. You're no longer asking, how do I get there? You're declaring, this is where I operate from now on. This phase is spiritual warfare. Because everything in your current environment will scream the opposite. Your bank account might laugh. Your job might...
What's up, new viewer? How you doing? I'm trying to get the sounds back on. How you doing tonight? Hope you're doing good. Getting ready to put some sounds on. Go make me a cup of tea. Green tea mixed with black tea. Get started. I know my fucking. I'm using this old ass tablet. I should be using an iPhone for this. But I think it's working. See my little lights. Pardon the ghetto setup. But, 5 years ago, I was homeless. I really was. True story. Not 5 years ago. 4 years ago. Yeah, 4 years ago, I was homeless. True story. Check my video. Living in a storage unit. Living in my car. Till I got fed up with society. Fed up within a relationship with a chick who basically was using me, and I said, fuck that shit. Busting my ass for this, trying to keep up with the Joneses and them. Nah. Why is my video not playing? Oh, oh. What's up, new viewer? How you doing? Having some technical difficulties.
Terrified. When you feel alone. When you're of other people's comfort. Conditioned to wear a face they'd approve of. Even if it meant erasing your own. But something doesn't sit right, does it? A quiet unrest. Gnawing sense that the life you're living isn't entirely yours. That somewhere, deep beneath the roles, routines, and responsibilities, something else waits. Something real. I'm not here to inspire your mask. I'm here to burn it off. Because the truth is this. You are a weapon they've hidden from yourself. And the longer you conform, the further you drift from the only thing that will ever fulfill you. Authenticity forged in agony. Selfhood born from battle. The you beneath the noise. Real. It doesn't beg to be accepted. It doesn't flinch when misunderstood. It doesn't apologize for its intensity, its hunger, its darkness. The real you has scars, and it wears them like armor. So let me ask you, how much longer will you betray yourself to maintain peace with people who never bothered to understand you? How many more days will you live as a shell while your soul screams from the prison of politeness? They told you to find yourself in careers, in whispered it like a diagnosis. They handed it to you like a life sentence. ADHD. And just like that, the world decided who you were. Unfocused, impulsive, restless, distracted. The broken one in the back of the classroom. The daydreamer. The rebel. The lazy. Underachiever. With potential. But here's the truth they never had the courage to say. They don't understand you. Because they were never built like you. The world sees a mind that won't sit still. I see a mind built for war. They see chaos. I see untamed brilliance waiting to be wielded like a blade. Because what they call a deficit is actually an overdrive. Your mind isn't missing something. It's running on a frequency most people will never touch. You're not slow. You're too fast. Too sharp. Too alive to rot in mediocrity. But here's the trap. If you don't understand your gift, it will destroy you. You see, your brain is like 1,000 stallions stampeding in every direction at once. It's beautiful. It's powerful. But if you don't pick a direction, you go nowhere. Fast. That's where the real battle begins. Not against laziness. Not against procrastination. But against mental fragmentation. They told you that you lack motivation. But that's a lie. You felt it. When something calls to you, when something clicks, you become a machine. You lose hours, days, even meals. You lock in like a predator stalking its prey. That's not a lack of motivation. That's obsession. That's raw focus. That's the truth they never understood. You don't lack motivation. You lack clarity. Clarity is the difference between fire that burns and fire that destroys. Without clarity, your power consumes itself. With clarity, it consumes everything in your way. So ask yourself, what are you chasing? What vision burns in your chest like a second heartbeat? What purpose wakes you up before the alarm and keeps your blood boiling when others are asleep? If you don't know, find out. Now. Because the longer you wait, the louder the chaos comes. And if you don't give your mind a target, it will create enemies out of everything. Your past, your fears, your doubts, even yourself. Here's what no one told you. You were not built to follow. You were built to forge. Forge systems. Forge paths. Forge worlds fragments. Routine may feel like a prison at first, but if you build the right one, it becomes your weapon. ADHD doesn't mean you can't focus. It means you focus too deeply on what matters to you. So the answer is simple. Make it matter. Hack your environment. Manipulate your triggers. Use motion. Use music. Use fire. Whatever it takes. Don't wait to be normal. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to lead from the shadows. Let me break it down for you. You jump from one idea to the next. That's not scatterbrained. It's multi-dimensional thinking. You can't stop moving. That's energy screaming to be channeled, not silenced. You get bored fast. That's your soul rejecting mediocrity. The world made you feel guilty for that. But guilt is only useful when it leads to truth. And the truth is, your wiring is your gift. If you stop treating it like a curse. But here's the catch. You still have to fight. Because this world wasn't built for people like you. It was built to crush outliers, to medicate visionaries, to shame those who can't sit still and behave. Let them call it what they want. While they're lost in monotony, you'll be building empires in the margins of reality. But you have to commit. No more waiting to feel ready. No more drowning in options. No more self-sabotage disguised as exploration. Pick something. for it. Finish it. Master one thing before you chase the next. Impulsive, restless, distracted. The broken one in the back of the classroom. The daydreamer. The rebel. The lazy, underachiever, with potential. But here's the truth they never had the courage to say. They don't understand you, because they were never built like you. The world sees a mind that won't sit still. I see a mind built for war. They see chaos. I see untamed brilliance waiting to be wielded like a blade. Because what they call a deficit is actually an overdrive. Your mind isn't missing something. It's running on a frequency most people will never touch. You're not slow. You're too fast, too sharp, too alive to rot in mediocrity. But here's the trap. If you don't understand your gift, it will destroy you. You see, your brain is like 1,000 stallions stampeding in every direction at once. It's beautiful. It's powerful. But if you don't pick a direction, you go nowhere. Fast. That's where the real battle begins. Not against laziness, not against procrastination, but against mental fragmentation. They told you that you lack motivation, but that's a lie. You felt it. When something calls to you, when something clicks, you become a machine. You lose hours, days, even meals. You lock in like a predator stalking prey. That's not a lack of motivation. That's obsession. That's raw focus. That's the truth they never understood. You don't lack motivation. You lack clarity. Clarity is the difference between fire that burns and fire that destroys. Without clarity, your power consumes itself. With clarity, it consumes everything in your way. So ask yourself, what are you chasing? What vision burns in your chest like a second heartbeat? What purpose wakes you up before the alarm and keeps your blood boiling when others are asleep? If you don't know, find out now, because the longer you wait, the louder the chaos becomes. And if you don't give your mind a target, it will create enemies out of everything. Your past, your fears, your doubts, even yourself. Here's what no one told you. You were not built to follow. You were built to forge. Forge systems. Forge paths. Forge worlds out of fragments. Routine may feel like a prison at first, but if you build the right one, it becomes your weapon. A DHD doesn't mean you can't focus. It means you focus too deeply on what matters to you. So the answer is simple. Make it matter. Hack your environment. Manipulate your triggers. Use motion. Use music. Use fire. Whatever it takes. Don't wait to be normal. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to lead from the shadows. Let me break it down for you. You jump from one idea to the next. That's not scatterbrained. It's multi-dimensional thinking. You can't stop moving. That's energy screaming to be channeled, not silenced. You get bored fast. That's your soul rejecting mediocrity. The world made you feel guilty for that. But guilt is only useful when it leads to truth. And the truth is, your wiring is your gift. If you stop treating it like a curse. But here's the catch. You still have to fight. Because this world wasn't built for people like you. It was built to crush outliers, to medicate visionaries, to shame those who can't sit still and behave. what they want. While they're lost in monotony, you'll be building empires in the margins of reality. But you have to commit. No more waiting to feel ready. No more drowning in options. No more self-sabotage disguised as exploration. Pick something. Burn for it. Finish it. Master one thing before you chase the next. Not because you lack ability, but because scattered power is wasted power. And don't fall for the trap of perfectionism. You don't need to be perfect. You need to be relentless. Set deadlines. Reward your focus. Punish your distractions. Become the architect of your own system. If no one's coming to rescue you from the chaos, they don't even know what it feels like to have a mind that never shuts off. But you do. So build something with it before it eats you alive. Let me tell you what you really are. You are not a mess. You are momentum waiting to be unleashed. You are not broken. You are unfiltered potential, wrapped in fire and fury. You are not behind. You are on a different timeline, a different path. One carved in obsessions and breakthroughs and scars and glory. But that path only opens when you take control, when you decide, when you claim your chaos and say, this is mine, this is my power, and I'll wield it like a blade. Because the world will try to tame you. They'll try to dull your edges. They'll try to medicate the magic out of your mind. Don't let them. They want you focused on your faults. But your faults are just strengths without direction. Aim them. Don't try to slow down. Learn how to steer. Don't numb your intensity. Use it to break chains. Don't seek stillness if you were built for storms. You are the storm. Let's get one thing straight. This isn't an attention deficit. It's not that you can't pay attention. It's that your mind is paying attention to everything all at once. Every sound, every movement, every possibility, every unfinished idea. It's not a deficit of attention. It's an attention to distraction. And the only way to win is to reclaim control over what your mind locks onto. Because once you understand how your brain really works, and how to aim your focus instead of fighting it, you stop seeing ADHD as a curse. You start using it as your competitive edge. Here's how to do it. 5 steps to transform ADHD into your superpower. Step 1. Reframe your identity. You are not broken. You are built differently, with purpose. Let's start here, at the foundation. Because if you don't fix how you see yourself, everything else you build will eventually collapse. Society has spent years branding ADHD like a scarlet letter. They've trained you to believe your mind is defective. But ask yourself, defective compared to what? A factory worker? A bureaucrat? Someone who punches the clock and lives in grayscale? You were not born for that. Your mind is wired for intensity, for rapid-fire thinking, for pattern recognition, for creative explosions and energetic depth. But they never taught you how to use it. Instead, they labeled it a disorder. No, this isn't a malfunction. It's an upgrade. But an upgrade requires a new operating manual. And it begins with your identity. Because identity dictates behavior. If you see yourself as broken, you'll self-sabotage. You'll internalize failure. You'll believe you can't stay focused, can't finish things, can't succeed. That belief becomes your prison. But if you rewrite that story and say, I have a high-performance brain that needs high-performance strategies, everything changes. You stop comparing your mind to the masses. You stop trying to be normal. You start building systems that match your power. Here's what this reframing looks like in practice. When someone says you're too intense, you recognize that intensity is fuel, the same fuel that built companies, wrote novels, sparked revolutions. When your energy spikes unpredictably, you stop seeing it as a problem and start seeing it as momentum, waiting to be pointed. When you start 10 projects, you don't beat yourself up. You study which one triggers your hyperfocus, and you run with it like a possessed artist sculpting in fire. The key is, you don't suppress who you are. You elevate it. You shape it. You own it. So how do you reframe your identity? Change your language. Stop saying, I'm bad at focusing. Start saying, my brain focuses deeply on what matters. I'm learning to aim it. Change your environment. Surround yourself with people who see your power, not your problems. Stay away from anyone who tries to cage your mind to make theirs more comfortable. Keep evidence. Start a win journal. Track your burst of brilliance. Note the times your ADHD mind outperformed everyone else. These moments are not accidents. They're proof. Reclaim your past. Every failure from your past wasn't failure. It was misalignment. You were lazy. You were unchallenged, uninspired, boxed in. Let this sink in. You were not behind. You were not undisciplined. You were not too much. You were operating at a higher voltage. And yes, without guidance, that voltage can burn you out. But with the right perspective, it can power a legacy. So the first step in turning ADHD into your superpower, stop trying to be someone else. Start becoming exactly who you were built to be. Unapologetically, intentionally, fiercely. Because your potential didn't go anywhere. It's been waiting for you to stop hiding and start leading. Step 2, weaponize clarity. The most dangerous mind is a chaotic one with a target. If step 1 is about realizing your mind is not broken, but built for battle, then step 2 is where you pick your weapon. Because your brain is not a gentle breeze. It's a storm. And storms without direction destroy everything in their path, including you. You've felt it, haven't you? The days where your thoughts scatter like shrapnel. One minute you're inspired, the next you're paralyzed. 1,000 ideas screaming at once. A to-do list that grows faster than your ability to cross things off. You jump from task to task and end the day exhausted with nothing finished. That's not laziness. That's unaimed power. That's why clarity isn't optional for someone like you. It's your lifeline. Your ADHD mind doesn't need to be controlled. It needs to be directed. Let's get real. You don't need more energy. You don't need more ideas. You don't need more apps, more systems, more distractions disguised as productivity tools. You need one clear mission. Because when you're locked in, when your purpose is defined, when your goal means something to you, your brain goes into kill mode. That's the difference between the average person and you. They can work in low energy. They can push through monotony. You need fire. You need emotional connection. You need to see the why before your brain unlocks its true focus. So give it that. Here's how to weaponize your clarity. Pick one mission, not 5, not 10. 1. When everything matters, nothing does. Pick the one outcome that would change your life if you gave it everything. That becomes your North Star. Burn the alternatives. ADHD is fueled by possibilities, but clarity is built through elimination. Close the tabs. Shelve the side projects. Say no to the shiny objects. Create tension. Let that be the pressure that forces you to focus. Make it visual. Your brain responds to patterns, colors, and movement. Use vision boards, whiteboards, Post-it notes, mind maps. Make your goal visible every damn day. Remind your subconscious that this is the target. Build a no list. Write down everything that tempts you to fragment. Social media, half-finished ideas, low-value obligations. Post it somewhere visible. These are the enemies of your mission. Your job is to eliminate them daily. Connect it to your identity. Don't say, I want to start a business. Say, I'm building something that will outlive me. Don't say, I'm trying to get in shape. Say, I am a weapon. My body reflects my discipline. ADHD needs meaning. So give your goals a soul. Remember, clarity doesn't mean having every step mapped out. Clarity means knowing where you're headed and why you must get there. Because when you find that clarity, something that matters more than your distractions, your mind doesn't resist anymore. It obeys. Your hyperfocus activates. Your tunnel vision locks in. Your obsession ignites. You don't need more motivation. You need a target. Without a target, you'll always feel like you're falling behind. Like you're not doing enough. Like you're drowning in motion without momentum. But once you aim, you move with violent precision. You execute like a machine. And your chaos becomes creation. That's the power of a clear mind with a purpose. So pick your target. Stare it down like a sniper. And don't you dare blink until it's yours. Step 3. Channel hyperfocus into mastery. You don't have a focus problem. You have a focus superpower waiting to be aimed. Most people can barely pay attention for 5 minutes. You can disappear into a task so deeply the world around you vanishes. Food, forgotten. Time, irrelevant. Sleep, optional. When something grabs you, it consumes you. That's not a disorder. That's a gift. It's called hyperfocus. And while the world sees it as a glitch in your programming, it's actually one of the most powerful cognitive tools a human being can possess. But here's the catch. Hyperfocus without direction is like a sniper rifle without a target. It might be powerful, but it's useless if it's pointed at the wrong thing. So now, the mission is this. Aim it, sharpen it, train it. Use your hyperfocus like a weapon of precision to master something that matters. Let's break this down. The reason ADHD becomes self-destructive for so many people is because they don't choose what to lock in on. They get hijacked by dopamine traps, social media, gaming, doom scrolling, random YouTube rabbit holes. And before they know it, they've spent 6 hours becoming an expert in something that doesn't move their life forward 1 inch. Not because they're lazy, not because they lack willpower, but because hyperfocus was never trained. It was left untamed, like fire burning in every direction. You were born with fire, but fire without form burns down the village. Fire with purpose builds an empire. So how do you channel this rare superpower into mastery? Here's how. 1. Identify your obsession. Hyperfocus only activates when something emotionally hooks your brain. So the key isn't to force focus on things you hate. It's to design your life around the things you naturally obsess over. What are you curious about? What makes time disappear? What do you get lost in while everyone else gets bored? If you can align your goals with that obsessive gravity, you stop chasing motivation. Your brain starts pulling you into mastery by default. 2. Ruthlessly eliminate competing priorities. Hyperfocus doesn't multitask. It obliterates distractions by going all in on one thing. But it only works if you protect that tunnel. You must cut the noise before you ignite the focus. Turn off notifications. Block digital temptations. set hard boundaries with people and routines that fracture your attention. This is war. Your battlefield must be clean. Hyperfocus thrives in clear space. 3. Set triggers to activate flow. State. Hyperfocus doesn't show up on command. It's activated through ritual. Build rituals that tell your brain, it's time. Light a specific candle or incense. Put on headphones and a specific playlist. Use a consistent workspace. Start with a warm-up task that eases you in. Train your brain like a sniper cleaning his weapon. This isn't random effort. This is deliberate ignition. 4th track. Deep work time. Like a currency. Most people track time to stay accountable. You track it to feed your addiction to momentum. Start measuring how many hours you spend in deep work. True tunnel vision execution. Make it visual. Build streaks. Use charts or habit trackers. Let your brain see its progress and get hooked on winning. You don't need rewards every 5 seconds. You need a scoreboard that reflects your grind. The right scoreboard. 5. Create systems for completion. Here's where most ADHD minds get trapped. They start 100 things and finish none. Why? Because hyperfocus without an end game leads to fatigue and frustration. You burn out halfway. You spiral. You doubt yourself. So, design your missions with clear endpoints. I will complete this design by 2 p.m. I will write 500 words and edit for 20 minutes. I will study for 3 Pomodoro blocks, then stop. Use timers, milestones, visual progress bars. Create closure loops so your brain feels finished. Completion is a drug. Feed it regularly. 6. Turn mastery into identity. You want to go beyond discipline? Tie your hyperfocus to who you believe you are. Not, I'm trying to become a musician, but I'm an elite composer sharpening his skill set daily. Not, I want to start a business, but I'm building something that will impact generations. When your goal becomes a part of your identity, hyperfocus activates faster. Because now it's not about a task. It's about who you are becoming. Let's be brutally honest. The world wasn't built for minds like yours. But the future will be built by them. You have a gift that most people will never understand. And if you don't take it seriously, if you keep wasting your hyperfocus on distractions, if you let the world dictate where your energy goes, then you'll always feel like a wildfire with no direction. But if you claim it, if you choose the mountain, if you sacrifice everything for one mission, then nothing can stop you. Hyperfocus isn't random. It's a portal. Step into it. And don't come back until you've built something that makes the world stop and stare. Step 4. Master emotional momentum. Your emotions are not your weakness. They are your fuel. Learn to control them, or they will control you. Here's the brutal truth most people can't handle. ADHD isn't just about attention. It's about emotion. You don't just think fast. You feel fast. You feel deep. You feel everything. One comment can ruin your whole day. One win can launch you into a week of unstoppable momentum. One failure can feel like the end of the world. And one spark of hope, it can push you through pain most people would crumble under. That intensity, that volatility, it's not a flaw. It's your fuel source. But only if you master it. The ADH mind isn't driven by logic alone. It runs on emotionally charged clarity. That's why systems, plans, and to-do lists often fall flat. Not because they're bad, but because they lack emotional ignition. You don't need to become emotionless. You need to become emotionally intelligent. You need to recognize that when your emotions spiral, so does your focus. your self-esteem, your belief in your mission. You don't need to calm down. You need to take command. Here's how to master your emotional momentum. 1. Prime your state. Every morning, the ADHD brain doesn't ease into the day. It either spirals or it soars. So take control immediately. Create a morning ritual that forces your mind into power mode. Physical movement, short workout, cold shower, stretching, audio priming, motivational speeches, music that fires you up, visualization, written focus, write your goals, affirm your identity, map your top 3 priorities. Don't give your emotions time to wander. Direct them before they direct you. Start the day by programming your emotional momentum, because if you don't, the world will do it for you. 2. Design emotional triggers that anchor you. You already have emotional triggers. You just haven't designed them intentionally. Build rituals that pull you back into focus when emotions start to spiral. A reset playlist that recalibrates your state. A mantra that reclaims your strength. This moment is fuel, not failure. A scent, a piece of clothing, or a symbolic object that represents your warrior mindset. A comeback routine for when you crash. Something you do automatically to climb back. Train your nervous system like a soldier in combat. When the pressure hits, you don't flinch. You respond with precision, with strategy, with power. 3. Emotionally attach your goals to a deep why. ADHD minds are not motivated by arbitrary goals. Deadlines and responsibilities mean nothing unless they are emotionally anchored. You must inject personal meaning into every goal you pursue. I want to get fit becomes, I want to become a weapon in both body and mind. I want to build a business becomes, I want to buy my time back and build a legacy my children will inherit. I want to write this book becomes, I want to leave behind proof that I lived with intensity and purpose. If your goals don't trigger a deep emotional response, your mind won't care. So digging. Make it primal. Make it matter. 4. Learn to transmute negative emotion into drive. Here's the game changer. You don't need to get rid of anger, pain, or sadness. You need to weaponize them. Take your rejection and convert it into creative output. Take your frustration and pour it into the gym, the notebook, the strategy. Take your depression and turn it into disciplined movement, even if it's just standing up and breathing with fire. You're not weak for feeling. You're dangerous because of how deeply you feel. But power only comes when emotion is channeled into action. Every time you feel like breaking down, ask, where can I point this power? That's how legends are made. 5. Create environments that elevate emotion. Your physical environment shapes your mental environment. So design your space to support elevated emotional states. Surround yourself with symbols of strength, warrior imagery, goals on the wall, reminders of past wins. Use lighting, color, music, and movement to control the atmosphere. Remove toxic emotional triggers, clutter, draining people, apps that steal your mood. Choose to live, work, and train where your energy is fed, not drained. If your space feels like chaos, your mind becomes chaos. If your space feels like a battlefield where champions are made, your brain adapts. Build a temple of execution. 6. Master the rebound. You will crash. You will spiral. You will lose momentum. That's not failure. It's part of the rhythm. The difference between the successful and the broken isn't who avoids the emotional crash. It's who rebounds faster. Have a recovery protocol. A support person who understands your wiring, a list of things that reignite your fire, a short list of wins to revisit when your self-worth drops, a comeback task that's small but guaranteed to create momentum again. Resilience isn't about never falling. It's about how fast you rise when you hit the dirt. And if you just rebound ahead of time, you never stay stuck for long. Final word on emotional mastery. Your emotional depth is not a burden. It's jet fuel, but only when you learn to steer it. Only when you stop trying to be emotionally numb and instead become emotionally weaponized. You don't need to calm down. You need to fire up with purpose, with precision, with relentless control over your internal environment. Because if you can master your state, you can master your destiny. You don't just feel deeply. You move mountains when you feel with clarity. So feel, then execute, and let your emotions become your greatest weapon in the war for your future. Step 5. Design a legacy built around your strengths. You weren't built to fit in. You were built to create something that lasts. Your mind is different for a reason. So stop playing small. By now you've reframed your identity. You've aimed your clarity like a weapon. You've built systems that honor your wiring. You've mastered the waves of your emotional state and turned them into propulsion. But there's one final step that separates the restless from the legendary. You must use your unique wiring to build something that outlives you. Because without legacy, all your fire burns up in isolation. Without a purpose that spans beyond today, your intensity will turn in on itself. You weren't meant to survive day to day. You were meant to create, conquer, and contribute. You're not here just to manage ADHD. You're here to leverage it into impact. Something real. Something that screams, I was here, and I mattered. You've got the raw material of greatness. Hyper-focus that turns hours into minutes. Emotional depth that lets you connect and inspire. A chaotic mind that sees what others miss. An obsessive nature that makes mastery inevitable, if properly aimed. So now the question becomes, what are you going to build with it? 1. Find your zone of genius. This isn't about doing what you're okay at. This is about discovering the intersection between your obsession, your natural wiring, and what the world needs. Start by asking, what could I talk about for hours and never get bored? What problems do I see in the world that no one else seems to notice? When I work, when do I feel most me? Unapologetic, focused, alive. You are wired this way because there's something only you can bring into existence. Something that can't be copied, outsourced, or suppressed. Your legacy will not be found in someone else's path. It will be found in the one you were born to carve. 2. Choose creation over consumption. ADHD minds love stimulation. The scroll, the click, the buzz, the loop. But here's the truth. Your power will rot if it's never expressed. You weren't made to be a consumer. You were made to be a creator. Whether it's a business, a brand, a book, a movement, a family, or a masterpiece, you must channel your mind into building something tangible. Every moment you waste numbing yourself is a moment your genius remains locked in a cage. You don't need to be perfect. You need to start. You don't need certainty. You need conviction. 3. Build your life around your strengths, not your weaknesses. Most of the world is busy patching weaknesses. But you play a different game. You double down on your strengths. You design your entire environment, career, and habits around the flames you already carry. If you need stimulation, don't run from it. Feed it with meaningful challenges. If you can't focus on boring work, don't force it. Outsource it. Automate it. Eliminate it. If you think in webs and branches, not straight lines, create in systems that let your non-linear brilliance thrive. You build a kingdom where your wiring is not a liability. It's a requirement. You stop living like a misfit in someone else's design and start living like a visionary in your own. 4. Build in public. Fail in public. Evolve in public. One of the deepest pains for someone with ADHD is feeling misunderstood. But here's the remedy. Visibility. When you build your legacy out loud, when you show your process, your insights, your missteps, something powerful happens. You inspire others with similar minds. You attract people who value your wiring. You shed the need for perfection and replace it with evolution. You become the example of what's possible, not just for you, but for every misunderstood mind watching you in silence. 5. Create systems that will outlast you. Legacy is not just about what you do. It's about what keeps moving when you're gone. Start thinking like a builder of empires. Ask, can this system, this message, this business or movement function without me? Have I designed something that can scale, be taught, or live beyond my time? Whether you want to build a brand, change lives, or create generational wealth, it requires more than raw talent. It requires repeatable structure. So turn your brilliance into blueprints. Teach others how you think. Document your processes. Turn your chaos into a methodology others can use. That's how you transition from high performer to high impact leader. 6. Stay rooted in your why every day. Building legacy is not glamorous. It's not about the dopamine hits. It's about the discipline to return, day after day, to your why. So tattoo your vision into your identity. Revisit it every morning. Write it. Speak it. Breathe it. You don't build legacy when it's convenient. You build it when it's cold, when it's dark, when no one's watching, and especially when your brain screams for novelty or escape. That's where greatness is forged. Final words on legacy. You have a mind that most people can't understand. But if you keep it hidden, misdirected, or dulled by distractions, you'll never feel fulfilled. Because the truth is, you were born to build, to create, to disrupt, to challenge the mold, to write your own rule book and leave a trail of brilliance behind for others to follow. You weren't cursed. You were chosen. Now act like it. Use your fire. Shape it with purpose. And let the world feel the heat of a legacy only you could create. Let's make this clear, once and for all. You were never too much. You were never broken. You were never lazy. They just couldn't understand the fire burning inside you. They saw restlessness. We see raw potential. They saw distraction. We see dimension. They saw chaos. We see capacity. You don't need to fix yourself. You need to unleash yourself. Because your ADHD is not the enemy. It's your edge. But only if you train it. Only if you aim it. Only if you build around it instead of trying to beat it into submission. Reframe your identity. You're not here to follow. You're here to forge. Weaponize your clarity. Pick a mission so clear it drowns out the noise of the world. Build systems that honor your mind. Stop forcing yourself into cages. Start designing a fortress where your brilliance thrives. Channel hyperfocus into mastery. Obsess until you're undeniable. Obsess until you're finished. Master your emotional momentum. Don't run from your feelings. Drive them like a war chariot into your goals. And above all, build something that lasts. A legacy. A creation A life that reflects your power, your mind, and your mission. No one's coming to save you. No one's going to hand you a life designed around your unique strengths. You have to build it, piece by piece, step by step, day by day. And when you do, when the systems are in place, when your identity is rewritten in steel, when your fire is focused and your why is burning like a second heart, you don't just survive with ADHD, you dominate with it. So now the choice is yours. Keep waiting to be normal, or start moving like the unstoppable force you were born to be. Unleash the fire, aim the mind, and go carve the legacy they said you'd never build. The world doesn't need another copy. It needs your chaos, your power, your truth. Let it burn.
Yo, that was pretty motherfucking good. Good job, Brainface. Lobby. Thank you, Lobby. Thank you, Lobby. Not at all. Almost want to play that bitch. What's up, new viewer? How you doing? Good evening. If you like and subscribe.
They want you to believe you're safe, that the world is stable, that tomorrow will look like today, that your job, your relationships, your comfort will last forever.
Let's get into some
But deep
shit.
down,
Some grim face.
you know that's a lie.
Grim face
Because the ground
motivation.
beneath your feet is made of paper promises, and it's already cracking. One wrong step, one unexpected storm, one blind side you didn't see coming, and everything you rely on can be stripped away in an instant. We are all just one step away from disaster. The stakes, they're always high, even when you're numb to it, even when you're scrolling, smiling, sipping coffee, pretending it's all fine. Disaster doesn't send a warning. It kicks in the door at midnight. It whispers, you should have been ready, while it tears your world apart. But here's the brutal truth. The weak version of you won't survive that moment. No, you need the dangerous version. The one you've kept locked in a cage for too long. The one that doesn't flinch. The one that doesn't ask for permission, or wait for motivation, or need validation. You need the savage inside. The one that stares fear in the eyes and says, I dare you. You see, comfort is the drug, and most of the world is overdosing. Trained to obey, to please, to comply. Software dull, slow, but not you. Not if you wake up now. You must train your mind like your life depends on it, because it does. You must prepare like the storm is already on the horizon, because it is. You must become so strong, so focused, so mentally ruthless, that when chaos arrives, you are the chaos. You don't rise to the occasion. You fall to the level of your training. So tell me, what are you training for? Are you preparing for war in a world that rewards weakness? Are you building the mind a warrior while the world begs you to be another sheep. Because safety is an illusion, and only the dangerous survive the purge. This isn't about violence. This isn't about ego.
What's going on?
This is about unlocking the part of you that's been starving to be unleashed.
How's it going, brother?
The part that doesn't panic. The part that takes ownership. The part that chooses pain when it's easier to quit. The dangerous version of you knows the cost of playing small. It knows what's at stake. It's not afraid to suffer. It's afraid to stay the same. So, the question is not whether disaster will strike. The question is, will you be ready when it does? Because your comfort will not protect you. Your excuses will not save you. Your distractions will not shelter you from the collapse. Only you can do that. The real you. The trained, sharpened, unbreakable you. So dig deep. Wake up. And unleash the part of you that they warned you about. Not for revenge. Not for attention. But because the stakes are too damn high to stay soft. This world belongs to those who refuse to break. Those who walk through hell with calm eyes and burning hearts. Be that version of yourself. Not tomorrow. Not when it's convenient. Now because the world is changing. And when the collapse comes, only the dangerous will remain standing. So now you understand the stakes. Comfort is the cage, and disaster is always one step away. But awareness isn't enough. You can't just know the truth. You must become the weapon forged by it. That starts with a shift, a rewiring, a total transformation of how you respond to pressure, pain, and resistance. If you want to dominate your goals, you must establish discomfort as your compass. You must make the hard path your chosen path. Here are the 5 phases to turn discomfort into your fuel, your edge, your ultimate advantage. Phase 1. Reject the comfort lie. Comfort isn't the reward. It's the trap. This is where the war begins. Not on the battlefield, but in the quiet corners of your mind. The enemy? It's not out there. It's not time. It's not other people. It's the lie you've been fed. And the worst lie you've believed. That comfort is the goal. That peace is found in ease. That the soft life is the good life. No, it's not. What they don't tell you is that comfort is the slow poison. It doesn't kill you instantly. It numbs you just enough to make you stop reaching. Stop pushing. Stop evolving. It teaches you to settle. It seduces you into stillness. And that stillness becomes your cage. Let me paint it clearly. Comfort is a dream, dressed like a reward. But it is a silent executioner. It doesn't come for your body. It comes for your drive, your edge, your potential. You were not born to be ordinary. But the comfort lie keeps you chained to mediocrity with a silk rope. It's soft.
Let's get some new sound. Let's go with this. This looks like good. Goody goo.
They don't want you to remember who you were before the world got to you. Before the bills. Before the doubts. Before they trained your instincts. To kneel instead of conquer. But deep beneath the noise, there's a version version of you that still remembers. A version that never bought into the myth that money is evil, that success is reserved for the lucky, that wealth is something you chase instead of become. Let me ask you something. Have you ever felt like you were meant to be rich, but everything around you was engineered to keep you mentally poor? It's not paranoia. It's design. They didn't just build a financial system to keep you in debt. They built a psychological prison to keep you in check. Not with chains, but with comfort, with distractions, with beliefs that sound noble, but kill your power quietly. So this isn't a speech. It's a jailbreak. Because I'm not here to inspire you. I'm here to reawaken the part of you that remembers your potential. The creator, buried beneath years of survival thinking. The architect, silenced by scarcity. The millionaire, trapped inside a mind that was never taught how to build wealth. And if you stay until the end, I will show you how to reprogram your subconscious. Not with fluff, not with vision boards, but with precision habits designed to destroy limitation and replace it with inevitability. Not everyone will finish this, because this will confront you, challenge you, strip away everything you've been taught about money, value, and worth. But if you do make it to the end, you won't just think like a millionaire. You'll move like one, decide like one, attract like one. Because real wealth doesn't start in your hands. It starts in your wiring. Let's rewire it. Let's begin. Lesson 1. Wealthy minds. Think in systems, not moments. If your life is random, so is your income. Let that sink in. Because most people live in the chaos of moments. They wake up reactive. They chase whatever feels urgent. They work until they're burned out. Then escape until they're numb. And in between all of that, they hope something big happens. They pray for luck. They wait for a raise. They fantasize about one day stumbling into wealth like it's a lottery ticket hiding under the rug. But here's the brutal truth. Millionaires don't wait for big moments. They build machines. Their mind is trained to think in systems, in repeatable, scalable, automatic loops that work with or without them. They don't look at today's effort and ask, how much will I make right now? They ask, how can I turn this one action into a system that makes me money forever? That's the shift. The broke mentality. The broke mind thinks, I worked hard today, so I deserve to relax. They live for Friday. They live for the dopamine hit of fast rewards, tips, commissions, direct deposits. But every week feels like they're starting from zero, because they are. No systems, no stacking, just running in a hamster wheel of effort. It's exhausting, it's deceptive, and it's designed to break you. The millionaire mentality. The millionaire mind thinks, how can I escape the grind entirely by building a system that replaces me? And that question becomes an obsession. It could be a business that runs on automation. It could be a portfolio that compounds over time. It could be content that earns views while they sleep. It could be people, processes, partnerships, platforms. But whatever it is, they build it once, and it works 1,000 times. Because systems multiply, moments vanish. The rich engineer momentum. They create something once and make it pay them forever. They don't work harder, they work more strategically. Here's how to apply this, step by step. Step 1, audit your daily effort. Write down everything you did in the last 3 days to earn or grow money. Now ask, which of these will still be paying me in 30 days? What about 1 year? If the answer is nothing, time-based labor. Break the cycle. Step 2. Identify one area you can systemize. If you sell a product, can you automate the sales funnel? If you're in a job, can you document your skill into a course? If you're investing, can you automate contributions? It doesn't have to be perfect, but one system is better than 100 actions that die the moment you stop. Step 3. Shift your daily questions. Stop asking, what should I do today? Start asking, what can I build today that will keep working after I'm done? Millionaire minds don't live in daily cycles. They live in compound loops. They're thinking weeks, months, years ahead, stacking leverage like bricks until the tower can't be ignored. The invisible trap of randomness. The reason most people stay poor is because they keep chasing outcomes instead of designing environments. They want discipline without structure, success without repetition, and wealth without blueprints. But the subconscious needs structure. Otherwise, it defaults to chaos. And chaos will always devour progress. Millionaire minds give their subconscious orders, clear systems, defined loops, automated routines. They set traps for laziness. They create environments where success is the path of least resistance. Randomness is the enemy of wealth. It makes everything a gamble. And millionaires don't gamble with their legacy. They engineer it. What this means for you, if you're tired of restarting, if you're sick of inconsistency, if you feel like you're drowning in effort with nothing to show for it, then it's time to stop operating like a worker and start thinking like a builder. This shift doesn't happen overnight. But the moment you commit to system thinking, your subconscious begins to rewire. It stops seeking immediate validation and starts hunting forever value. So build a system, then another, until your name becomes a force of gravity, pulling income, influence, and freedom without you even showing up. Because that's what wealthy minds do. They don't work for money. They design realities that print it. And you're not here to play catch up. You're here to build a machine that makes you unstoppable. Start with one system, then never look back. Lesson 2. Millionaires guard their mental diet ruthlessly. Your mind is not a landfill. Stop letting the world dump its garbage into it. Most people go broke before they ever touch a dollar. Not financially, but mentally. They're rich in potential, but bankrupt in discipline. Because the war for wealth doesn't start in the market. It starts in the mind. And your subconscious is neutral. It absorbs everything. Every headline, every scroll, every complaint, every subtle message of fear, doubt, scarcity. It sticks. And if you're not ruthlessly selective about what enters your mind, you become infected by other people's limitations. Let's be honest. Most of what we consume on autopilot is designed to weaken us, to keep us passive, envious, distracted, entertained, but never empowered. So let me make this clear. If your mental diet is junk, your financial life will be junk. It's that simple. The invisible addiction that keeps you poor. Here's the sinister part. We're addicted to low-frequency content. Drama, gossip, outrage, celebrity trash, failures of others that make us feel just a little better about our own inaction. This diet feels good in the moment, like sugar, but it rots your focus. It kills your ambition. It starves your creative power. Millionaires are not immune to distraction. They've just declared war on it. They don't casually consume information. They curate it like their life depends on it, because it does. What the millionaire mind consumes. Instead, books that reprogram thought patterns, conversations that sharpen strategy, information that builds clarity, not confusion, silence that allows them to hear their own thoughts, not someone else's noise. They treat their attention like a limited resource, because it is, and they invest it like capital. They don't waste it on things they can't control. They don't rent it to narratives that breed fear. They don't donate it to people who are emotionally bankrupt. Instead, they invest it in growth, in mastery, in elevation. How to implement a ruthless mental diet. Step 1. Cut the noise. Do an input audit. For one full day, track what you consume. Social media, YouTube, conversations, news, entertainment. Then ask, does this sharpen me or sedate me? Does this build me or bleed me? Does this remind me of who I am or make me forget? You'll be shocked how much of your life is shaped by junk you thought was harmless. Cut 80% of it. Immediately. Yes. Cold turkey. Step 2. Replace the rot with fuel. Now fill the gap. Books, courses, mentors, even silence. Train your mind to seek clarity, not noise. If it doesn't serve your purpose, your power, or your peace, it gets no space in your mind. Step 3. Build guardrails. This is where most fail. They detox for a day, then relapse. Millionaires build systems to protect their mind. App blockers, no scroll zones, scheduled information time, protected morning routines. They don't leave their mind exposed to the world. They build fortresses around their focus. The psychological reason. This works. Your subconscious isn't logical. It's repetitive. It believes what it hears most often. So when you feed it chaos, doubt, scarcity, comparison, you become those things. But when you feed it precision, clarity, abundance, discipline, you become the weapon. This isn't about pretending the world is all sunshine. It's about refusing to live in someone else's storm. Because what you allow in your mind becomes what you allow in your life. This is not optional. It's survival. The information age is a battlefield, and most people are unarmed, drenched in data but starving for truth, consuming endlessly, producing nothing, triggered by every narrative, but can't even focus long enough to finish a dream. That's not just weakness, that's sabotage. Millionaires understand this. Mental pollution is a liability because it infects your confidence. It clouds your vision. It drowns your momentum in useless noise. So they cut the garbage. They guard their mind like it's sacred, because it is. They train it, feed it, test it, protect it. And when the world tries to poison it, they don't sip. They spit it out and burn the source. Let me ask you, if someone tried to poison your food, would you eat it? Then why do you let them poison your mind? Your future wealth depends on your mental clarity, your ability to make decisions in a storm, to think when others panic, to focus when others flinch. That only happens when you control what enters you. When your mental diet becomes so precise, your subconscious starts to expect wealth, to seek growth, to reject anything that doesn't serve your rise. Because the goal is not just to have a millionaire bank account. The goal is to have a millionaire level nervous system. Calm under pressure, clear in chaos, sharp against the odds. That begins here. Train your mind, or they'll train it for you. And if they train it, they'll use it against you. One scroll, one fear, one belief at a time. Guard your gate, or watch your empire burn before before it's ever built. Lesson 3. They rehearse wealth mentally until it feels normal. The subconscious doesn't chase what's foreign. It only attracts what feels familiar. Most people don't fail because they lack intelligence. They fail because their identity can't hold the weight of their dreams. They want millions, but they feel like imposters just imagining it. They say they want wealth, but deep down, they're afraid of what they've become. Or worse, they don't believe it's even possible. And the subconscious never delivers what you don't believe you deserve. This is the silent tragedy of the modern mind. People crave freedom, but their self-image is chained to survival. They want to rise, but every time they get close to abundance, their subconscious drags them back to familiar ground, back to average, back to struggle, back to what feels normal. So here's the uncomfortable truth. You're not broke because you haven't worked hard. You're broke because your subconscious is allergic to wealth. The subconscious isn't logical. It's habitual. It doesn't care what you want. It only cares what you expect. And expectations are built by repetition. If every time you think about money you feel tension, guilt, shame, confusion, or fear, you're wiring your subconscious to reject it. Even when you consciously say, I want to be rich, your subconscious whispers, no you don't. You don't belong there. You wouldn't know what to do with it anyway. And so you self-sabotage. You delay. You overthink. You shrink in the presence of opportunity. Not because you're weak, but because your internal blueprint is programmed for scarcity. Millionaires understand this, and they rehearse riches daily. They don't wait until they're rich to feel wealthy. They don't need the physical proof to adopt the internal posture. They simulate abundance in the mind until it becomes their emotional default. They close their eyes and see the mansion, feel the leather seats of their dream car, walk through their empire before the concrete ever dries. And here's why that works. The subconscious can't tell the difference between a vividly imagined experience and a real one. So when you rehearse wealth with emotion, precision, and consistency, you create a new internal normal. And once wealth feels normal, you stop repelling it. You start expecting it. And the world bends to reflect that expectation. Here's how to rehearse wealth. Like a millionaire. Step 1. Build the identity first. Stop asking how to get rich. Start asking who gets rich. Define the version of you who already has it. How do they speak? How do they walk? What do they say no to? How do they react under pressure? You don't need to fake it. You need to become it. Mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Your actions will follow your identity, not your desperation. Step 2. Visualize with emotional precision. Every day, especially in the morning or before sleep. Close your eyes and rehearse the reality you want. Not like a movie you're watching, like a memory you're reliving. Use every sense. Smell the air. Hear the voices. Feel the weight of the bank card. Taste the celebration. If you do this consistently, the subconscious adopts it as familiar. And when wealth feels familiar, you'll stop running from it. Step 3. Speak as if it's already happening. Language is a spell. The words you repeat shape your internal chemistry. Most people speak in defeat. I can't afford it. Maybe one day. I'm trying. Millionaires don't use language that betrays their vision. They speak into existence. They affirm what hasn't manifested yet, but do so with certainty. Train yourself to speak from the future, and your subconscious will begin to navigate toward it, a GPS recalculating. Why most people can't do this? Because they've been trained to associate wealth with external triggers. They need the car to feel successful, the applause to feel valuable, the paycheck to feel secure. But that's backward. If your internal world is empty, no amount of money will make you feel full. You'll chase forever. You'll burn out. You'll crash. Millionaires invert the formula. They build the first, the certainty, the calm, the vision, the belief. And because their mind already lives there, the outside world has no choice but to catch up. Let me be clear. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. If you want wealth, you must become the kind of person who feels at home with it. Not shocked by it. Not desperate for it. Not guilty about it. Comfortable. Confident. Aligned. This doesn't mean arrogance. It means identity precision. You rehearse wealth not to show off, but to dissolve the subconscious resistance that's been blocking your rise for years. Because make no mistake, your mind is always rehearsing something. Every fear, every doubt, every excuse. It's all repetition, and repetition becomes reality. So the question isn't, will your mind be programmed? The question is, by who? And for what purpose? Millionaires take the wheel. They program on purpose. They feed the vision until the vision becomes the only option. And they act from a place of inevitability. Not hope, not luck, but destiny, forged in the subconscious. So rehearse it until you become it. And once you do, reality has no choice but to obey. Lesson 4. Millionaires are addicted to leverage, not labor. If you're still trading time for money, you're not building wealth. You're bleeding it. You've been lied to since birth. Taught to believe that hard work equals success. That grinding longer somehow means you deserve more. But let me tell you something the world doesn't want you to know. Millionaires don't worship hard work. They leverage it, then escape it. Because they know what the masses refuse to admit. Hard work without leverage is slavery with a paycheck. It's movement without progress. Exhaustion disguised as honor. You're told to hustle, to stay late, to do whatever it takes. But what they don't tell you is this. The richest people in the world don't do more. They multiply more. And they do it through one weapon most people never master. Leverage. What is leverage? Leverage is the power to amplify effort without increasing your input. It's doing something once that pays you forever. It's building something that works while you sleep. It's the art of creating output from things you're no longer present for. To the average person, this sounds impossible. To the millionaire, it's normal. Because millionaires don't ask, how can I work more? They ask, how can I remove myself from the process? That's not laziness. That's architecture. The difference between labor and leverage. Labor is linear. 1 hour, one payment. Start over tomorrow. Leverage is exponential. One action. Endless return. Momentum over time. Most people will die in labor because they never make the shift. They're too addicted to control, too afraid to delegate, too distracted to build systems. They're proud of being busy, proud of being exhausted, proud of being the hardest work in the room. But tell me this, if you drop dead tomorrow, what you built, does it keep going? If the answer is no, you've built a cage, not a kingdom. The 4 types of leverage millionaires. Master. 1. Time leverage. People. They hire, delegate, Outsource. They know their time is sacred, so they buy back hours. They build teams, not dependencies. 2. Money leverage. Capital. They invest, not just in stocks, but in systems that scale. They use money to build infrastructure that makes more money. They don't save for security. They deploy for growth. 3. Code leverage. Technology. They use automation, tools, software. They let machines handle what their hands once did. If it can be done by code, it should be. 4. Content leverage. Media. This is the new era. One video, one post, one message, seen by millions. They don't sell one-to-one. They influence at scale. Leverage is the modern-day magic trick. But there's no illusion, just strategy. How to begin shifting from labor to leverage. Step 1. Audit your energy. What do you do every week that could be automated, delegated, or eliminated? If you're spending 80% of your time doing things that don't scale, you're living in manual mode. Shut it down. Step 2. Choose a leverage lane. Pick one leverage tool to master. Hire your first assistant. Build your first piece of evergreen content. Learn automation tools. Start investing consistently. Don't try to do it all. Just start replacing hours with systems. Step 3. Obsess over multiplication. Ask yourself daily, is this work scalable? Will this still pay me if I walk away? If the answer is no, start designing a way to make it so. Millionaires aren't obsessed with work. They're obsessed with removal, with designing themselves out of the equation. And when they finally do, that's when true freedom begins. The psychology behind it. Most people resist leverage not because they can't understand it, but because it threatens their identity. They've been taught that real work means sweat, pain, struggle. So the idea of effortless income, it triggers guilt, fear, imposter syndrome. But here's what you need to understand. The goal isn't to escape effort. It's to aim it better. To work on the machine, not inside it. To trade grind for strategy. To build once and profit forever. That's not cheating. That's evolving. Why you must make this shift now. Because time is your most finite asset. And if you don't start building leverage today, you'll still be begging for raises 10 years from now. Still overworked. Still overlooked. Still wondering why nothing changes. But it can change. You don't need millions to start building leverage. You just need to change how you think. Stop solving problems with more effort. Start solving them with better architecture. That's what separates the rich from the replaceable. Let me ask you this. How much of your life is built on sweat? And how much is built on systems? If your income disappears when you take a vacation, you're not free. You're just well-dressed labor. It doesn't matter how hard you work. If you're building the wrong thing, you'll lose the game you were never meant to play. Millionaires don't play the labor game. They design the board. They own the rules. And while the masses run faster, they multiply smarter. Build leverage, or be buried by effort. Your empire doesn't need more energy. It needs leverage. And the time to build it was yesterday. The next best time is now. Lesson 5. They don't spend to feel rich. They spend to get richer. You weren't meant to look wealthy. You were meant to be wealthy. Let's rip off the mask. Most people are broke because they use money like a drug. To cope, to flex, to distract from how powerless they feel inside. They don't spend to build. They spend to feel something. Worth, status, control. But brief illusion of elevation in a life they've quietly surrendered. And then they wonder why they can't breathe financially, why they're drowning in debt, why the freedom they crave gets further away with every swipe of the card. But millionaires, they don't use money to impress people. They use it to outmaneuver them. Because they understand something most never will. Money is not for comfort. It's for power. And power doesn't come from how much you spend. It comes from how you deploy. The addiction to looking rich. We live in a culture of illusion. Everyone wants to be seen. Everyone wants to be envied. So they buy cars they can't afford. Rent apartments they can barely furnish. Take pictures of places they'll only visit once. All to create the illusion of success. But behind the filters, desperation. No savings. No plan. No leverage. No ownership. Because they've confused signals with substance. They don't want wealth. They want the costume of wealth. And the costume, it's expensive. It's fragile. It's fake. The millionaire spending psychology millionaires operate from a different frame. They ask one question before every major expense. Will this help me build or multiply my wealth? If the answer is no, it's dead weight. They don't spend to validate themselves. They spend to weaponize their future. Their money goes into assets that cash flow, people who produce results, tools that multiply their time, education that expands their vision, opportunities that create leverage. Even their splurges are earned through performance, not emotion. Because they know this. A rich mind doesn't celebrate by consuming. It celebrates by compounding. The three spending lenses of the wealthy. 1. Every dollar is a soldier. Millions don't see cash as a reward. They see it as ammunition. Every dollar is a worker, a force, a unit of energy that must be directed strategically. So when the average person spends $5 on coffee to feel a moment of significance, the millionaire invests $5 into a system that spits out $10 every month. One is a dopamine hit. The other is a future of freedom. 2. Delayed gratification is a superpower. They don't buy the flashy car first. They buy the income stream that pays for the car. They don't say, I can afford the payment. They say, let my assets cover it, not my sweat. They wait. They stack. They earn the right to spend from overflow, not desperation. 3. They spend in silence. The most dangerous people in the room rarely announce themselves. Same with the wealthy. They're not loud. They're not reckless. They're not trying to prove anything to you. Because the person who needs to prove they're rich usually isn't. Real wealth whispers. Fake wealth screams. How to adopt this mindset. Now, step 1. Install a new spending rule. Every time you want to make a purchase, ask, will this make me money? Will this save me time? Will this improve my skill, health, or network? If the answer is no, it's consumption. Treat it like junk food. You can have it occasionally, but never let it become a habit. Step 2. Reverse the role of spending. Don't spend to feel good. Spend to get better. Your money should make you sharper, faster, more dangerous. Treat every dollar like it's either feeding your freedom or feeding your failure. There is no in between. Step 3. Celebrate progress, not purchases. Train your brain to associate status with not buying. Start flexing. How many days of freedom you've bought with your investments? How much passive income you've stacked? How little you need to live because your systems work for you. Let the new luxury be control, not clutter. Why this is non-negotiable? Because your spending habits aren't just financial, they're spiritual. They're how you see yourself. If you constantly sabotage your future for temporary highs, you're telling your subconscious, I'm not worth the long game. Millionaires, the opposite signal. Every intentional spending decision tells their subconscious, I build, I grow, I rise. And over time, that belief becomes bulletproof, unshakable, and unstoppable. So ask yourself, are you spending to impress people who don't care about you? Or are you spending to free the version of you that's been buried by survival? Because there's a version of you out there, untouchable, calm, fully in control of time, money, and movement. But you'll never reach that version if every dollar is spent on escaping the present and the future. Train yourself now. You're not here to look rich. You're here to become so financially unbreakable that the world never sees you coming, but feels you when you arrive. Lesson 6. Millionaires. See failure as data, not identity. Failure doesn't define the rich, it refines them. Here's what they won't tell you in school, in the media, or on the highlight reels. Every self-made millionaire you admire, they failed, over and over again, hard, publicly, painfully. But here's the difference. They didn't become the failure. They studied it. Because the millionaire doesn't ask, why did this happen to me? It asks, what can I extract from this that makes me stronger? While most people run from pain, the wealthy interrogate it. They dissect it. They mine it for information that the average person never even sees. They turn what breaks others into blueprints for domination. They don't avoid failure. They use it. And that's what makes them dangerous. The masses fear failure because they misunderstand it. Most people were raised on shame, raised to believe that mistakes equal defect, that getting it wrong means you're wrong, that the moment you fall, the world is watching, waiting to label you. So they play small. They don't take risks. They delay. They procrastinate. Not because they lack ambition, but because deep down, they equate failure with death. Death of pride. Death of image. Death of worth. But millionaires don't carry that disease. They've surgically removed it. They know that failure is not the opposite of success. It's the training ground for it. The millionaire's failure framework. 1. They expect it. Millionaires don't act surprised when something doesn't go their way. They plan for it. They build it into the equation. Because they know failure is not a detour. It's part of the design. 2. They depersonalize it. When the deal falls through, the launch flops, the partnership explodes. They don't spiral. They don't let ego take the wheel. They analyze the situation like a scientist, not a victim. 3. They accelerate through it. Every failure becomes feedback. Every setback becomes a data point. Every rejection becomes a correction. And because they move fast, they fail forward, not backward. The average person's failure loop. Step 1, try something new. Step 2, face resistance. Step 3, feel discomfort. Step 4, internalize it as unworthiness. Step 5, retreat, shrink, hide. Step 6, blame circumstances. Step 7, repeat the cycle until regret calcifies into identity. This loop is invisible, but it runs millions of lives into the ground. And the worst part, most people never even see it happening, but millionaires do. And they reject that loop on sight. How millionaires program their subconscious for resilience. Step 1, reframe every failure as a gift. They train their mind to ask, what is this teaching me? What did this expose about my process? What adjustment does this demand? They obsess over feedback. They hunt for the lesson. And version of me wasn't enough time to evolve. Because identity isn't fixed, it's forged. And failure is the fire that shapes it. Step 3. Celebrate scars, not just successes. They keep score, but not just of wins. They track rejections. They count how many no's they get. Because the more resistance they encounter, the more proof they're pushing the edges of what's possible. This is why the rich keep rising, while others stay stuck. Because when most people fail once, they stop. But millionaires, they fail faster, more frequently, more strategically. And with every hit, they come back sharper, more emotionally calibrated, more detached from the ego, more aligned with what works. Because failure is not the enemy. It's the filter. It filters out the weak, the uncommitted, the easily broken. And if you pass through that fire enough times, you become indestructible. Let me be blunt. If you cannot handle failure, you do not deserve success. If your self-worth crumbles when a plan doesn't go your way, you will always be a prisoner of circumstance. But if you train your mind to embrace failure, to extract, adapt, and reload, then nothing can hold you down for long. That's the truth they never taught you. So ask yourself, what failures are you still carrying like scars, instead of studying like scripts? What moments of collapse did you bury out of shame? That could have become manuals for your rise. Because the millionaires you admire, they're not special. They're not chosen. They're not immune. They're just relentless students of pain. They respect the losses. They record the lessons. And they evolve faster than the world can hit them again. You want to build wealth? Start by changing your relationship with failure. Make it your ally, not your assassin. Every fall is a fingerprint. Every scar is a signature. Every breakdown contains blueprints for your empire. You don't need to fear it anymore. You just need to decode it. Then build stronger. And come back harder. Lesson 7. They redefine who they are until reality obeys. You'll never out-earn your identity. You'll only ever collect what you believe you're worth. This is the final lesson. And it's the most dangerous. Because this one isn't about habits. It's not about systems. It's not even about money. It's about you. Not the version you show the world. Not the polished persona you hide behind. But the real you. The subconscious identity blueprint running quietly beneath your every thought, action, and result. Because here's the truth. You could have the best strategy in the world, the right network, the perfect timing. But if the identity buried deep in your mind screams, "I'm not that person," you'll destroy the opportunity before it ever blossoms. Not out of laziness, but out of incongruence. The subconscious protects the identity it believes is true. And if that identity says you're broke, average, unworthy, invisible, then your results must align with that image. That's not just psychology. That's programming. Most people are trapped by their own story. You want to know why you're stuck? It's not because you don't know what to do. It's because your subconscious still sees yourself as the old version. The version who struggled. The version who lost. The version who settled. And even though you want more, you're still speaking like that version. Dressing like that version. Moving like that version. Reacting like that version. And so your life keeps mirroring back the same outcomes. Different places. Different people. Same patterns. Millionaires break that cycle. By force. They reconstruct themselves. Not with luck. Not with hope. But with surgical, brutal self-awareness. They look at their identity like outdated software. If this version version of me can only earn 70,000 a year, then I must rewrite the code of me until that cap is erased. And they do it relentlessly, not just once, but daily. They redefine, they recalibrate, they rewire, until the inner world becomes unshakably aligned with the outer vision. And once that happens, reality has no choice but to fall in line. This is the final war, the war of self-concept. Let's go deeper. Your self-image is the thermostat for your results. If your income rises above your identity, you'll sabotage it, you'll spend it, you'll delay, you'll fumble the bag. Because deep down, your subconscious is screaming, this isn't me. I don't belong here. I'm a fraud. So the mind pulls you back down to the level where it feels safe, even if that safe is miserable. Millionaires understand this. That's why they don't just focus on what they do. They focus on who they are becoming. They craft their identity like warriors sculpting armor, piece by piece, until every thought, every habit, every decision becomes congruent with their next level. How to begin the identity? Rewrite. Step 1. Identify the old identity. Don't just visualize the dream. Turn and face the ghost. Who have you been up to now? What patterns have you accepted? What language do you use that keeps you small? Write it down. Expose the character you've unconsciously played. You can't change what you won't confront. Step 2. Define the new identity in vivid detail. Ask, who is the version of me that already has everything I want? How do they think? What do they tolerate? How do they speak, eat, walk, invest, rest, move, operate? Then, step into that frame before the world reflects it back. This is not faking it. This is becoming it. Step 3. Align every micro decision with that identity. This is where it gets real. You get triggered. Do you react like the old you? You get an opportunity. Do you hesitate like the old you? You wake up tired. Do you make excuses like the old you? Or do you override the pattern? Do you act as the new identity before it's real? Because every time you do, you reprogram the subconscious. Every aligned decision cements the upgrade. And soon, the world has no choice but to mirror that identity back to you. Why this is the key to everything? Because all external transformation follows internal evolution. You can hustle, you can grind, you can stack strategies and tools and tactics. But if the person behind the effort is still built on unworthiness, you'll always find a way to lose. You'll back out. You'll burn out. You'll blow it up just to feel normal again. But millionaires, they shatter normal. They detest the old self. They destroy and rebuild over and over again. And every time they rise, they do so in silence. Until one day the world wakes up and says, damn, who is this person? Let me ask you something. What if the gap between your current life and your dream life is just the gap between your current identity and your true one? What if you've been chasing money when you should have been reconstructing the vessel meant to receive it? What if the millionaire version of you already exists, but they're buried under years of false beliefs, outdated programming, and emotional rust? Because I promise you, you don't rise by accident. You rise by intention, by construction, by commanding your subconscious to obey your new standard. You want to build wealth. Redefine who you are until reality has no choice but to submit. Stop repeating your history. Start rewriting your identity. Because your income will never exceed your self-concept. But once you upgrade that, there are no limits left to obey. So now you've seen it. The code behind the curtain. Not just the outer behaviors of the wealthy, but the internal operating system that silently governs their rise. This wasn't about tactics. It wasn't about surface level success. This was about the deep rewiring. The psychological warfare required to transform a survival-based mind into a wealth-generating force of nature. Let's burn it into memory. Millionaires think in systems, not moments. They don't chase quick hits. They build machines, loops that run without them, producing income long after the effort is over. They guard their mental diet ruthlessly. No garbage in, no weakness out. They consume power, not poison. Every piece of information they allow in shapes their subconscious expectations. They rehearse wealth until it feels normal. They train their nervous system to expect success, to feel at home in abundance. Because if wealth feels foreign, the subconscious will reject it every time. They're addicted to leverage, not labor. They don't worship hard work. They weaponize scalability. Every move is a calculated play to multiply results, not just sweat harder. They spend to get richer, not to look rich. No flexing, no emotional spending. Every dollar has a mission. Every purchase either multiplies or is eliminated. They use money to build power, not mimic it. They treat failure as data, not identity. Every loss is a lesson. Every rejection is refinement. They don't crumble, they calibrate. Because failure isn't who they are, it's how they grow. They redefine their identity until reality obeys. They become the version of themselves that success is magnetized to. Not eventually, immediately. They act from the future, and the world catches up. So here's the final truth. You don't accidentally become a millionaire. You train for it. You program your subconscious to expect it. Then you shape your habits, decisions, and identity to match. It's not about luck. It's not about privilege. It's about discipline of thought, precision of identity, and obsession with truth. And if you absorb these 7 lessons deeply, not casually, you'll start to feel it. Your energy shifting, your thoughts sharpening, your standards rising. Because this isn't about money. It's about freedom, power, mastery, and all of that. It starts in the mind. So, rebuild the architecture, cut the noise, install the habits, destroy the old self, and let the world meet the version of you it was never ready for. This is your path now. Take it. Own it. Train your mind like a millionaire until nothing less will do.
Scoochie scooch. Scoochie scoochie.
Today, will transform into the warrior within. My faith will be unbreakable. I am the architect of my life. I build its foundation and will
Boy,
change
shut up.
its everything that is happening now is happening for my journey. That I can one day be at peace with the ultimate good. The earth is filled with endless opportunities. I recognize every new challenge as a new opportunity. I am a warrior. I am focused.
Fuck you up,
I am
dog.
calculated. I am committed. I am a warrior. I will conquer this day. I will rise early in the morning. I will be massively productive. I will accomplish that which I set up. The war you're living through now is a war of silence. A war within inside your skull. It's not fought with bullets. It's fought with beliefs. With lies dressed as logic. With distractions disguised as entertainment. With comfort designed to kill you slow. And if you're still waiting for a warning shot, this is it. You've been told the enemy is out there. Some political force. Some economic downturn. But the real enemy, it's the voice in your head that talks you out of greatness. The program that keeps you average. The script you didn't write, but you've been living by for years. You were trained to be a servant to your own mind. But if you don't take it back, it will bury you beneath your potential and convince you that it was fate. This is not paranoia. This is awareness. Because in this new world, those who survive are not the richest, strongest, or loudest. They are the most mentally fortified. The ones who sharpen their focus like a blade. The ones who reprogram their subconscious to work like a weapon. The ones who stop reacting and start creating. This is the world war of the mind. And if you don't master yours, you will be mastered. Now that you understand the war you're in, it's time to do more than just survive. It's time to take control of the machine that's been running your life in the background. Not with surface level advice, not with cheap motivation, but with precision, with fire, with truth. These 7 steps aren't just tools, they're weapons. Each one is designed to penetrate deep into your subconscious, rewire your inner code, and awaken the force you've been suppressing. So if you're ready to stop obeying your programming and start rewriting it, let's begin. Step 1. Hijack the first thought. They say how you start the day doesn't matter. They're wrong. Dead wrong. Because the first thought you have when you wake up is the first weapon drawn in the war for your mind. You don't wake up and become yourself. You wake up and remember who you were programmed to be. And most people, they remember weakness. They remember debt. They remember heartbreak. They remember failure. Before their feet hit the floor, they're already kneeling. Already surrendering to the mental architecture laid down over years of trauma, repetition, and quiet defeat. That first thought you hear, it's not just random noise. It's a signal. A broadcast from your subconscious that tells you everything you truly believe about your life, your future, and your power. So let me ask you something dangerous. What's the first thing your mind whispers when you wake up? Be honest. Is it clarity or confusion? Is it purpose or pressure? Is it discipline or delay? Because the answer to that question doesn't just reveal your mindset. reveals your destiny. The battlefield of the day is rigged before you ever take your first conscious breath. That's why step one in mastering your subconscious is this. Hijack the first thought before the past hijacks you. The mechanics of the first thought. Here's what they never taught you in school. The first thought you experience each morning is not yours in the way you think it is. It is a deeply ingrained, pattern-based echo generated by your subconscious processing the most dominant themes from your internal world. Which means this. Your first thought is your operating system revealing itself before the mask goes on. It is raw, unfiltered, unedited by social performance or fake positivity. It is the closest thing to your true programming you will ever witness in real time. You want to see your inner blueprint. You don't need therapy. You don't need meditation. You need to watch yourself wake up, because that's where the mask slips. Here's the dangerous truth most people will never face. The day doesn't start when you wake up. The day starts the night before, when you unconsciously choose which version of yourself you'll hand over to the morning. If you go to sleep rehearsing pain, chaos, regret, you've just loaded the chamber. And the moment you open your eyes, the gun goes off, firing the same narrative into another 24-hour cycle. The invisible cost of losing the first battle. Let me break it down so there's no confusion. If you wake up and do nothing to intercept your first thought, you've already lost. Here's what that loss looks like. You start your day in reaction, not creation. You immediately lean on distraction, grabbing your phone to avoid the signal. You begin making micro decisions from a place of defense, not power. You reaffirm old programming that says, you're tired, you're late, you're behind. And because the subconscious thrives on repetition, you just gave it another data point to reinforce your internal prison. This is why people stay stuck for years, decades even. Because they lose the first 30 seconds of their morning. And that tiny surrender compounds into a lifetime of being half awake and half alive. Think about that. Most people aren't lazy. They're just caught in a loop. They don't realize they're still authorizing every single morning. Hijacking the first thought. The battle plan. So now that we've ripped the veil off this trap, let's talk about how to break it. Here's your new protocol. One that bypasses passive warnings and forces your subconscious to respect you. 1. Wake with violence. Yes, violence. Not against others. Not with rage, but with intensity. With decisiveness. With an immediate interruption of the old signal. When your eyes open, don't wait for a feeling. Feelings lie. Move. Sit up with force. Stand like you're rising from a battlefield, not a bed. The body leads the mind. If you move like you're in command, your brain will follow. Don't wait for motivation. Create momentum through motion. That's the first step. Kill hesitation before it has a heartbeat. 2. Speak the override command. Your voice is a frequency weapon. It activates power. It disrupts programming. It forces alignment between conscious and subconscious intention. So speak, out loud, something short, directed, ruthless, like, this is my mind. I choose what runs today. Or, I create reality. Now move. Or, no more loops. I control the signal. Say it with breath, with volume, with energy. Not a whisper, not a weak mantra. A verbal strike that forces the subconscious to pay attention. Why? Because when you combine sound, emotion, and motion, you activate neuroplastic change. And that's how new wiring begins. 3. Lock in the new first thought. Now Now that you've cleared the static, you must install a replacement signal. Something deeper than a motivational quote. Something that drills identity into your operating system. Examples. I am not yesterday. I am the author of today. I am the system, and I decide what runs now. I've already won. Now I just collect the evidence. This is not positivity. This is tactical thought engineering. You're not thinking better. You're hijacking the gateway moment and planting new code. And once you repeat this new first thought, 30, 60, 90 days in a row, the subconscious adapts. It updates. It starts broadcasting a new identity without you even asking. That's the goal. To make the override automatic. 4. Deploy physical anchors. Your environment has hooks, and the subconscious clings to consistency. So give it physical anchors to reinforce the first thought. Place a symbol of your future identity beside your bed. A mask, a phrase, a journal, a token, something physical, unmissable. When you wake up and see it, your brain receives an immediate reminder. Oh right, I'm not that old version anymore. I'm this. This is anchoring. And it's how you make the new signal stronger than the static of the past. 5. Do something that affirms the identity. Immediately. Thoughts mean nothing without action. The subconscious doesn't care what you say. It watches what you do. So within the first 5 minutes of waking, perform a micro-action that affirms the identity you want to reinforce. If you're building discipline, cold shower. If you're building leadership, send a direct message commanding respect. If you're building creativity, write a sentence. 1. If you're building power, do 10 push-ups, violently. This doesn't have to be long. It just has to exist. Why? Because the moment your thoughts, speech, and actions align, the subconscious accepts the new instruction. And when that happens, the old programming begins to decay. The result of winning the first battle. Imagine this. You wake up. There is no hesitation, no delay, no confusion, just movement, voice, power, identity, execution. You've already won the morning before the sun even rises. You're not trying to be great today. You've already decided you are, and the rest of the day is just proof collection. This is how kings think. This is how warriors move. This is how the elite build momentum, while others scroll through weakness. You hijack the first thought, and everything else obeys. Step 2. Interrupt the internal narrator. You're not good enough. That's not for people like you. Why even try? You'll fail like last time. You've heard it. Not once. Not twice. Thousands of times. But here's the disturbing part. It doesn't come from the outside anymore. It comes from within. From a voice so familiar, so consistent, so constant. You don't even question it. You don't challenge it. You obey it. And that's exactly how it wins. Most people are not broken by the world. They're broken by the narrator inside their mind. A voice that sounds like their own, but was trained by everything that ever tried to keep them small. It's not you. It's your programming. And it's time to destroy it. Who is the internal narrator? Let's rip the mask off. That voice in your head that speaks with authority. The one that tells you to play it safe, to back down, to wait until you're ready. That's not wisdom. That's not intuition. That's not caution. That's a parasite you inherited from the past. It was formed by the things you were told as a child, the trauma that went unprocessed, the criticism that hit deeper than you admitted, the shame that got repeated until it became your truth. The narrator is not logical. It is emotional memory, turned into script. And that script has been playing on loop so long, you forgot it was a lie. Why most people never escape the narrator's control? Because the narrator is stealth. It doesn't yell. It doesn't shout. It whispers, just loud enough to steer your next move. Here's how it sounds. Maybe tomorrow. Let's just do a little more research first. They probably won't listen to you anyway. That's not realistic. You're being too ambitious. It hides inside logic. It wraps fear in justification. It's not trying to destroy you. It's trying to keep you exactly where you are. Safe, comfortable, mediocre. And if you let it speak unchallenged, it will direct your life from the shadows until the day you die. So let's put it on trial. Let's expose it. Let's interrupt the narrator permanently. The 5-part protocol for destroying the internal narrator. This isn't about thinking positively. This is about surgical demolition. You're not negotiating with the voice in your head. You're replacing it. Forcefully, strategically, daily. Let's go. 1. Recognize the pattern, not the words. The narrator doesn't always say the same thing, but it always feels the same. The key to identifying the narrator isn't listening to the exact sentence. It's recognizing the energetic fingerprint behind the message. Here's the pattern. The voice always shows up when you're about to act boldly. It speaks in a tone of protection, but produces paralysis. It appeals to logic, but activates fear. It tells you why not, and never why now. This voice wants safety, not growth, not greatness, not purpose. So the moment you feel that energy, that weight, that pull, that fog, label it. Say this. That's not me. That's the narrator. And I don't listen to it anymore. The more you can identify the voice as separate, the more power you reclaim. You don't defeat demons by dialoguing with them. You defeat them by seeing them clearly, then cutting off their air supply. Second strike, with a verbal interrupt. Here's the truth. The brain operates like a machine. Patterns that go uninterrupted become highways. Neural grooves etch so deeply they fire automatically. To break the pattern, you must interrupt the groove mid-sentence. And the fastest way to do that? With sound. You must create a verbal jolt that disrupts the narrator's momentum. Here's how. When the voice starts feeding you doubt or delay, interrupt out loud. Say, stop. That's a lie. Not this time. We don't run that script anymore. Wrong voice. Wrong future. Why out loud? Because physical voice triggers different brain regions than inner thought. You're not just thinking back. You're fighting back. Using your body to take command. This is not random. This is neurological warfare. 3. Move immediately. Break state through physiology. Words are only half the battle. Once you've spoken the interrupt, move. Physical action severs the narrator's loop and pulls your system out of the spell. Why? Because emotion is stored in the body, and most inner narratives are emotional habits, not rational ones. So once you hear the narrator and strike it verbally, stand up, pace, clap, slam the table, drop for push-ups, shout, run cold water, whatever it takes to override the stillness that allows the voice to thrive. Think of it like this. The narrator grows in stillness. The narrator dies in movement. You don't think your way out of internal war. You move your way out. You become kinetic, violent, unavailable to weakness. 4. Rewire the line with an identity statement. Now comes the installation. You've interrupted the script. You've destroyed destroyed the rhythm. But if you leave the space empty, it'll fill back in with the same poison. So now, you speak the new line. The one you choose. The one that builds, not breaks. This isn't a mantra. This is an identity command. Examples. I speak from fire and act from clarity. I've evolved beyond hesitation. My voice is law, internally and externally. I am the architect of my signal. My decisions are rooted in vision, not fear. Say it slowly. Breathe it in. Feel the body respond. That's when you know it's landing. You're not just affirming a new belief. You're reprogramming a default setting. 5. Make the narrator work for you. Here's the ultimate move. You don't just silence the narrator. You enslave it. What if every time that voice spoke, instead of triggering doubt, it triggered war mode? You condition yourself like this. Next time the narrator says, "You'll probably fail," you respond, "Good. I'll build through failure faster than they'll ever start." If it says, "They'll laugh at you," you say, "Let them. Their laughter sharpens my teeth." This is called narrative transmutation, turning mental weakness into fuel. Over time, the voice becomes your fire alarm, a signal that you're on the right path, because resistance is proof of movement. That's the end goal. Not to delete the voice, but to rewire it into a weapon that obeys your direction. Rituals to maintain narrator control. Like any system, you need rituals to keep it functioning at full power. Here are 3 to maintain narrator dominance. 1. Journal the lies. Burn the script. Every night, write down the top 3 internal lies you heard that day. I'm not ready. This is too much. No one cares what I have to say. Then write the truth next to them, with emotion, with venom, with clarity. And once a week, burn the page. Why? Because your subconscious respects ritual. Burning the script tells the inner world, this version of me has expired. 2. Record your own voice of power. Use your phone. Record your own affirmations, but not softly. Say them with fire, with command, with finality. Play them every morning, every night, until your voice becomes the only one your subconscious recognizes. This isn't affirmation. This is identity immersion. You're flooding your system with undeniable proof that the narrator no longer runs the show. 3. Change the language of thought. The narrator thrives on certain words. I can't. Maybe. I'll try. Someday. Eliminate them. Replace them with, I choose. I decide. I build. I finish. I lead. I dominate. Language is not cosmetic. It's structural. It rewires the brain's map of possibility. Speak differently, and your mind will respond differently. Step 3. Collapse your personal myth. You think you know who you are. You don't. What you know is the story you've been told. A myth whispered into your ear by people who gave up on themselves. A script handed to you before you had the power to reject it. A voice that said, you're shy. You're average. You're not a leader. You're just like your father. You're not built for that. And you believed it. Not because it was true, but because it was repeated. Now you wear it like a skin. You defend it like it's your identity. You live inside it like a prison with invisible bars. But here's the truth they never told you. You are not your story. You are the author. And the story can be rewritten if you have the guts to burn the original. This is step 3. Collapsing your personal myth. And make no mistake, this is not self-help. This is psychological warfare. the version of you that was never real to begin with. The power and danger of personal myth. Humans are not logical creatures. We're narrative creatures. We don't wake up and run programs of truth. We wake up and run stories. Deep emotional stories that define what's possible and what's not. Here's what a myth is. A myth is a psychological. They feed poison every day. Not through your mouth, but through your mind. And they do it with a smile. They do it through convenience. They do it through the screen you can't stop looking at. Not because it feeds your soul, but because it keeps your mind sedated. Every headline is engineered to trigger fear. Every scroll injects you with envy, insecurity, and false desire. Every image, every soundbite, every trend whispers into your subconscious, you're not enough. You're behind. You should want this. You're broken. Consume more. Be less. And you don't even realize it. Because it's disguised as entertainment. But the truth is, you're being programmed, hijacked, hacked. Your focus is the battlefield. Your attention is the currency. And every day you wake up and surrender it to the system without even questioning it. You just consume it, mindlessly, habitually, as if you have no choice. Like junk food for the brain. You're stuffing your mental diet with processed pain, manufactured distractions, and synthetic desires. It tastes good for a moment, but it leaves you spiritually starved, empty, weak, disconnected from your true self. And then you wonder why your reality never changes, why you feel lost even when you're surrounded by things, why manifestation feels like a cruel joke, something that works for them, but not for you, why your vision, your power, your calling always feels like it's one step away, locked behind a fog that never lifts. You chase more, you scroll more, you compare more, but it only feeds the infection. And here's the truth the weak will never tell you. Your reality is not built with your hands. It's forged in your thoughts. And if your mind is a landfill, don't expect to grow a garden in it. You can't manifest gold from a sewer. You can't build an empire on mental quicksand. You can't step into the future when your mind is shackled to mental trash from yesterday. Your thoughts are the soil. Your focus is the water. Your habits are the sun. What you feed it, you become. Every single time. You don't become great by chance. You become great by choice. By guarding what enters your mind as fiercely as a warrior guards a sacred temple. By choosing mental nutrition over distraction. Discipline over dopamine. Truth over noise. So if you want manifestation to work, if you want to command reality instead of being crushed by it, then it begins with a daily detox. Not once, not occasionally, daily. Rituals, sacred, ruthless, non-negotiable. Because the filth comes every day, so your cleansing must too. You have to clean out the mental parasites, the unexamined beliefs, the broken thought loops, the habitual negativity. You must starve the illusions and feed the truth. Because you don't rise by accident. You rise through intention. And intention must be guarded like a flame in a storm, with both hands, with your entire being. Because the moment you stop guarding it, the storm of the world will extinguish it. And without that flame, you lose your vision, you lose your edge, you lose you. So don't just detox once. Live in detox. Be the filter. Be the gatekeeper. Let no thought pass without permission. Let no narrative live unless it serves your purpose. Let no fear survive unless it teaches you how to conquer. This is not about comfort. This is about control. Mental control. And if you don't take it, someone else already has. But the second you realize that, you can take it back. You can cleanse the fog. You can redirect the current. You can rewire the loop. And you can build. Again. Clean mind. Sharp vision. Bulletproof focus. And with that, you don't just manifest your reality. You command it. Because you have become the master of the source. Your mind. And that's where it all begins. That's where you begin. Law 1. Guard the gates. What enters your mind shapes your reality. This is where it all begins. This is where most people lose the battle before they even realize a war is being waged. Let me ask you something. Would you let a criminal stroll into your home and live there rent-free? Would you let a liar whisper in your ear while you sleep? Would you hand the keys of your kingdom to someone who wants to see it burn? No. Then why do you let garbage, mental, emotional, digital garbage, into your mind without a fight? Why do you let fear propaganda, gossip, low-frequency content, and mindless distractions set up camp in your most sacred place, your inner world? Because make no mistake, your mind is sacred. Your thoughts are weapons, and your focus is the front line. But you treat it like a dump. You wake up, and the first thing you do is scroll. Before your feet hit the ground, your mental fortress has already been breached. Your attention hijacked. Your energy siphoned. Your focus infected by 1,000 meaningless narratives that have nothing to do with your purpose. And the worst part, you think it's normal, because everyone else is doing it. But the masses are not your blueprint. The masses are asleep. And if you model yourself after the asleep, you will never awaken the power that was meant for you. The truth they don't want you to know. You are being programmed. Right now. Every moment. By what you see. By what you hear. By what you allow. There are people whose full-time job is to manipulate your perception, to fracture your clarity, to distract you from your path. Because a focused mind is a dangerous weapon. But a distracted one, that's a tool, a slave, a pawn. And if you don't guard the gates, they'll walk right in and rearrange your entire reality without you even knowing it. Guarding the gates means living like a mental Spartan. You don't allow everything in just because it's popular. You don't give everyone access to your inner sanctuary just because they're loud. You filter everything, ruthlessly. You protect your mental space like it's a war room. Because it is. Every word, every headline, every post, every soundbite is either sharpening you or sedating you. So tell me, who's living inside your head right now? Your enemies, your doubts, your ex, your fears, your failures. Evict them. Today. Now create a mental fortress. Let me break it down. Here's what guarding the gates really looks like in your daily life, your profession, and your finances. 1. No entry without purpose. Before anything is allowed into your mind, ask, does this serve my mission? If the answer isn't a clear yes, it's a no. No to the gossip. No to the negativity. emotional clickbait. You must be unreasonably selective, because one contaminated thought can derail an entire day. One seed of doubt can stall years of momentum. And if you think you're strong enough to just scroll a little, you've already lost. 2. Command the first and last hour. The first hour of your day is your launch pad. The last hour is your programming. These windows are sacred. And if you allow noise during these times, you're writing your failure into code. Wake up into silence. Command your thoughts. Speak your truth out loud. Read. Move. Create. Visualize. At night, review your victories. Extract your lessons. And rewire the subconscious through affirmations and reflection. These are not routines. They are rituals of war. 3. Audit your environment. Like a king cleans his castle. If your environment doesn't match your ambition, it must be destroyed or rebuilt. Unfollow what drains you. Mute what manipulates you. Block what distracts you. People say, that's harsh. No, it's necessary. You can't afford to keep snakes in the garden just because they used to be your pets. This applies to your physical space too. Declutter. Organize. Eliminate distractions. Your outer world mirrors your inner world. 4. Build a guard team. No king protects a kingdom alone. You need allies. Not yes men. Not energy vampires. Warriors. Surround yourself with people who challenge your thinking, respect your focus, and honor your vision. People who speak life, not death. People who feed your flame, not smother it. Choose proximity over popularity. The wrong crowd will program you for mediocrity before you even notice. 5. Speak the password daily. Words are locks, but they're also keys. Start your day by speaking power. I am focused. I am sovereign. I am the gatekeeper of my reality. And then act accordingly. No one gets in unless they match that frequency. Not a thought. Not a person. Not a narrative. Why this law? Matters in your finances and profession. In your career, distraction is disguised as productivity. Meetings, notifications, urgent but meaningless tasks. You need to kill the noise and guard the gate of execution. Do only what builds. Cut everything that doesn't. In your finances, guarding your gates means filtering what you believe about money. You were programmed to think wealth is hard, that you're not worthy, that only the elite deserve it. But that's not truth. It's mental malware. Clear it out. Feed yourself with new truths. Study wealth daily, and let no broke mindset survive inside your mind. The war cry of the gatekeeper. Nothing enters my mind without my permission. No thought passes unless it serves. I am the filter. I am the sword. I am the gatekeeper. You want success. You want peace. You want manifestation to bend to your will. Then guard your gates like your destiny depends on it. Because it does. Law 2. Reject mental junk food. Your thoughts are your fuel. Garbage in, garbage out. Let's make something clear. You will never build a warrior's life with a beggar's mindset. You will never forge steel discipline from sugar-coated thoughts. And you will never manifest power while binging on mental poison. The truth is simple, brutal, and ignored by the masses. Your mind becomes what it consumes. You don't just think thoughts, you become them. Thoughts create patterns. Patterns create behavior. Behavior becomes identity. Identity creates destiny. So ask yourself, what have you been feeding your mind? Is it strength, or sedation, growth, or garbage? If you're like most people, your mind is malnourished. Not from a lack of calories, but from a lack of quality. From overdosing on the wrong ideas. From living on a diet of fear, scarcity, gossip, blame, and distraction. It's not always obvious. That's the trap. Because mental junk food is engineered to feel good going down. Just like real junk food. It tastes good in the moment. It fills the emptiness. It's easy. It's cheap. But it makes you sick, bloated, tired, foggy. And eventually you forget what being sharp even feels like. What is mental junk food? It's not just what you see. It's what you tolerate. It's what you repeat. It's what you think on autopilot when no one's watching. Mental junk food looks like comparing your life to strangers on social media, engaging in petty arguments over things that don't serve your mission, listening to people who gave up on their dreams tell you how to live, replaying past failures like a broken record, worrying about things outside your control, focusing on what's missing instead of what's possible. It feels harmless, but it's a slow death. Because every bite of that garbage becomes a brick in the prison of your identity. Until one day, you can't move. Not because your legs are broken, but because your mind is. You've become mentally obese. And now, just the thought of taking action feels like lifting mountains. That's what junk food does. Rejecting. It isn't optional. It's survival. You were not born to be average. You were not designed to be distracted, addicted, and numb. You were built for war. But war demands clarity. War demands stamina. War demands mental purity. And junk thoughts. They make you slow, weak, undisciplined. They rob your edge. They dull your sword. They confuse your compass until you don't even know what you're chasing anymore. Rejecting mental junk food isn't a cute productivity tip. It's war protocol. It's how you return to your original blueprint. It's how you become dangerous again. How to starve the poison. Here's how you build a warrior's mind by starving what's toxic and feeding what's true. 1. Doesn't serve the vision. It's trash. 2. Fast to reclaim focus. Fast to reclaim focus. The mind is like the body. It needs time to reset. Just as fasting gives your body time to heal, mental fasting gives your focus time to reclaim its sovereignty. No input, no noise, silence, stillness, reconnection, action. Implement a no-input hour daily. No music, no phones, no content, no conversations. Once per week, do a mental reset day. No social media, no outside opinions. You and your mission. Use this time to think, plan, move, and remember who you are beneath the programming. Your clarity is buried beneath the noise. Dig it out. 3. Feed on mental superfoods. You've rejected the junk. Now replace it with weapons-grade fuel. The best content doesn't entertain. It programs. It breaks your mental framework. It demands more from you. It hurts in the best way. Start feeding on material that builds power, not passivity. Action. Study mindset, finance, business, stoicism, spiritual truth, and elite performance daily. Memorize truths that strengthen your identity and repeat them aloud. Write down affirmations that feel like weapons. Say them until you believe them. If you wouldn't serve a thought to a warrior, don't serve it to yourself. How this law applies to your profession and finances. In your profession, junk thoughts manifest as procrastination masked as research, perfectionism masquerading as high standards, overwhelmed from trying to do everything instead of the essential. You waste hours on email, on trends, on things that make you feel busy, but produce nothing. You consume success stories instead of writing your own. You fall into productivity porn instead of executing with ruthless precision. To kill junk thoughts in business, focus only on income-producing actions. distractions. Eliminate all tasks that don't build value. Block time for deep work. No distractions. No excuses. In your finances, junk thoughts are the virus in your wealth operating system. I'm just not good with money. I'm not ready to invest yet. People like me don't get rich. Wealth is evil. I'll save later. I don't deserve it yet. All lies. All programmed. All keeping you poor. Reject them. Replace them with power thoughts like, I multiply money because I understand value. I attract wealth by becoming disciplined. I respect every dollar and command it with strategy. I don't serve money. I make it serve me. When your thoughts about money change, so will your bank account. Final words. Become the mental assassin. You must become lethal with what you allow. You must treat each thought like a virus that could destroy the system. You must feed on wisdom, starve weakness, and fast from all that fogs your mind. Mental junk food is everywhere. It's seductive. It's addictive. But once you taste clarity, once you feel that sharpness return, you'll never go back. So reject it all. The envy, the noise, the fear, the excuses, the fog. Because only a clean mind can carry a high frequency. And only a high frequency can pull the future into the present. You are not a consumer anymore. You are a creator, a gatekeeper, a weapon. Feed yourself accordingly. Law 3. Build daily detox rituals. Your mind is under daily attack. Your defense must be daily too. You don't rise to your vision once in a while. You rise to it every single day, or you sink. This is what most people will never tell you. Transformation is not some massive, one-time event. It's not one breakthrough. It's not one seminar. It's not one motivational video at midnight. It's the tiny, consistent, brutal rituals you repeat when no one's watching. It's what you do when you don't feel like it. It's the unseen hours that cleanse your mind, purify your spirit, and sharpen your soul. Because your mind is a battlefield, and war doesn't wait. The world throws trash at you every day. Notifications, opinions, drama, doubt, noise, temptation. Every time you walk outside or open your phone, you're wading through a mental wasteland. And if you're not detoxing daily, you're collecting that poison like a sponge. You begin the day with your vision clear, but by midday, it's blurry. By nightfall, it's buried under nonsense. And you wonder why nothing changes. It's because your rituals are weak or non-existent. But if you knew what was really at stake, you'd treat these daily practices like a warrior treats his weapon. Sacred, essential, lifeline. Why daily rituals matter more than discipline alone. Discipline is what you do. Ritual is who you become. Discipline says, I must. Ritual says, this is what I do. No negotiation. No excuse. No variation. Ritual is identity in action. And detox rituals aren't for the faint of heart. They're for those who understand. The cleaner your mind, the clearer your power, the faster your manifestation. You don't build your future from a cluttered place. You build it from alignment. And that alignment is forged through fire. Daily. Your core detox rituals. Here's how to create a mental, emotional, and energetic cleansing system that keeps you sharp, stable, and sovereign. 1. The Morning Fortress. Command your reality before the world infects it. The first moments of your day determine the frequency of your future. You can either wake up into chaos and let the world decide who you are, or you can wake up into sovereignty and build your day with intentional force. No phone, no notifications, no noise. Wake up and go inward. Before the world speaks to you, speak to your own soul. Action steps. Get up before the world. Even 5 a.m. The silence is your kingdom. Breathe deeply. Stretch or move with purpose. Read or recite high-frequency affirmations. Visualize your next level life with absolute clarity. Speak gratitude out loud. Not just to be thankful, but to activate power. This is your mental armor. Don't walk into battle without it. Second midday check-in. Clean up the emotional clutter you picked up in the chaos. By midday, you've been exposed to stress, noise, temptation, distraction. Even if you're strong, that residue builds up. You need to pause, reset, recalibrate. Not for luxury, for survival. Action steps. Set a timer or alarm midday. Step away. Breathe. Ask, what am I carrying that's not mine? Release what isn't aligned. Speak a new focus into your being. Return to your work with restored clarity and precision. A warrior doesn't stay in the mud. He steps back, sharpens his blade, and returns cleaner, deadlier. 3. The nightly purge. Reset your subconscious before it programs your future. Your subconscious doesn't sleep. It works overnight. And what you give it before bed becomes the blueprint it builds from while you dream. So don't feed it chaos, comparison, news, or noise. Don't fall asleep with your phone in your hand and confusion in your soul. Fall asleep leavened, clean, focused, aligned. Action steps. Shut down electronics 30 minutes before bed. Journal your thoughts. Release what must go. Visualize the version of you who already has the life. Speak truth over your goals. I am already becoming. Sleep with intention, not fatigue. This is how you sleep like a king. Not just tired, but reprogrammed. 4th weekly solitude ritual. Silence is the scalpel that cuts out mental rot. Noise is constant, but power lives in silence. The world will never give you silence. You must take it. You need space to hear the whispers of your higher self. You need silence to detox from the addiction of stimulation. Action steps. Block 1 hour each week for complete solitude. No music, no input, no feedback. Go on a long walk, stare at a wall, sit in stillness. Let your deepest truth surface. This is where clarity is born. Not through hustle, but stillness. And the world fears a man who thinks clearly. How this law transforms your profession and finances. In your profession, daily rituals mean your work isn't reactive. It's ritualistic. You don't check email. You command tasks like a general. You don't see what happens. You set the tone. Create a morning CEO session to plan the day. Use detox time to block out distractions and execute deeply. Track performance, not emotion. Ritual doesn't care how you feel. It only demands consistency. In your finances, rituals separate the broke from the builders. Wealth doesn't grow from occasional budgeting. It grows from ritualized decision-making, daily money tracking, weekly expense reviews, rituals of investment. Automate, analyze, reinvest. Treat each dollar like a soldier. Give it orders. Visualize your financial outcome every night. Let it become real before it's visible. Final words. Ritual is your resurrection. You don't need motivation. You don't need another strategy. You need to wake up and do the thing. Every single day. Until it becomes who you are. You don't rise because you got lucky. You rise because you built a system of resurrection. Daily detox rituals are your reset buttons, your rebirth chamber, your shield against the garbage of the world. Build them like your life depends on them, because it does. No more random days, only sacred ones. No more surviving, only sharpening. You are a ritual in motion, and through these rituals, you rise. Law 4. Direct your mental diet toward power. Feed your mind like a warrior feeds for war. Let me be blunt. You cannot become unstoppable if you are still feeding on mediocrity. You cannot command reality if your thoughts are still grazing in mental fast food chains. You cannot build an empire on a diet of weakness. The masses feed their minds like addicts, consuming anything and everything that's easy, sugary, dramatic, and emotionally stimulating. They live on a cycle of mental junk, endless opinions, clickbait, celebrity gossip, short-form nonsense, echo chambers of dopamine. And then they wonder why they're tired, why they're lost, why they can't focus, why their dreams feel like shadows. But a warrior doesn't eat like a beggar. He selects each thought, each word, each influence, like choosing ammunition for a mission. Because what you consume, you become. And you can't expect power to emerge from garbage. The truth about consumption: everything you read, listen to, watch, and say to yourself is either fuel or fog. It's either sharpening your blade or dulling it. And here's the problem. Most people don't realize their diet is killing them. Not their physical body, but their vision, their self-belief, their mental edge. They're mentally obese, bloated with content that feels good, but changes nothing. They mistake stimulation for growth. But there's a difference between feeling busy and actually becoming better. Stimulation doesn't equal evolution. Only precision does. The warrior's mind needs fuel, not filler. This isn't about positive thinking. This is about lethal thinking. About being so intentional with your mental input that it sculpts your identity into someone who dominates every room they enter. To do that, your mental diet must become a weaponized protocol. Not based on emotion, not based on trends, but based on alignment with your future self. You feed on truth, strategy, conviction, silence, tension, challenge. You read what elevates you. You listen to what disciplines you. You absorb what builds fortress-level focus. You consume information that changes your behavior, not your mood, your behavior. If the content doesn't make you act, it was entertainment, not nutrition. How to construct a mental diet of power. 1. Create an input filter. Only consume what you want to become. This is rule 1. Look at your input like a king hiring generals. Would you hire clowns to command your army? Would you hire fools to shape your legacy? Every book, podcast, video, or mentor you allow in your mind becomes your internal board of directors. Action steps. Ask, if I became the average of the 5 creators I consume most, would I be dangerous or delusional? Replace gossip, noise, and opinion with material that aligns with your zone of power. Finance, mental mastery, entrepreneurship, stoicism, health, strategy. Keep a content log for 30 days. Audit everything. Then eliminate 70% of it. You'll be shocked what you're feeding your mind. If the input doesn't match the outcome, it's off the menu. 2. Fast from weakness. Binge on mastery. Sometimes power isn't about adding more. It's about subtracting. Fasting from the things that subtly destroy you, like short-form addiction, mindless scrolling, motivational noise with no execution behind it. Then you binge on mastery, on real books, on financial frameworks, on lectures from elite minds, on timeless ideas that force your evolution. Action steps. Do a 7-day mental cut. No YouTube shorts, TikToks, or social feeds. Only read or listen to long-form wisdom. Create a weekly theme. One area of mastery. One author, one topic. Go deep, not wide. Choose a monthly power book, one that punches you in the gut and forces you to move. Don't read for escape. Read to evolve. 3. Speak power. Out loud. Your voice is a weapon. It's also your most direct form of programming. When you speak, your subconscious listens. That's why weak people speak in weakness. They talk about problems. They reinforce lack. They narrate victimhood. But warriors speak in power, even when they're bleeding. They speak from the throne, not the pit. Action steps. Create a list of command affirmations, statements that embody your future self. Speak them every morning with force. Write them on your walls, on your mirrors, in your car. When doubt shows up, answer it out loud with power. Never let weakness speak unchallenged. If your voice doesn't match your vision, you're feeding your mind with contradiction. 4th, practice content precision. You're not trying to stay informed. You're trying to stay aligned. And that means choosing one core truth and drilling it until it becomes automatic behavior. Don't try to learn everything. Master what matters. One concept applied is worth more than 10 concepts remembered. Action steps. Choose your current focus. Finances, health, leadership, discipline. For 30 days, only consume content related to that field. Write down 3 actions from everything you learn and implement within 24 hours. No more passive knowledge, only applied intelligence. How this law elevates your profession in finances. In your profession, this law separates producers from consumers. You either build or you react. A weak mind consumes fluff. A powerful mind builds systems, strategy, and execution. Listen to content that improves your skill stack. Follow creators and mentors who build what you're building. Study sales, marketing, delegation, leadership, finance. Not for fun, but for war. In your finances, the shift is deadly and immediate. Stop watching crypto hype and get rich quick. YouTubers. Study value investing, budgeting, long-term wealth, cash flow systems. Read one book on wealth every 30 days. Treat money management as spiritual warfare, because that's what it is. Your bank account is the scoreboard of your mental diet. If you think broke thoughts, you will attract broke opportunities. But if you feed on power, financial intelligence, wealth strategies, entrepreneurial systems, you rewire your financial destiny. Final words. You are what you digest. Stop feeding on weakness and wondering why you feel powerless. Stop binging on noise and wondering why you can't hear your own voice. Stop absorbing everyone's truth and wondering why you lost yours. The world is starving for clarity. You get to have it, but only if you eat for it. Only if you build your mental diet like a soldier prepares for battle, with intention, with sharpness, with fire. So remember, you are not just what you think. You are what you feed those thoughts. You are what you rehearse. You are what you absorb. So feed on truth. Feed on strategy. Feed on pain that transforms you. And soon, the world will feed on your results. Law 5. Master the inner dialogue. If you don't command your inner voice, it'll become your executioner. There's a voice inside your head. It speaks more to you than anyone else ever will. And most days, you let it speak unchecked, unfiltered, unchallenged. It whispers like a friend, but it strikes like an assassin. It's the voice that tells you to wait, to play small, to doubt your value, to accept crumbs, to break when things get hard. And if you don't learn to command it, it will kill everything inside you before the world even lifts a finger. dialogue is already destroying you. Most people live like prisoners in their own skull, shackled by thoughts they didn't choose, narratives they never questioned, and belief systems they inherited from parents, culture, and pain. Not truth. But here's the truth you've been starved of. Your inner voice is not your identity. It is your programming. And all programming can be rewritten, but only by the one who dares to take control of the code. Your inner voice is either a weapon or a warden. It is the voice behind every decision you make. It sets the tone before you act. It interprets every failure. It defines every goal. And if left unchecked, it will filter your entire life through limitation. That voice can either sharpen you or suffocate you. And the difference is not luck. It's leadership. You must lead your inner voice. You must become its commander, not its captive. You must stop listening and start speaking. Not randomly, not emotionally, but with intention, precision, power. You must speak like the future you already exists, because that's how you bring it into being. Why mastering your inner dialogue is the final level of mental discipline. You can guard your gates. You can eliminate mental junk food. You can build daily rituals. You can even consume powerful content. But if you don't command the voice inside, you will always revert to your old identity. It's not just about removing the negative. It's about installing the new. Because if you don't install power, the system will reinstall weakness. By default. By inertia. By the weight of your past. Your inner dialogue is the ultimate frontier of self-mastery. And until you conquer it, you will always self-sabotage the very thing you claim to want. How to master the inner dialogue and weaponize it for creation. 1. Audit your mental voice. The first step is to expose it. Shine a light on what's been running the show behind the curtain. You can't fight what you won't face. Action steps. For 3 days, journal your self-talk in real time. Don't edit it. Don't justify it. Just observe it. Highlight anything that sounds like, I can't. I always mess this up. I'll never figure it out. I'm not ready. What if I fail? That's not truth. That's malware. Now imagine if someone else spoke to you like that. Would you take advice from that voice, or knock it out? Time to knock it out. 2. Identify the source. That voice didn't come out of nowhere. It was built. Every wound, every rejection, every failure that never got reframed, every authority figure that told you to be realistic, it's all part of the programming. Action steps. Go back. Find the moment where that belief took root. Ask, who gave me this voice? Was it a parent? A bully? A moment of failure? Understand, if someone else gave it to you, it's not yours to keep. That voice isn't truth. It's trauma. It's projection. And it's time to uninstall it. 3. Design your new mental language. Now that you've exposed the virus, you write new code. Not affirmations that feel like lies, but identity declarations backed by action. You don't say, I am confident, and still move like prey. You say it, and then you prove it. That's how the subconscious listens. It listens to repetition with evidence. Action steps. Create 10 power statements that reflect the warrior you are becoming. Examples. I speak with clarity and move with certainty. I create results, not excuses. I am dangerous when focused. I am the architect of my wealth. Read them daily, aloud, with force, with spine. Speak them when you wake. Speak them before you sleep. Speak them when the old voice shows up, until the new voice becomes you. Fourth, program through behavior. Words are not enough. You must earn your new voice through action. Every time you keep a promise to yourself, your inner voice shifts. Every time you choose discipline over distraction, the voice recalibrates. Every time you act in alignment with your future self, you give your subconscious new data to believe in. Action steps. Set daily non-negotiables that align with your identity. Track every win. Stack small victories. Let your new inner voice evolve from truth, not hype. Consistency rewires identity. Identity rewires destiny. How this law elevates your profession and finances. In your profession, a weak inner voice manifests as imposter syndrome, hesitation before pitching, self-sabotage when momentum builds, tolerating low-value work because I'm not ready for more. But when you master the dialogue, you no longer ask permission. You command respect. You show up early, speak clearly, execute without apology. You stop doubting your authority and start building empires. In your finances, a toxic inner voice says, I'll never understand investing. I don't deserve abundance. I've always been bad with money. I'm just trying to survive. But once you master the voice, it changes too. I command money with discipline. I multiply what I match. I am building generational wealth on purpose. I don't fear money. I control it. The numbers don't lie. Your finances are a mirror of your inner dialogue. If you speak in scarcity, you will live in scarcity. If you speak in strategy, you will build in strategy. Final words. The voice must be yours. That voice in your head, it's the most powerful force in your life. If it's not mastered, it will manipulate. It will seduce. It will devour. You were never meant to be its victim. You were meant to be its king, its commander, its programmer. No more letting it run wild. No more submitting to the old script. From now on, you speak. It obeys. You decide the narrative. You set the tone. You burn the old language and write new laws in fire. Because a man who commands his inner voice can command anything. Law 6. Align vision with vibration. You can only manifest what your frequency can carry. Let's strip away the sugar. Vision isn't enough. Everyone has a vision. The dream, the lifestyle, the success. But what most people don't realize is this. Your vision doesn't belong to you unless your vibration can match it. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. And that's the painful gap no one talks about. The reason so many dreams stay locked in fantasy is because the person dreaming is too weak to carry the weight of what they asked for. They want financial freedom, but their vibration screams fear. They want power, but they vibrate with guilt, laziness, and imposter syndrome. They want to lead, but their energy still begs for permission to exist. You don't get to the top by wishing. You get there by alignment. And alignment means becoming the kind of person who lives in the frequency of your future. No pretending. No visualizing with tears in your eyes, but weakness in your actions. No feeling high for 5 minutes, and then descending back into victimhood. You must live at the level of the life you want, before it arrives. What is vibration? Vibration is not emotion. It's not hype. They told you intelligence was a gift. That some people are just born better, sharper, faster, smarter. And you were supposed to accept that. Accept your place. Accept your limits. Except that no matter how hard you try, you'll never match the naturals, the chosen ones, the golden children, the ones who always seem 2 steps ahead, without even trying. But here's the truth. No one dares to say. Raw genius is overrated, because what they call genius is often just undisciplined energy. A spark with no direction, a fire with no purpose, and fire without control doesn't build empires. It burns them down. Most of them, they never learn how to wield it. They never sharpen their edge. They never harden their focus. They stay comfortable, admired, envied, and ultimately unchallenged. And in that comfort, they decay. Because the game doesn't reward talent. The game rewards those who evolve, those who adapt, those who refuse to be stagnant. And here's the part they don't want you to realize. No one is truly safe. Not the rich, not the brilliant, not the comfortable. Comfort is the most dangerous trap ever invented, because it whispers, you've made it, while quietly dulling your edge, starving your hunger, and lulling you into stillness, until the world rips the floor out from under you. They might
Sick of falling asleep with anxiety in your chest and confusion in your mind? Wondering why, no matter how hard you try, success remains just out of reach? Are you sick of promising yourself tomorrow will be different, only to wake up the same? Are you sick of the excuses, sick of the doubt, sick of waiting for someone else to tell you you're ready? Good, because this moment, this night, is your turning point. From this night forward, you will not sleep like an ordinary man. You will sleep like a man who knows the truth. Your mind does not go to sleep when your body does. Your mind is active, always. Even now, as you listen, it is either shaping your destiny or sealing your defeat. There is no pause, no idle, no neutral ground. Your subconscious is always at work. The only question is, what orders are you giving it? You will not stumble into greatness by accident. You will not wake up confident, successful, and disciplined just because you wish for it. No man in history ever has. And yet most men live as if their thoughts are casual things, harmless, wandering, unimportant. But I say to you now, with all the force of experience and spiritual law, thought is power, thought is instruction, thought is the cause of every result, and thought never sleeps. When the body lies still, when the eyes close and the breath slows, your subconscious steps forward. It listens to everything you have planted during the day. And if you have planted nothing but noise, confusion, fear, or doubt, it will grow exactly that. You will become what you permit. You will rise or fall by what you have spoken in silence. So tonight we reverse that pattern. Tonight we plant on purpose, and tonight you will feed your mind like a master, not a drifter. This is not a game. This is not entertainment. This is the process by which men build empires, forge unshakable confidence, and become instruments of definite power in a world full of confusion. You are not here to be entertained. You are here to be transformed. And this transformation will not come by accident or in a single night. It will come by repetition, daily, nightly, unwavering repetition of thought, belief, and command. Just as water smooths stone through endless persistence, so too will your new thoughts carve out the man you have chosen to become. Every night you will listen. Every night you will repeat. Every night you will plant. And in the daylight you will walk taller. You will speak with clarity. You will act with direction. Because your mind will no longer be an echo of fear, but a voice of
Inspired by the sacred writings and esoteric wisdom of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, this audiobook does more than inform you. It transforms you. Prepare to dive into the mysteries of vibration. You will discover how thought shapes matter, how intention directs energy, and how you can awaken your inner power to reshape your surroundings, your body, and your destiny. This is no ordinary journey. It is a voyage into the depths of the soul and the heights of consciousness. Because those who master vibration, master life. Before form existed, thought vibrated. Before thought arose, will pulsed. And within the will, without desire, slept the seed of all worlds. Thus begins this treatise, not written for the mind that seeks to understand, but for the soul that remembers. It is not a manual of techniques to achieve, nor a collection of ideas to analyze. It is a vibrational architecture whose sole purpose is to reveal to the reader their condition as a primordial emitter. Because the human being was not born to receive, he was forged to project. What you call reality is a solidified projection of your inner images. The matter surrounding you is the geometric reflection of your vibrational field, not what you occasionally think, but what you continuously sustain from your core. That which vibrates even in your silence, that which you emit even in denial, that which you project even as you sleep. This work does not seek to convince you of this, it simply declares it. Because that which is eternal does not need to be proven, it only needs to be remembered. The secret wisdom known by all true initiates, from the Vedic rishis to the Chaldean philosophers, from the Kabbalists of the desert to the guardians of the White Mountain, never taught that reality is attracted. It taught that reality is emitted, the difference is absolute. The first waits, the second creates, the first begs, the second commands. What this treatise offers is the internal map of the hidden architect who sleeps within you, the emitter you were before you incarnated, the projector who never stopped creating, even when you believed otherwise. Here you will not find inspiration, you will find decree. You will not find comfort, you will find power. You will not find formulas to please the universe. You will find the certainty that you are that universe in its densest and most forgotten form. Each chapter of this book is structured like a staircase, not a climb of emotional highs, but a reconstitution of vibration. You are not here to accumulate knowledge. You are here to dismantle ignorance. And ignorance is not the absence of data. It is the forgetting of your vibrational identity. You will remember within these pages that you do not think, you shape. That you do not desire, you emit. That you do not affirm, you project. That you do not create with the rational mind, but with the coherent frequency that sustains your atmosphere. And if that frequency is pure, the universe has no choice. It must obey. This is not a metaphor. It is the law. I have not come to bring you theories. I have come to return you to your function. Are you willing to abandon the inherited image of who you thought you were? Are you ready to stop asking and start emitting? Are you prepared to cease searching for external signs and begin generating internal causes? Then open the treatise, not to read, but to remember. Because everything you are living, right now in this very moment, was already thought by you, already felt by you, already commanded by you. And the time has come to make it conscious. The Silent Emitter, a treatise on vibration and reality, based on the teachings of Helena Blavatsky. We've noticed that over 80% of those who visit our channel are not subscribed. You can support this project by pressing the subscribe button and giving this video a like. Thank you for inspiring us to continue creating more and better content for you. Are you ready to transform your life? Chapter 1. On vibration as the cause of form. Everything that exists is the freezing of an internal emission. Form is solidified vibration. There is nothing in the visible, audible, or tangible universe that was not first vibration. And there is no vibration when sustained with intensity and coherence that does not become form. This axiom, understood only by initiates of the sacred schools, whether in the Orphic mysteries, the temples of Ten Mamenes, or the caves of Tibetan bodhisattvas, constitutes the cornerstone of the sacred art of manifestation. All is vibration, but not all vibration is creative. Only that which is held with awakened will and stabilized emotion acquires the degree of densification needed to penetrate the subtle layers of the universal field and sculpt within it a visible architecture. The universe does not create by chance, it creates by resonance. And if the world responds to who you are, it is not because the world listens to you, but because you emit it. Matter is nothing but energy whose frequency has been slowed down by the persistence of the thought that originated it. The density of things is merely the age of their vibration. That which is sustained long enough takes form. For this reason, all that you experience is not the result of a foreign will, nor the expression of external justice. It is the exact mirror of your emission. Reality does not happen, it is structured, and it is not built from the outside in, but from your atmosphere down to the lower layers of the physical plane. Life does not come to you, it radiates from you. The ancients knew that every sound creates form, that every thought is an inaudible sound, and that when this sound is paired with a coherent emotion and sustained over time, it acts like an invisible chisel carving matter into shape. In the hidden doctrine of the Dig Veda, it is taught, Bak the word is the mother of the gods. From her emerged Armi, Balo, Surya, and in the emerald tablet of Hermes Trismegistus, that which is above is like that which is below, and that which is below is like that which is above, to accomplish the miracles of one single thing. That one thing is none other than the central vibration of the soul, which when sustained gives birth to form, to stars, to passions, and to destinies. He who does not vibrate consciously, vibrates by habit. And what vibrates by habit projects repeated worlds. Most human beings do not live, they recycle. They do not create, they imitate inherited fields. They do not project from their essence, they reproduce from the shadow. Every vibrational pattern that is not observed becomes inertial form. This is why experiences repeat, why relationships recycle, why the same failures return, why empty successes echo again. Because the sleeping soul continues to emit the image it was programmed with, either in childhood or in previous incarnations. And the obedient universe does not respond to conscious requests, but to constant vibration. Magic does not lie in desire, it lies in sustainment, not in imagining, but in emitting with an intensity that matches the core of certainty. Thought is the first architect, emotion is the builder, and will is the guardian of format. Do you understand? Then know this. There is no matter that was not once vibration. There is no vibration that was not emitted from some conscious being. And there is no form that is not an echo of a sustained frequency. The universe is vibrational. Life is a mirror. You are not a mere observer, you are a generator. Chapter 2. Thought as a vibrational unit. Not every idea creates, only the one sustained with emotional fire. The mind, as the architect, becomes unified in this truth. There is nothing more underestimated in the profane world than thought, and nothing more closely guarded by the initiate than the very act of thinking. For what the unawakened call a spontaneous function of the brain, ephemeral, weightless, inconsequential, is, in truth, the primary instrument by which the soul projects, directs, and alters both visible and invisible reality. Each thought is a vibrational unit, and as such a seed of form, a spark of architecture. But this unit is not defined by the logical content of the idea, nor by its elegant formulation, not even by its symbolic beauty. It is defined only by its frequency, and that frequency is born from a precise alliance between three centers: the thinking mind, the feeling heart, and the sustaining will. When these three are in harmony, the thought becomes creative. When they contradict each other, the thought dissolves, disperses, or becomes an agent of confusion. So taught the Egyptian hierophants in their sealed schools. Thought becomes closed geometry only when the fire of the heart feeds it, and the spear of will directs it. And the Vedic Brahmins affirmed, Manas without bhakti is ashes without flame, but Manas with bhakti and tapas becomes the fire that gives birth to worlds. This must be clearly understood. To think is not merely to imagine, and thinking in its occult sense is to emit a coherent frequency that configures the ether and compels it to take shape. But this coherence is not a passive condition. It is the result of inner training, emotional alchemy, and vibrational discipline. Because thought does not arise from the intellect, it is born from the monad and descends through the planes. And if in that descent it encounters contradiction, it fragments, it weakens. This is why in most human beings thoughts do not create, they dissolve. This is why affirmations fail, decrees fall flat, and visualizations don't materialize. Because the mind emits one signal but the emotion emits another. And where there is duality, there is no creation, only dissonance. For thought to function as an effective vibrational unit, it must meet three conditions. First, conceptual clarity, which arises from a disciplined mind, free of noise, capable of holding an image without being scattered by useless associations or underlying fears. Second, emotional strength, which comes from an aligned heart, able to feel the idea as real, charging it with vital energy, infusing it with vibrational intensity. Third, voluntary direction, which stems from the center of being and gives the thought a firm, unwavering, unambiguous trajectory. These three forces form what the ancient schools called the generating triangle. When an idea is born from that triangle, the ether responds instantly. The image begins to attract subtle forms. It takes shape as a vibrational pattern, and then, if sustained, it passes through the veils until it becomes part of the physical plane. That is authentic creation. Now, the ordinary human mind is not unified. It lives fragmented. It emits fleeting thoughts filled with contradiction. It thinks one thing, feels another, desires a third, and acts under a fourth force it doesn't even recognize. This disassociation is the norm in post-Atlantean humanity, whose higher faculties were veiled by the vibrational fall of its races. That is why true spiritual work does not begin in religion or morality. It begins in the unification of the mind. For only a unified mind can become an architect of the field. A unified mind is not a silent mind. It is a coherent one. It may entertain many thoughts, but all aligned in the same sequence. It may move in many directions, but always from a common center. And that center is not logic nor reason. It is the base vibration of the soul. This is why the ancient sages did not think as we do. They visualized and felt each thought as if it had already occurred. And so they projected it, not with effort, but with alignment. They knew thought is not a desire, it is a hidden verb. And like every verb, when pronounced in the inner temple of the soul, it becomes a command to the ether. Creative thought, then, is not a spontaneous function. It is a vibrational ritual. It is not enough to think something repeatedly. You must think it from your center, feel it as true, hold it without interruption, and never contradict it with opposing emotions or incoherent actions. Only then does the vibrational unit remain stable and begin to attract the elements that resonate with its manifestation. This is why unconscious thoughts are dangerous, because they too emit, they vibrate, they create. Not because they are directed with intention, but because they are sustained without interruption. Chronic fear is a sustained thought. Doubt is a thought disguised as prudence. Resentment is a thought charged with painful memory. And all of this becomes structural patterns in the energy field, which then shapes the experiences of life. Therefore, it is not what you consciously think that creates your world. It is what you constantly vibrate without observation. And that too is thought, deep thought installed at the foundation of your identity. The mind is the potter of the soul, but it does not work alone. It needs emotion as fire and will as the mold. This is why the true magician does not think with the head. He thinks with his whole being, and his thought becomes creation. Learn then to think again, not as the world teaches, but as the initiates have always done. From the center, with clear emotion, with intention that knows no fracture. And remember, one single thought sustained with fire is worth more than 1,000 scattered ideas. For one true thought is a command given to the universe. And the universe, being vibration, responds to the one who vibrates with truth. Chapter 3. The word as an instrument of configuration. Language is not expression. It is programming of the field. Since the dawn of truly inspired civilizations, not mere social organizations improperly called cultures, the word was understood not as a means of communication, but as a causal force. One did not speak to inform, one spoke to configure. Words were not uttered to express emotions, but to organize the elements. The word, in its hidden sense, is not a symbol of thought. It is the vibrational mold that determines the course of events. When it is said, "In the beginning was the word," it does not refer to an anthropomorphic deity declaiming into the void. It speaks of the conscious vibration self-emitted by the Logos, the living archetype of all that is to be. The word is not human speech. It is a vibratory emission imbued with intention, sustained by will, and charged with coherent emotional force. The ancient Chaldean priests, custodians of this truth, practiced what they called dictum conditum, the act of pronouncing words from a specific vibrational state, knowing that sound emitted from inner coherence alters the arrangement of subtle atoms in the etheric plane. Each word was a command, each vowel a key, each phoneme a vibrational gateway to a possible reality. And here is where modern man, having degraded language to the level of triviality, has lost his creative power. He believes that to speak is to describe, that to declare is to emote. But in the hidden world, everything spoken, even without faith, vibrates, and what vibrates configures. Thus, the human being, without knowing it, is constantly shaping his field through his words, even if they are foolish, empty, or automatic. Every word spoken with emotional intensity becomes an instruction. It is not the logic of the discourse that matters, but its vibratory charge. The universe does not respond to semantic content. It responds to the emitted pattern. When you say, I can't, even in jest, you're writing a vibrational line into your field that blocks certain potentialities. When you say, this always happens to me, you are carving a resonant circuit that, through repetition, becomes dense, becomes form. The secret scriptures of the desert passed down among the monks of the Circle of Amu, predating the Abrahamic degeneration, proclaimed, each word is a seal, each seal is a form, and each form remains till it is rewritten. This is why the great initiates guarded their words, as a priest tends the fire on the altar. They did not speak idly. They did not comment unnecessarily. They did not name without cause, because they knew, once the word is spoken, it cannot be retrieved. It continues vibrating. It continues acting. It continues shaping until a higher, purer, more coherent word replaces it. Language is spiritual technology. Every word is a vibrational artifact. It alters the field, refines it or contaminates it. Repetition fixes it. Emotion amplifies it. Contradiction destroys it. Just as there are foods that nourish and others that poison, so too are there words that elevate and words that intoxicate. This is why in ancient temples the apprentice would pass through a vow of silence, not as punishment, but as purification. For until he had mastered his internal vibration, everything that emerged from his mouth would be a flawed construction, a distorted emission, a dangerous interference in the fabric of reality. The outer language reveals the inner one, and the inner language is the true cause of the energy field. So beyond what you say aloud, it matters what you say to yourself, not what you declare in public, but what you murmur in your mind when no one is listening. Because that murmured thought, repeated again and again, becomes your base pattern, and that pattern is what configures your destiny. In the veiled texts of the Zohar, at the heart of true hidden Kabbalah, it is taught, the name hides the form, and what is named takes place in the world. To name in this science is not to categorize, it is to give vibrational existence. What you name, you fix. What you do not name dominates you from the shadows. So if you name your wound, you give it form. And if you give it form, you can work with it. But if you hide it, it will continue to emit from your field without your awareness, and it will draw in whatever resonates with it. The name in its esoteric sense is the vibrational formula of a thing. To name is to create. To name is to give body in the subtle field. This is why the Magi of old did not speak their true desires until they had aligned them with the pure fire of will. And it is also why the secret names of the gods were guarded beneath 7 seals, because to know the true name of an entity is to wield power over its vibration, just as to speak your true name from the soul is to summon your higher self and give it form. Now you understand, language is not trivial. Every phrase spoken carelessly is an unconscious act of creation. Every expression of doubt, hatred, or weakness generates a vibration that shapes the environment, not as punishment, but in fidelity, because the universe does not respond to your intention, it responds to your emission. Want to change your reality, change your word, want to escape the cycle, change your narrative, want to radiate power, speak from the center, because the center does not lie, and what is emitted from the center creates without interference. This is why true silence is not the absence of words, it is the presence of vibration. And the true word is not a mental declaration, but geometric fire emitted from coherence. Refine your word and purify your speech, and speak little, but speak from the soul, and what you say will become law. Chapter 4, From Mental Image to Material. Pattern, visualization as a geometry of resonance. What is seen within arranges what is outside. Before the universe existed as measurable space, before time vibrated in cycles, and before substance crystallized into form, all was unmanifested image, vibration in potential, geometry in a state of pre-being. And that first image, upheld from the incombustible absolute, projected itself onto the plane of manifestation as cosmos, as law, as structure. This is why every visible creation is the result of an archetypal image, held with intensity, with will, and with purity. Visualization, in its deepest and most sealed meaning, is not fantasy, nor a method of self-suggestion. As the emotionally driven materialists would believe, it is not a psychological tool. It is the hidden act by which the being, aligned with its vibrational center, projects an internal figure onto the etheric field. And this figure, when held with unwavering faith, begins to mold the astral substance and finally condense into the physical world. This image need not be logical or detailed. It must be coherent, vibrationally pure, and sustained with certainty. The mistake of the modern being, lost among techniques of affirmation and emotionally charged desires, is to visualize from lack, to project from urgency, to create from hunger. But no image born of lower desire can form stable reality, because lower desire is unstable vibration, crossed frequencies, chaotic patterns. Only the soul, when it remembers its original state, can perceive an image with the power to create without distortion. Visualization is not imagining what one wants. Visualization is remembering what is already true on another plane. An effective image is not invented, it is evoked. The ancient sages of the Black Desert, heirs of a degenerated Atlantean tradition and hidden in the caves of Libya, would say, "You will not see what you desire, you will see what vibrates with you." And in the non-canonical writings of the Gospel of Philip, attributed to the deepest Gnostic circles, it is written, "He who sees not from fullness prolongs the void, but he who sees from being projects the form." Every internal image is a vibratory geometry, and every geometry, held in resonance, brings order. A mental image is not just a visual thought, it is a frequency, a pattern, a living structure inscribed in the energetic field. And this structure, if coherent with the core of your vibrational identity, begins to reorganize your surroundings to manifest itself. But if it is incompatible, if you vibrate fear, doubt, or contradiction, the image dissolves, rebounds, or creates confusion. This is the true art of visualization, not to imagine with force, but to remember with certainty. Not to project from hunger, but to sustain from identity. An image creates not by its emotional intensity in the moment, but by its vibrational stability. The longer you hold an image without distorting it with doubts, fears, or conflicting desires, the more clearly it begins to shape the field around you. This is the true alchemy of thought form, to turn an inner vision into a solid pattern in the outer world, not through effort, but through persistence. This is why the initiates of the White Valley, descendants of the solar lineage from Tibet before its isolation, taught their disciples to carry the image in their chest, not in their forehead. Because the image retained only by the mind fragments, but the image held with body, emotion, and unified will inscribes itself into the ether as a vibratory decree. Understand this. Every visualization is an energetic architecture. Every mental image is an order to the quantum field. Every shape you see within yourself, if sustained, begins to organize the elements around you to make itself real. But beware, not all images create beauty. The same applies to forms distorted by trauma, the recurring scenes of failure, the memories of pain sustained by fear. These too are visualizations, though unconscious. They are geometries and they shape the field. Many live chaotic lives not because they want to, but because they unknowingly project chaotic images. The soul does not distinguish between what you voluntarily envision and what you repeatedly tolerate. If you hold an image with your attention, you are feeding it. If you repeat it without correcting it, you are solidifying it. And once it becomes solid, you will live it. That is where the true magician's first task is not to project new images, but to purify the old ones, to deprogram inherited images, to destroy mental forms that no longer represent the soul's truth. And once the field has been cleansed, to begin projecting with geometric clarity. The later Hermetic texts, especially the Libera Hermetis, attributed to Fosimo of Panopolis, state, "See not with the eye that desires, but with the eye that gives form. For he who desires imagines from emptiness, but he who gives form remembers from fullness." In the Sufi manuscripts of the Al-Qira lineage, it was taught that each soul possesses an inner mirror, a vibratory surface where every authentic image is reflected without distortion. The initiate's task was to clean that mirror of emotional dust and foreign doctrines until the internal vision matched the external reality. When that happened, the world could not resist. It had to align. Visualization then is not manipulation of reality, it is revelation. It is not interference with the external, It is alignment with what already vibrates in another dimension. If that alignment is pure, the field responds. If it is false, it collapses. True visualization is an act of vibrational humility. It does not demand. It does not beg. It simply sees from truth and waits in silence. So practice. Close your eyes. Do not think. Evoke an image that represents what your soul already knows. Do not decorate it. Do not force it. Just feel it, as if it were already familiar. Then breathe within it. Walk with it. Sleep with it. Make that image your new atmosphere, and the obedient world will rearrange itself. Because you do not create what you desire. You create what you can clearly and consistently see, and every pure image becomes form. For the geometry of the soul is law, and what you see from the soul of the universe manifests without exception, without delay, and without error. Chapter 5. The emitter and the projector of vibrational identity. You do not attract what you desire. You attract what you sustain without contradiction. The universe does not respond to your wishes. It responds to your emission. And your emission does not come from what you think on the surface, nor from the words you repeat aloud, not even from the things you imagine with enthusiasm. Your true emission is born from the vibrational identity you inhabit in silence. It comes from the hidden frequency that pulses within you when you are not acting, not affirming, not asking. You are not a passive magnet waiting for the world to give you what you need. You are an active projector, shaping the world around you second by second, according to the pattern you hold within your field. The world is not something offered to you. You mold it. And you do not mold it with intention, but with coherence, because what manifests is not what you want, but what you are vibrationally. What happens to you is not punishment, it is return. It is not a mistake, it is a mirror. It is not external interference, it is sustained emanation. So taught the true masters of the primordial tradition, masters from schools long extinguished, veiled behind names the common mind never came to know. In the oldest annals of the Zohar, in the fragments of the Sefer Be'er, in the lost diagrams of the school of Yin, and in the esoteric teachings of Mithra, the same truth echoes again and again. The world is projection, not as a symbol, not as a metaphor, but as a literal fact. Every figure, every event, every relationship that endures in your life is a form projected from the field of your vibrational identity. And this identity is not your name. It is not your personal story. It is not your opinion of yourself. It is the frequency your soul carries like an unspoken melody, a tone that comes before every word you say. This is why two people can desire the same thing and get completely opposite results, because what separates them is not willpower, but the field sustaining that desire. If the desire is a flower, identity is the soil, and the universe does not respond to the flower. It responds to the kind of earth it was planted in. So the essential question is not, what do I want? But from what identity am I wanting? Because if you desire prosperity from a vibrational identity of lack, you will project obstacles. If you long for love from a vibrational identity of unworthiness, you will summon abandonment. If you seek health from a vibrational identity of devaluation, you will attract exhaustion. Not because you deserve it, but because you're sustaining it without realizing it. This is what the ancients called the hidden name. Every soul carries a vibrational name that expresses its true internal state. And this name, this frequency, not a word, is what the universe obeys. In the higher teachings of Kabbalah, the true work is not about changing circumstances, but about changing the name. Because to change the name is to change the emission. And to change the emission is to change reality. The modern seeker's mistake is trying to attract what they desire without modifying what they emit. They want peace but vibrate anxiety. They want freedom but emit fear. They want abundance but carry an identity built on effort, sacrifice, or self-sabotage. So their field is divided, and what is divided cannot manifest. Because, as was already said, the quantum field does not respond to intention. It responds to coherence. Therefore, the work is not to wish harder, but to reconfigure the emitter. And the emitter is your vibrational identity. Not the one you declare, but the one you carry. The one reflected in your posture, in your breath, and in your silence, in how you walk into a room, in how you receive a word, in how you look and how you listen. All of that is vibration, all of that is emission. And the universe doesn't care about your phrases. It aligns with your tone. Want to know your vibrational identity? Don't analyze, observe. What pattern repeats in your life? What kinds of events or relationships keep returning? What energy do others feel when you're present? What message vibrates in your body when no one is watching? There lies your name. There lies your true emission. And until that frequency changes, nothing profound can be transformed. You can change cities, partners, careers, habits, beliefs. But if you don't change your vibrational identity, what comes back to you will always be the same, dressed in different forms. Vibrational identity cannot be altered with empty affirmations. It transforms through conscious practice by inhabiting a new frequency, not as a mask, not as a mental strategy, but as a deep alignment of emotion, thought, body, and will. This was the practice of the silent magicians of the Antares school, whose existence faded with the fall of the last Syrian temple. They would choose a quality, not a desire, but a frequency, and sustain it for days, weeks, even years. They didn't talk about it, they embodied it. They walked as if they already were it. They breathed as if they were already living it. And in time, the world could not help but reshape itself in their image, because they no longer emitted the old name. They had embodied another, do you understand? It is not what you seek that determines your life. It is what you project from your vibrational name. You are not what you declare. You are not what you desire. You are what you carry when you are silent. And that the universe cannot ignore, so practice. Choose a frequency, an identity you long to inhabit. Feel it, not as aspiration, but as memory. Ask yourself, how would the being who already vibrates in this frequency walk? How would they breathe? How would they look, listen, endure, and release? Then inhabit that frequency for 1 hour. Not as performance, but as a vibrational experiment. Observe what happens and repeat, because the world does not respond to your story, it responds to your name. And if you change your name, everything that happens to you will change with it. Not by miracle, by correspondence, not by external intervention, but by resonance. You are the emitter, you are the projector, and your life is the material pattern of what you have sustained. Until now. Chapter 6. Doubt as inverted magic. Double thinking creates distortion in your emission. It is inverted magic. Every vibrational emission that arises purely and is held steadily becomes architecture of the world. But if that emission is infused with an invisible, contradictory, doubtful frequency, the resulting pattern is not nullified. It is distorted. This distortion is the root of what, in true esoteric science, is called inverted magic. Doubt, from the common perspective, seems harmless, just a sign of caution or rationality, but from the perspective of the emitter, doubt is energetic dissonance. It is a vibrational virus that fractures the field and forces it to emit in opposing directions. Just as a detuned string ruins a symphony, sustained doubt, however silent, breaks the coherent projection and produces a reversed echo. There is no neutral thought, no word without charge, no emotion without consequence. Every emission, no matter how small, leaves a trace in the fabric of the field. Doubt is not just insecurity. It is a contradictory command given to the universe. Every time you desire something, but accompany it with fear, suspicion, or a what if it doesn't happen, you are fragmenting the vibrational instruction. And the universe, who responds only to coherence, receives a broken command. The universe does not punish this fracture. It reflects it. It gives you exactly the distortion you emitted. And thus arise half-realities, diluted results, ambiguous relationships, and broken paths, not because the universe withholds your desire, but because you cannot clearly receive what you emit ambiguously. The Egyptian magicians who served in the inner circles of the temples of Karnak understood this well. The first lesson for any initiate was not to invoke, but to hold a vibration without fracture. They knew a divided thought is like a split arrow in flight. It never reaches its mark. In the Gospel of Truth attributed to the Valentinian Gnostics, it is written, "He who believes without union is divided, and what is divided cannot remain." This teaching, though theological in appearance, is actually energetic law. What is not held as a single vibration cannot remain in manifestation. If your emotion says yes, but your body hesitates. If your thought affirms, but your words deny. If your intention proclaims, but your actions sabotage, then your field emits multiple signals at once, and the result is manifest incoherence. The hidden schools called this internal fracture the shadow of double thought. It is not mere hesitation. It is the inversion of creative energy. Every sustained thought becomes invocation, and if that thought is contaminated by a conflicting frequency, what you invoke is not creation, but suspension, dissolution, or a return to chaos. In the Mutus Liber, the silent book of the alchemists, the adept is shown contemplating two intertwined serpents, one of light, one of darkness. At his feet, a flower that does not bloom. The inscription reads, "Double fire, double death." The message is clear. Contradictory energy prevents creation from blooming. Where there is crossed thought, where there are declarations without faith, where there are mechanical affirmations with no emotional backing, there is no possible alchemy. Here lies the root of inverted magic, when you affirm one thing but vibrate another, when you decree aloud but your emotional field emits the opposite, when you visualize with desire but cannot hold certainty. You are practicing magic, yes, but inverted magic. You are not creating the result you want, you are feeding its opposite. Doubt is not just a mental state, it is a vibrational command. And the universe, as a faithful field, does not judge. It reflects. Give it ambiguity, it gives back ambiguity. Give it certainty, it gives back form. Hold a divided pattern, and it returns a pattern of chaos. The ancient sages of Anatolia, in the lost tradition of the inner eye circle, taught that double thinking was the greatest enemy of the mage. Not because it was an external force, but because it was an internal fracture. They used to say, there is no demon more effective than the echo of yes mixed with no. Because that echo does not just prevent manifestation. It generates energy structures that perpetuate confusion. How is doubt neutralized? Not through repression, not through mental struggle, but through vibrational substitution. You must make visible what was hidden, name the doubt, pull it from the body, identify the pattern, then choose a new frequency, not as escape, but as sustained decision. This requires a practice that is not emotional, but geometric. It is not about feeling better. It is about aligning every plane of being into a single emission, thought, emotion, word, body, intention, all saying the same thing. Only then is there a unified field. Only from that field can creation occur. So practice the art of coherent emission. Choose a true affirmation. Feel whether your body accepts or resists it. Notice if a voice in your mind immediately rejects it. Identify that rejection, name it. Do not flee, do not judge. Then rewrite the phrase from a deeper place, and hold that new emission for hours, days, weeks, without fracture, without contradiction. Only then can the universe offer you a precise creation. Remember, doubt is not prudence, it is distortion. It is not awareness, it is fracture. And where there is fracture, there can be no stable form. The universe responds to clarity, and clarity is what the soul becomes when it has stopped arguing with itself. Chapter 7. The field as the soul's record. Your energetic atmosphere never stops. Everything is recorded. Everything returns. Just as the ancient scribe carved the decrees of the pharaohs onto stone tablets, so too does the soul imprint every one of its emissions onto the invisible fabric that surrounds it. And this fabric is not metaphorical. It is a real, sensitive, and structured field whose purpose is not to protect the soul as a barrier, but to register, emit, and reflect every frequency it has held within. The sages of Akasha called it the garment of light. Syrian seers referred to it as the cloak of return, and the Atlantean initiates named it the ring of the mirror. This field is not governed by rational consciousness. It is shaped by sustained emotional frequency, repeated vibration over time, the dominant tone of one's deep identity. Every recurring thought, every tolerated emotion, every word spoken with intention, every image visualized with belief. This is energy inscribed. It does not vanish, it is not forgotten. It is stored, and from that storage, the resonant structure we later call life begins to take form. The field does not judge. The field does not discern between what you want and what you fear, between what you love and what you avoid, between what you desire and what you reject. It simply records what you hold and mirrors it back. Then, as an obedient reflection of the energy it receives, it returns it in the form of circumstances, encounters, repetitions, synchronicities, and silences. There is no randomness, only feedback. So when you believe something is already resolved because you've stopped consciously thinking about it, but you haven't cleared it vibrationally, it returns, not as punishment, but as an unresolved echo. What hasn't been transmuted in the field remains suspended, and the suspended seeks manifestation to be completed. When the soul incarnates, it doesn't just inherit a physical body, it carries with it a vibrational field that doesn't begin in this life. That field is the sum of all frequencies sustained in other incarnations, and also the result of all present vibrational emissions. This field is not composed of memories, but of patterns. Patterns that don't just live in it, they shape it, they tune or cloud it. And from that structure, the soul attracts its experiences. This is how the Hermetists of Upper Egypt taught. He who does not cleanse his field will repeat his story. He who transmutes his emission organizes his destiny. There is no such thing as a new life if the field continues to vibrate with old configurations, because the field is more loyal than memory. And until there is a conscious vibrational reprogramming, the soul will walk in circles, calling evolution what is actually repetition. Understand this: the field is dynamic but not spontaneous. It responds to your emission, but it does not invent it. It does not make decisions. It merely returns what has been held. If you've been emitting fear for years and only tried to think positively for a few weeks, the field will still resonate with that pattern of fear, not out of cruelty, but out of vibrational loyalty. Because everything emitted is recorded, and what is recorded seeks form. Thus the soul becomes the sculptor of its existence, and the field, the marble on which its vibrations carve their shape. A moment of clarity is not enough. That clarity must be sustained until the field is fully rewritten. The field does not respond to brief impulses. It responds to permanence, and it is in permanence that true transformation occurs. This was known by the guardians of the schools of light in Tartaria, who taught that to alter a recorded pattern in the field, it was necessary to hold a new frequency for 42 days without interruption. Intention was not enough. One had to inhabit the new vibration, like one lives in a new home, like one puts on a new garment. Only what is sustained can reprogram. The energetic atmosphere you carry is your deepest reality. Not what you think, not what you do, not what you declare, but what you emanate without realizing it. When everything is silent, when no one is watching, when judgment is absent. That is your vibrational truth, and that truth is what configures the events of your life. You want to change your reality. Don't change your actions first. Change your atmosphere. Change your field. How is this done? Start by observing. What emotion inhabits your body the most without your awareness? What thought repeats the most, even in silence? What inner images do you sustain without noticing? Then choose an opposite frequency, but tune your soul. Not by force, but by memory. Because the field responds more strongly to what it remembers than to what it learns. If you vibrated fear, begin to emit trust. If you vibrated scarcity, begin to emit sufficiency. If you vibrated guilt, begin to emit forgiveness, but don't declare it, live it. Make it your atmosphere, hold that frequency for hours, days, weeks, and the field, in its obedience, will begin to return it. Because the field doesn't negotiate, it doesn't interpret, it doesn't wait, it only reflects. Everything you once vibrated left a trace, everything you sustained is still acting, everything you emit now will become form tomorrow. The field is the silent scribe of your soul and your life, the faithful reading of what it has written. Chapter 8. See the body as a resonant temple. Emotions sealed within organs, the body vibrates what the soul remains silent about. The body is not just a physiological mechanism or a biological machine accidentally gifted with consciousness. The body is a temple, not symbolically or allegorically, but architecturally. An energetic design in which every organ, every nerve, every tissue, and every cell vibrates like a string tuned to the rhythm of the soul that inhabits it. Within it, the oldest vibrational decrees are manifested. Within it, the deepest secrets of embodied memory resound. There is no silence in the body. Even when we are quiet, even when we fake stillness, the body continues to emit, to feel, to record, because the body is the first mirror of the soul. And what is not spoken, what is not processed, what is not transfigured into consciousness, stays there, encapsulated as tension, as a symptom, as fatigue, illness, or rigidity. Every unexpressed emotion does not disappear. It moves into the organ that vibrates in the same frequency and remains there, like a forgotten sheet of music still playing, like an echo still influencing, like an energetic seal that alters the flow of life force. This is not metaphor. It is vibrational law. Unprocessed fear tightens in the belly where the root of survival lies. Unreleased sorrow weighs on the chest, for the heart is not just muscle, but a magnetic knot. Unacknowledged anger coils in the back, the shoulders, the arms, for these are the parts that were meant to act, to strike, to resist. Guilt lodges in the liver, shame in the throat, lack of self-worth in the knees and feet. Thus the body becomes a map of the wounded soul, but also the instrument of its liberation. Because what was sealed can be felt, recognized, and vibrated with presence, and therefore transmuted. This is not about healing from the mind or blaming the body as if it were guilty. It is about inhabiting the body as what it truly is, an oracle. So taught the sages of the Indus Valley long before vibrational science was buried by dogma. They affirmed, the body does not become ill, it responds. The body does not fail, it communicates. In the hidden texts of the Cachemira school, the body was defined as the sacred instrument of resonance, where the light of the soul is translated into experience. This is why every part of the body has a specific vibration. Every organ resonates with an emotion. Every joint is a doorway that can open or close, depending on the frequency it holds. This isn't learned through anatomy. It is remembered through attention. What part of your body aches when you withhold a truth? Where does your flesh tighten when you lie to yourself? What part weakens when you act from a false identity? You don't need years of study. You need presence. Because when the body is truly listened to, it speaks with the truth the mind has long forgotten. What you call discomfort is often the soul trying to awaken a dormant frequency. What you label illness is often a trapped emotion waiting to be released. And what you identify as disease is often the last voice the body uses to express what could not exit in any other way. This was known by the inner alchemists, who taught that true transmutation does not begin in the mind, it begins in the flesh. To heal the soul, one must first inhabit the body in truth. The body doesn't need to be forced with discipline. It needs to be heard as an altar. It does not ask for effort, it asks for sincerity. Because only when you recognize which emotion has been sealed within, can you begin to free the vibrational pattern that holds it. How is this done? Not through analysis, not through forced techniques, but through embodied presence. Close your eyes. Bring your attention to a part of your body where you feel tension, discomfort, weight, or silence. Ask inwardly, what am I feeling here that I haven't said? Don't wait for words, wait for an image, an emotion, a memory. Acknowledge it, breathe into it, and simply allow that part to vibrate, to tremble, to open or release, because energy does not need to be understood. It needs to be felt, with consciousness. And when the body is inhabited in that way, it becomes a teacher. It no longer gets sick, it no longer screams, it simply vibrates. And when that vibration is pure, it is health. Remember this, what you silence, the body speaks. What you avoid, the body takes. What you reject, the body holds. And when you stop rejecting, avoiding, and silencing, the body begins to release. Because the soul cannot fully vibrate if the body still carries its shadow. The body is a temple, yes, but it is also an altar, an oracle, a mirror, and a gate. And when you inhabit it as such, the entire field rearranges. Chapter 9. Emotion as a secret command. It is not the word that creates, but the sustained feeling held as pure vibration. Before the universe responded to the spoken word, before the mind could conceive an image or an articulated thought, there was already a primordial emotion vibrating, not as a psychological reaction, but as an ordering force, a living intention, a radiant pulse of the soul that shapes the subtle realms with geometric precision. The great esoteric traditions of antiquity, the ones that left no visible temples, only records etched in the ether and in the blood of the initiates. Did they know this? Undoubtedly. Emotion is the first creative language. Not superficial affection, not profane sentimentality, but a sustained vibratory pulse impressed upon the field of existence, determining what becomes visible and what remains hidden. Words can lie, images can shift, thoughts can be deceived, but sustained emotion is irrevocable, not because the universe punishes, but because the universe obeys the deepest pattern. And that pattern is not expressed in phrases, but in continuous vibration. A vibration not spoken by the mouth, but emitted by the soul. This vibration is pure emotion, uncontaminated by inner conflict, undivided by opposing beliefs, unfragmented by contradictions. In the Book of Enoch, whose text was veiled for centuries and preserved only in Ethiopian and Slavic codices, it is written, "And it was given to the children of men the art of moving the earth with their emotion, and commanding the stars with the vibration of their soul." This teaching, excluded from the canon for its dangerous potency, reveals the essential. Emotion is not an effect, but a vibratory cause. What you feel in totality shapes the world, not from desire, but from the non-verbal decree of your inner state. That is why it is not enough to think about what you want, to declare it, or even to visualize it. You must feel it as a vibrational truth. Feel it, not once, not as a fleeting impulse, but as a habitual frequency, an energetic atmosphere that does not fade when you are silent or at rest. The universe does not listen to your phrases, it listens to your field, and that field does not respond to logic or spoken intention. It responds to the emotion you emit without even realizing it. So taught the initiates of the underground schools of Axum, where no mantras were recited, but where vibrational sustenance was practiced. They said, the one who maintains joy in the presence of chaos is the master of the plane. Not because he suppresses, but because he has learned to vibrate from the center, not from reaction. Emotion as command is not enforced through force. It is not faked with enthusiasm. It is not programmed by mechanical repetition. It is held with purity, and that purity is not moral, but resonant. A pure emotional field is one in which the frequency vibrates without interference, where what is felt does not contradict what is thought or what is said. It is an invisible coherence that penetrates everything. And what happens when you sustain an emotion in coherence? Matter responds, not as a miracle, but as a vibrational correspondence. Elements rearrange, bodies heal, relationships recalibrate, opportunities align, not because you are lucky, but because you have become the emitting node of an unshakable frequency. This was known by the alchemists of Mount Ararat, who taught that every emotion sustained through 42 breaths without contradiction creates an etheric seal, a vibrational inscription that begins to reorganize the disposition of the elements. They said what you sustain with purity becomes sacred geometry. But the opposite is also true. When you sustain contaminated emotions, guilt disguised as humility, fear disguised as prudence, lack disguised as desire, you imprint confused patterns into the field. And these patterns are obeyed with the same precision as the pure ones, because the universe does not distinguish between true and false. It distinguishes between coherence and contradiction. This is why so many people experience outcomes that oppose their intentions, not because they fail, not because they are unworthy, but because their dominant emotions contradict their conscious desires, and the universe, which responds only to the strongest frequency, returns what is sustained, not what is declared. So how do you transform emotion into a conscious command? First, by recognizing that emotion is not a passive state, it is an emission. Second, by understanding that every emotion can be held steadily. Third, by choosing an emotion aligned with what you want to live. And finally, by training both body and soul to emit it without interruption, not as an act, not as denial, but as a manifestation of power. Peace, for instance, is not the absence of conflict. It is a vibratory presence. Joy is not euphoria, it is certainty. Dignity is not pride, it is structural clarity. And when those emotions are sustained without dependence on external circumstances, they become silent commands that the universe cannot disobey. So practice. Choose a single emotion you want to use as your command today. Don't force it. Feel it. Remember a moment when you already lived it. Breathe into it. Walk in it. Speak from it. Hold that vibration for 5 minutes, then for an hour, then for a whole day. And observe. Do not wait for results. Just observe how the world begins to organize itself around you, because the universe does not respond to requests. It responds to vibrational states. And that state is signed not by your words, but by your emotions. You do not create what you say. You create what you feel is true, even if unspoken, because emotion is the command that gives the order before the word is ever pronounced. Chapter 10. The quantum field as a mirror of emission. The world does not respond, it reflects. The field does not evaluate, it obeys. There is no external will shaping the destiny of men. There is no divine judgment that determines their fortune, nor is there blind chance drawing their path. The life you experience, every scene that unfolds in time, every face you encounter, every repeated circumstance, is nothing but the reverberation of an invisible field that surrounds and penetrates us, the quantum field. This field is not a theory and it is not a symbol. It is a subtle and vibrational substance, alive, sensitive, and obedient. Within it, the emissions of the soul are inscribed, not as passive records, but as active molds that organize matter. The field does not reason. It does not interpret. It does not assess. The field obeys, and it obeys the dominant vibrational emission sustained by the soul, not superficial desire, not words spoken without conviction, not images projected with hunger. The field responds only to what is emitted with permanence, within a coherence and with embodied certainty. This principle was known in the remote ages by every mystery school that received its knowledge from the primordial light. The Aryans of Imabat, the sages of Herido, the prophets of the desert, all of them agreed on the essential truth. The world does not respond, it reflects. Life does not happen to you, it happens from you. There is no outside without inside, no destiny without emission, no response without a signal. The universe makes no decision for you. It does not weigh your merit or measure your morality. It reflects with absolute fidelity the vibrational pattern emitted from the core of your being, even when you are unaware of it. This is why so many say they seek healing, yet sustain the frequency of illness. They proclaim freedom, yet vibrate from fear. They declare abundance, yet emit scarcity. And the field, which can only return exactly what it receives, materializes the dominant frequency, not the noblest thought or the purest intention. Everything is a mirror, not as an inspirational metaphor, but as a structural law of the universe. Just as light, when it strikes a polished surface, returns at the precise angle of incidence, life too reflects back to you, without distortion, the internal image you hold. There is no form that wasn't preceded by emission, no experience that didn't begin as frequency. Once you understand this, you stop waiting, you stop stealing, you stop blaming, and you claim the inner power to observe your own field. What am I truly projecting? What image vibrates behind my words? What emotion have I held so long that I don't even know I'm emitting it? This act of self-inquiry is not psychological, it is vibrational. It is not about thinking better, it is about feeling from a different place. The quantum field is not neutral, but neither is it whimsical. It does not decide, it only reflects. It does not reward, it only reorganizes. And it does so with such precision that the patterns you repeat in your life are direct proof of the vibration you have yet to transmute. This is why everything emitted returns. This is why time is the stage upon which vibration takes form. And this is why changing your life requires changing the frequency projected from your core. Not the words you use, nor the ideas you hold intellectually. To alter the mirror, you do not break the reflection. You change the source of the emission. The real work is not outward, it is toward the center. And this center is not metaphysical or abstract. It is a real point of energetic emission, a radiant core found at the place where the soul and the body intertwine. From there, everything you are is broadcast as a continuous signal. And that signal shapes matter, organizes relationships, aligns opportunities, and even attracts the challenges your frequency permits. Do you wish to change your external experience? Don't affirm, don't declare. First, listen to the field you are already emitting. Observe the repetitions, hear the patterns. Pay attention to the symptoms. Contemplate the architecture of your days. Because that is the mirror. And the mirror does not lie, and the mirror does not give opinions. It only reflects. This realization is liberating, but also demanding. It demands constant presence. It demands energetic responsibility. It demands abandoning the illusion that the world owes you something and beginning to live as what you truly are. The sole emitter responsible for your field. So cultivate the frequency you wish to see reflected. Do it not as a mental practice, but as a vibrational habit. Live in gratitude if you desire expansion. Live in peace if you desire order. Live in sufficiency if you desire fulfillment. And sustain that vibration without waiting for external validation. Because the field does not respond to hope. It responds to consolidated vibrational identity. And when that identity is clear, firm, and coherent, the field reorganizes itself without delay. This is how what once seemed miraculous becomes manifest. Not by chance, not as a reward, but through correspondence. What you project returns. What you sustain becomes law. What you emit takes form. The field does not forget. The field does not deny. The field only returns. Chapter 11, Visualization Without Hunger, the Hermetic Science. He who sees with urgency invokes lack. He who visualizes with certainty summons form. Not every inner vision is creative. Not all imagining is an act of magic. To visualize is not to fantasize, to escape, or to desire with overwhelming emotional intensity. To visualize in its purest and most operative sense is to emit an inner image, as if it were already real, without need, without hunger, without anxiety, because the tool does not manifest what it begs for, but what it recognizes as its own. The Hermetic principle governing creative visualization lies not in the strength of desire, but in the purity of the vibratory hold. What you see internally does not produce form because you long for it, but because you behold it from an identity that already inhabits it. When vision is contaminated by urgency, the resulting emission is not creation, but reinforcement of the void. And the obedient quantum field reflects not what you ask for, but what you project as atmosphere. This is what the initiates of Zosimus of Panopolis taught in the silent halls of Alexandrian Hermeticism. Do not see with the eye of desire, see with the eye that shapes. For desire screams the absent, but pure vision vibrates the present. This does not imply indifference, but vibrational detachment. It means that to create from vision, you must see what you desire as if it already is, not as something that could come if you do the right thing. This is the forgotten science of hermetic visualization. Align the feeling with certainty, not with hope. The error of modern minds is turning visualization into an anxious ritual, a desperate plea disguised as positivity. But any visualization that begins with, "I don't have it," inscribes itself in the field as lack. And that lack, even if dressed in enthusiasm, is reflected faithfully. Because the universe does not listen to your images, it listens to the vibration with which you hold them. To visualize with hunger is to insist on what is missing. To visualize with certainty is to hold what already vibrates as truth. This was understood in the silenced Gnostic schools, where they did not teach how to ask, but how to remember the internal scene that the soul already knows on another plane. There they taught to enter a vibratory state where time collapses and the image is no longer a possibility, but an emanation, because the soul does not imagine the future. The soul remembers what already vibrates on another level of its field, and by remembering it without resistance, it precipitates it into the physical plane. This is the secret hinted at in the Gospel of Philip when it says, "Faith is the form of gold before the fire." What is already lived internally with silent conviction is ordered externally without struggle. Because the universe does not react to desire, it responds to the consolidated vibratory structure. So as you visualize with power, do not imagine with anxiety, do not force an image, do not dramatize the longing, but gently enter a simple, stable, habitual scene where you already live what you desire. Not a celebration, not an extraordinary outcome, but a transformed normality. For example, do not imagine the moment when you finally achieve something. Imagine an ordinary day where that is already integrated. How do you breathe in that life? What do you do when you wake up? What no longer worries you? What do you feel as you walk? It is not about seeing something ideal, but about feeling something natural. And there lies the science. When the body vibrates as if it already lived that image, the field changes coordinates because the quantum field does not respond to the content of the image, but to the vibratory state from which you hold it. To visualize is not to send an order, it is to inhabit a frequency code. That is why the wise men of the desert taught, "He who sees from need extends the journey. He who sees from joy summons without asking, for need repels, but vibratory identity attracts." And this is the most precise teaching. It is not you who must attract the form. It is the form that cannot avoid precipitating itself when you already vibrate as it does. This is how the true magician visualizes in silence, in coherence, in certainty. He does not imagine to obtain. He remembers what already is, and by remembering it, he summons it without stealing. Practice. Today, close your eyes and imagine a scene. Do not ask for anything. Do not invoke anything. Just feel how your body behaves if what you desire already is. What tone does your voice have? What space does your energy occupy? Stay there, and then live the day as if you had already returned from that place. Not as theater, but as resonance, because the universe does not respond to the image, it responds to the one who holds the image without tremor. Chapter 12, The Silence That Orders, the Art of the Dictum Cognitum. To order is not to command, it is to align. The pure verb is incarnated geometry. Not every word creates, not every verb carries fire. Only the verb that has been gestated in inner silence, nourished by pure emotion, fine-tuned by vibratory identity, and launched from the core without contradiction, becomes dictum with dictum. The incarnated word that requires no effort, that does not beg, that does not waver, that orders without violence. The universe does not respond to the shout, it responds to the frequency, and that frequency is not modulated in speech, but in the internal state. Therefore silence precedes the true creative act, and only from silence can one create a verb that does not divide. The ancient sages of the Chaldean lineage, whose science was buried by successive empires but preserved in nameless manuscripts, taught that to order is not to impose, but to remember. To remember the perfect form, to remember the original design, to remember the state in which matter obeyed without resistance. For the world does not need to be convinced, the world is waiting to be aligned. The dictum conditum is the art of speaking when there is no longer separation between what is said, what is felt, what is believed, and what is. When the verb is not will, but emanation. When the sound is merely the projection of a geometry already established in the field, when one is no longer seeking to provoke an effect, but to manifest a frequency that cannot help but become form. This verb born of vibratory silence does not repeat. It does not need reinforcement. Once pronounced from the center, it is enough to alter the configuration of the environment. This is how the ancient prophets acted. They did not beg, they did not negotiate. They said rise, and the form obeyed. They said open, and the field reordered not by privilege but because they emitted without distortion. The key was not in the word, but in the vibratory state from which the word emerged. And that state can only be reached in silence, not physical silence, but structural silence. The internal cessations, the stillness of the mind that no longer fears, the calm of emotion that no longer interferes, the alignment of the soul that no longer doubts. That silence is the matrix of the pure verb, and the pure verb does not declare, it reveals. It does not create from nothing, it calls from the form that already exists in the subtle dimension. The wise men of northern Mesopotamia said, the word that comes from hunger drags shadow. The word that comes from the center generates worlds, and that is why dictum with dictum is not magic. It is vibratory geometry incarnated in sound, a frequency that has been held without fissure and that, when pronounced, acts not as a request but as law. Thus, to order is not to command, but to allow the form that already vibrates in the soul to imprint itself upon matter. And that is only possible when the verb is the legitimate child of silence. Do you want your word to create? Then do not repeat. Align. Align your emotion. Align your identity. Align your vibratory memory. And from that axis, let the verb be born without effort, without urgency, without the need to be heard. Because the true verb does not need to be believed to be fulfilled. It only needs to be pronounced from being. And the one who pronounces from being does not beg, does not demand, does not dramatize, he simply says, and what is said is. Chapter 13, the signal and the correction, the universe as instructor. What repeats is vibrational instruction. There is no randomness, there is echo. Those who still see the events of their lives as a series of random, disconnected, or whimsical happenings remain asleep under the deepest veil. Because in the universe nothing is random. Everything is vibrational. Nothing happens just because, but because it was emitted. Everything that manifests first manifested as the echo of a previous pulse, as a loving correction of a deviation, as guidance back to the original frequency. The universe does not teach with words, does not correct with punishments, does not educate with doctrines. The universe reflects, and when the signal you emit is not aligned with your essential design, that signal distorts in the field, and that distortion returns as a repeated circumstance, persistent blockage, recurring pain, repeated loss, or cyclical attachment. Not as a condemnation, but as a vibrating mirror that never stops telling you, this is what you are emitting, this is what you are tolerating, this is what you must align. There is no external destiny that decides for you. There is no higher entity that determines your life course as if you were a puppet of its decrees. The signal you yourself hold is the only law that organizes your experience. The ancients taught that repetition is not karma, it is instruction. The circumstance that returns is not punishment, it is a mirror. The pain that insists is not injustice, it is a vibrational clue. And if the universe keeps showing you a form, it is not because it has become blind, but because you have not changed the emission that summons it. Thus taught the wise of the Melchizedek lineage, every form that persists is the response to an unrecognized frequency, and every unrecognized frequency transforms into a loop. And the loop is not broken by will, it is broken by vibrational consciousness, by changing the signal. You stumble over the same attachments, travel the same internal landscapes, even though you change your surroundings. The same obstacles chase you, though you swear you've learned. Then you are not condemned, you are being instructed. The universe will not cease reflecting the signal you hold until you modify its frequency at the core of your emission. And when that frequency changes, reality rearranges effortlessly. Not because you deserve it, not because now you understand it, but because there is no longer any resonance with the previous pattern. The signal is law, and any law that is not observed becomes a disguised teacher. The ancient soul does not need so much to speak to itself as to listen to what it lives. And every experience that seems to come from the outside is in truth a wave of return. That is correction. It is teaching without voice. And here lies the difference between the sleeping seeker and the conscious traveler. The sleeping one believes that life strikes them. The conscious one understands that life speaks to them. And when they listen, they give thanks. Not because they like the reflection, but because they have remembered that the reflection is the key. It is not about enduring what hurts. It is about reading the pattern that sustains it, and from there, transmuting it. That is why the initiates of the Rothano said, when something happens 3 times, it is not a mistake, it is instruction. And when something happens 3 times, it is not punishment, it is misaligned vibration. Every signal is an opportunity for vibrational correction, and every correction, if attended to without judgment or stubbornness, opens a new node of evolution. Do you want to know what you are emitting? Look at your reality, not your words, not your intentions, your atmosphere, your repetitions, your attachments. There, your predominant signal is revealed with absolute clarity. And if you don't like what you see, don't flee from the form, change the frequency. The universe never stops responding, but its response is not moral, it is quantum. It does not reward, it reflects. It does not punish, it returns. And when you return a purified, aligned, and firm signal, the field no longer has reasons to repeat the lesson. Then the form changes, not by luck, not by miracle, but because the geometry of the soul has been restored. Chapter 14, The Shadow's Hidden Programmer. What you do not know governs you. The unconscious is not passive, it is an active emitter. Long before the soul incarnates in a body, it has already drawn a vibrational map. This map, which in its purest form is the geometry of essential will, distorts in the dense plane due to unredeemed forces, unseen frequencies, and hidden aspects of consciousness that continue to emit without permission, without control, and most importantly, without being recognized. This collection of unrevealed contents, unintegrated powers, unacknowledged traumas, and unexpressed emotions was named the shadow by the ancient schools. And this shadow is not an evil energy. It is simply an unrecognized vibration that continues to act as a programmer of your energetic field. The modern mistake has been to reduce the unconscious to a passive file, a dark warehouse where unprocessed experiences are deposited. But in truth, the unconscious is an active emitting core, a source of constant vibration that shapes reality as strongly as conscious thought. The shadow creates not because you want to sabotage yourself, but because everything that vibrates emits, and everything that emits orders. And what you do not name from consciousness, you name from omission. What you choose not to look at, you project, and what you project from unconsciousness becomes errant destiny. That is why the ancients did not fear the darkness. They interrogated it, did not flee from their ghosts, they gave them a name. As the Egyptian initiates said in the texts never transcribed into Greek, there is no shadow that does not hold a verb, and there is no verb that cannot be pronounced from the purified soul. To name is not to declare. To name is to illuminate the pattern, and what is illuminated loses its autonomous power. The shadow, then, is not the enemy. It is an unmonitored programmer. And like every programmer, it writes orders. Orders of attachment, orders of failure, orders of loss, orders of self-sabotage. And these orders are not emitted with phrases. They are emitted with internal images, automatic emotions, bodily tensions, and unchallenged identity structures. The soul, when it neglects its shadow, turns it into the architect of the field. And that field, as we already know, does not distinguish between the conscious and the unconscious. It only reflects what it receives. That is why many life stories they do not wish, repeat patterns they do not understand, suffer attachments they did not choose. And when they ask, why is this happening to me? The answer is not on the surface. The answer is in the shadow that was not named. And how is the shadow named? Not with judgment, not with drama, not with discursive therapy. It is named from the core. It is named with the fire of neutral consciousness. It is given a face, a sound, a form, and then it is integrated as part of the original design. Because every shadow is potential fallen power, and every fallen power waits to be rescued from the unconscious and aligned with the higher purpose. Thus, the sages of the ancient Chaldean tradition understood every personal demon is a virtue without use, every sabotage a power without direction. The shadow is not destroyed, it is reprogrammed. And to reprogram it, one must dialogue with it. What part of me believes it cannot? What emotion prevents me from maintaining the vibrational order? What internal image continues speaking to me from the past? These questions are not made with the mind, they are made with vibrational attention, and the soul answers, the shadow reveals, and what was hidden becomes available energy. Because the unconscious, far from being a prison, is an inexhaustible source of creative emission, as long as its content has been transmuted into conscious presence. What you do not name programs you, what you name aligns, and what you integrate becomes a tool for manifestation. The true magician does not repress their shadow, they face it head on, offering light, and turn it into the invisible column of their vibrational temple. Chapter 15, the final door, the mind as the potter of the cosmos. Everything returns, everything responds. The mind does not think, it shapes destiny. There is no silence in the universe, only frequencies unheard. There is no inertia, only uncomprehended emission. The entire cosmos is a network of resonances, a living matrix where every vibration finds its mirror, every impulse its reflection, and every thought its corresponding manifestation. In this great fabric, the mind is not merely a container of ideas or a logical faculty. It is the invisible potter of destiny, the shaper of form, the configurator of the field. There is no reality that has not first been molded in the furnace of the mind. There is no event that has not sprouted as a figure from the invisible mold of a sustained thought form. There is no matter that is not at its root a condensed idea. And not all ideas suffice, not all thoughts are enough. Only that which is sustained with pure frequency, stable emotion, and undivided certainty descends from the abstract plane to the concrete plane, from the manifested mental world. For the mind, when it is not unified, does not create, it contradicts. And when it contradicts, it does not shape, it fragments. And the fragmented returns as chaos, repetition, and confused echo. Thus, the initiates from the Valley of the Double Moon taught, thought without axis is clay without form, but thought with certainty is the seal the field imprints. The mind is not useful for what it analyzes, it is creator for what it consolidates, because the universe does not respond to isolated thought, but to the continued mental emission that vibrates with structural coherence. Thus, to think is not to think is to shape, to think is to emit, to think is to sow structures in the ether that the obedient field transforms into forms, events, connections, and scenarios. The mind, then, is the final door of the creative process, because it is in it that all previous forces converge. The sustained emotion, the vibratory identity, the internal image, the spoken word, the redeemed shadow. All of this arrives at the mind as the center of synthesis, and from there, the total emission is launched. An emission that can only return, for what you send out returns, what you project becomes concrete. What you model with your mind is not only your reality, it is your lineage, your work, and your temple. And the quantum field, perfectly neutral, infinitely obedient, does nothing but return the exact echo of your predominant mental form. Thus the return is law. The law of return is not moral, it is not judgment, it is spiritual physics, it is energetic architecture. What you think with emotion, with certainty, and with aligned internal image transforms into a sequence that the universe reproduces without delay, and not to punish or reward you, but because it cannot do otherwise. The mind is then the brush of the soul, and the universe is the canvas. But there is no canvas without stroke, no form without design. And the design begins in the subtle space where your thought becomes structured vibration. That is why the ancient Hermetic sages, before pronouncing any word, purified their minds for entire days, because they knew that a single mental image, sustained with stable emotion, could change the geometry of their surroundings for generations. And that power was not reserved for the chosen. It was the power of every human being who remembers who they are and understands that thought is not a luxury, nor a fire, nor an intellectual exercise. It is a creative tool, a frequency of molding, a flame that, once cast, seeks matter to incarnate and always incarnates. That is why there is no deeper error than thinking without direction. There is no more lethal neglect than holding internal images of lack, doubt, guilt, or self-condemnation. Because the field does not decipher your intention, it deciphers your frequency. And your frequency is defined by what you think when no one is watching, by what you hold when you no longer speak, by what you emit when you no longer pretend. Thus the return is the ultimate test, the exact measure of your emission, and the most noble mirror of the soul. Not to make you fear, but to make you assume. The mind does not rest. There is no pause in its emission. Therefore everything you hold within it, even without words, eventually becomes a lived reality. What you think today is the atmosphere of your tomorrow. What you model now is the structure of your year. And what you emit without vigilance is the silent architecture of your next destiny. That is why this is the final chapter, not because it is the end, but because it is the origin of everything that is to manifest. The mind is the crucible. The mind is the door. The mind is the source code of form. And you, ancient soul, have remembered that you are not here to see what happens. You are here to decide what you emit and assume what you receive, because everything returns, and you are the cause. Amen.
Have you ever felt that there is something invisible guiding your life, as if subtle signs were trying to awaken you from a long spiritual slumber? Perhaps what you call coincidence is, in fact, a coded invitation. Among all the symbols that cross the history of spirituality, few are as laden with mystery as the number 33. Associated with the age of Jesus at the time of his crucifixion, this number has been revered, feared, and hidden for centuries, not by chance. In various esoteric traditions, it represents the highest point of the spiritual ladder, the peak of an inner journey that transforms the ordinary human being into a channel of divine light. But what if Jesus' 33 years were not just chronological, but a hidden spiritual map in plain sight? In institutionalized Christianity, the narrative of Christ's life often boils down to miracles, crucifixion, and resurrection. But there is a less explored layer, where each step of his journey is a symbolic code, a hidden key to a process of enlightenment that can be experienced by any awakened human being. Jesus, as a universal archetype, did not come just to be worshipped. He came as a master of the way, a silent teacher for those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. Within each gesture, there is an unspoken lesson, and within each phase of his life, a step on the path back to the divine. The number 33 is revered by various spiritual traditions and occult schools. In Kabbalah, it appears as the degree of union between the higher and lower worlds. In Freemasonry, 33 is the highest degree of spiritual elevation. In the human body, there are 33 vertebrae that support the spine, the same spine through which the energy of the Kundalini rises in the Eastern tradition. It's not a coincidence, it's cosmic architecture. All of this points to the same principle, ascension. But the real question is, does the Book of the 33 Steps really exist? Something that, even without physical pages, is recorded in symbols, archetypes, and historical gestures, waiting to be decoded. If this book exists, it's not in a library, nor hidden in a scroll. It is printed in the life of a master, a spiritual roadmap lived in the flesh, a divine theater enacted to awaken humanity. The steps are not numbered, but they are there, veiled between parables and actions, revealed to those who have the courage to dig within themselves. The life of Jesus can be read as an external gospel, but also as an internal manual. An invitation to walk the same 33 steps that led him from incarnation to enlightenment. And this invitation, subtle and silent, still echoes for those who have the sensitivity to listen. Before any religion existed, there was the calling. The calling is that silent unrest, pulsing in the heart of those who feel that life cannot just be this. To be born, pay bills, repeat routines, and then die. Jesus answered this calling fully, and throughout his 33 years he showed us how to respond to this calling with courage, surrender, and presence. He did not promise ease. He offered truth, and the truth, for those who truly seek it, is a path that demands everything. That's why the map is not for everyone, only for those who accept losing the world to find their soul. The journey of the 33 steps begins in the innermost part of the being. It's not about geography, but about consciousness. The first step is the recognition that we are lost, not in the world, but from ourselves. Each of these steps requires a renunciation, an integration, and a revelation. Contrary to what many think, the spiritual path is not an escape from life, but a radical plunge into its essence. And Jesus, with his public and silent life, offered not dogmas, but demonstrations. He did not ask for worship. He asked us to follow him, not with our feet, but with our heart. The Book of 33 Steps can be interpreted as the invisible trail that leads from identification with the ego to the incarnation of the spirit. Each step is like a station of transformation. What separates us from a full and awakened life are not the external circumstances, but the internal veils, veils of fear, of it. Welcome to True Awakening Channel, where we break mental chains, awaken to higher truths, and remember the power within. This is your space to unlearn the lies, reprogram your mind, and reconnect with the divine reality that lives inside you. Let's rise together.
In a hidden corner of reality, where time and space intertwine, there exists a vast invisible ocean, a primordial ether that connects everything we know with what lies beyond our comprehension. It is a mysterious domain, filled with forgotten secrets and knowledge, a realm where the laws of physics seem to dissolve, and where human consciousness expands beyond the limits of reason. The Secrets of the Ether, the legacy of Max Heindel, invites us to dive into this vast invisible ocean and explore the mysteries lying within the etheric currents that surround us. On this fascinating journey, we will immerse ourselves in the depths of the spiritual universe, where matter and energy merge in a cosmic ballet, and where we will discover that everything that exists, every thought, every emotion, every action leaves an imprint on the subtle vibrations of the ether. Throughout this text, we will delve into the hidden secrets of creation, the invisible forces that shape our destiny, and the guiding principles that lead us toward a deeper understanding of the cosmos. What once seemed like an intangible and distant world is revealed to us as a living, pulsating reality, waiting to be understood. Are you ready to discover what lies beyond the visible, to learn the secrets the ether holds for those brave enough to seek the truth? Join us on this transcendental adventure, where every word, every teaching will take us one step closer to unveiling what only a few have been able to sense, and many others have feared to know. This is a journey into the unknown. This is the secrets of the ether. The eyes have been the gateway to the visible world. The eyes have served as a gateway to the visible world. Yet in their limited nature, they have concealed more than they have revealed. Humanity, in its infinite quest to unravel the mysteries of existence, has intuited that beyond matter, beyond form, lies a subtle web of invisible forces. These vibrant and incessant energies constitute the true fabric of reality, the ethereal architecture upon which the phenomenal world is built. This work is not merely a treatise, it is a map leading to these veiled dimensions. It is not an instruction manual, but a beacon illuminating the shadows of ordinary perception. Through its pages, the mystery of the ether is unveiled, that primordial substance that permeates the cosmos and animates life. The author, an initiate in the occult sciences, meticulously outlines the anatomy of the various etheric levels: the chemical ether, the vital ether, the luminous ether, and the reflective ether, each playing an essential role in the dance of existence. Yet this knowledge is not just an intellectual exercise, but a calling. Those who have glimpsed the delicate boundary between the visible and the invisible understand that knowledge carries responsibility. The etheric vision that begins to emerge in the modern psyche is both a blessing and a challenge. As humanity advances toward the age of Aquarius, the perception of subtle worlds will no longer be the privilege of a few, but a collective awakening. With it, the veils of ignorance will fall, making it impossible for individuals to hide their true nature behind the mask of appearances. There will be no refuge but truth, no escape but the acceptance of our own luminous essence. In a world where cosmic forces are intensifying, consciousness is expanding, allowing us to glimpse the vast network of energies that surround us. Those who learn to see with the eyes of the spirit will understand that life is not only what meets the eye, but a field of interconnected forces, a river of vibrations flowing ceaselessly. Thus, this book is a portal to a broader reality, not a text to be read and forgotten, but a threshold to be crossed. Those who venture into its pages will discover that the knowledge of ether is not merely a key to expanded perception, but a path toward understanding the great mystery of existence. Etheric Vision and What It Reveals, Max Heindel. We have noticed that over 90% of those who visit our channel are not subscribed. You can support this project by pressing the subscribe button and liking the video. Thank you for inspiring us to continue creating more and better content for you. Are you ready to transform your life? In 1918, Max Heindel wrote about the preparation process for the Age of Aquarius, stating that this era, being an airy, scientific, and intellectual sign, would bring a new faith rooted in reason, capable of resolving the enigma of life and death in a way that satisfies both the mind and the religious instinct. Just as we have developed 5 senses to connect with the visible world, in the distant future, we will develop another sense that will allow us to see the inhabitants of the etheric region, including our loved ones who have left their physical bodies and now dwell in the ether and lower desire world in the early stages of their spiritual journey. Aquarius governs the ethers. The great flood that sank the ancient continent of Atlantis, described in the biblical story of Noah, removed much of the moisture from the atmosphere. However, when the sun enters Aquarius by precession, even more moisture will dissipate, intensifying visual vibrations that travel more easily through a dry, etheric atmosphere. This will create conditions favorable for the gradual extension of human vision, opening our eyes to the etheric realm. The increasing number of psychics in California is an example of the effects of a dry, electrically charged atmosphere. Though it is not yet as dry as it will be in the age of Aquarius, those who aspire to this expanded perception can accelerate their development through aspiration and meditation. In contrast, those unaware of these changes may delay their etheric vision by dismissing early perceptions as hallucinations or fearing they will be judged insane. Thus, the Rosicrucian Fellowship has been entrusted by the Elder Brothers with the mission of spreading the gospel of the age of Aquarius, carrying out an educational campaign to prepare humanity for what lies ahead. The world must be enlightened with these ideas. The conditions in the land of the so-called dead are not mysterious. Their knowledge is as accessible as foreign lands through the accounts of travelers. We are approaching a threshold where these truths will become evident. Most importantly, we can accelerate this awakening by acquiring knowledge of post-mortem existence and the phenomena we can expect to encounter. This awareness will prevent fear, shock, or disbelief when we begin to perceive these realities. Yet as wondrous as these developments may be, they come with responsibility. Students of esoteric wisdom must realize that possessing knowledge entails a great duty. To whom much is given, much is required. If we bury our talents, we cannot expect to avoid just consequences. The Rosicrucian Fellowship can only fulfill its mission if each member commits to spreading these teachings and living the spiritual life. This duty is not about building grand institutions or amassing wealth, but about disseminating wisdom and preparing the world for the next evolutionary step in human consciousness. Our duty in the new era. Our duty is simply to spread the truths related to the new era in whatever way circumstances determine. We do not need to mention the word Rosicrucian or the Rosicrucian Brotherhood. However, if we are asked about the source of our knowledge, it is both our privilege and our duty to tell the truth and share our spiritual background. Of course, we should not force our views upon unwilling ears. Today, psychiatric hospitals are filled with cases of so-called nervous and mental breakdowns, which are in reality people suffering from exposure to psychic forces they do not understand. As a result, they become nervous, emotionally drained, and overcome with fear. These conditions are caused by overstimulation of the great solar plexus nerve center before the higher brain centers have sufficiently developed to provide control. We mention this only in passing as a symptom of the increasing sensitivity brought about by the approach of the age of Aquarius. It is not only the solar plexus that receives stimulation from cosmic forces, but also other nerve centers, including the optic nerve and brain areas related to vision, specifically the extended vision associated with the etheric region. Etheric vision normally depends on the sensitivity of the optic nerve. However, even when the optic nerve is defective or destroyed, etheric vision may develop through alternative neural pathways. It is said that much of the defective vision present today is due to the increasing densification of the ethers, which is part of the overall effect of solar radiation. When the sun moves closer to Aquarius at the spring equinox by precession, etheric sight will become more common. Through etheric vision, it is possible to see everything that exists in the etheric region of the physical world. When this sight first develops, it reveals the lowest ether, the chemical ether, which varies in color from blue-gray to deep violet or nearly black. Max Heindel describes the chemical ether as dark or almost black due to the interaction of other ethers within it. Depending on their density, these ethers may also appear reddish blue, magenta, violet, or purple. When someone perceives an object with etheric sight, they see through it in a manner similar to how X-rays penetrate solid matter, hence the term X-ray vision, though this is not entirely accurate. The observer first sees the outermost layer, then the adjacent inner layers, and finally the farthest side of the object. One may develop higher degrees of vision, such as astral or mental sight, and yet lack etheric vision. With etheric sight, one can see through books, papers, letters, walls, or any other object for a short distance. In the age of Aquarius, when etheric vision becomes widespread, studying anatomy will become much easier. Doctors will be able to directly observe anatomical structures and physiological processes without obstruction, allowing them to detect diseases, dislocations, and pathological conditions with ease. As the new era progresses and the masses develop etheric sight, it will become nearly impossible for people to lead double lives, behaving one way in public and another at home. If we were currently aware of the invisible entities that swarm in our homes, we would often feel ashamed of our actions and words. These various beings that fill the air are attracted to people of similar nature, whether good or bad. Lower evolved entities lack the intelligence to maintain a disguise for long, and must eventually reveal their true nature. Whether visible or not, etheric entities feed on the vital ether of those to whom they are drawn. If they remain within a person's aura, they not only influence them toward negativity, but also weaken their vital body, leading to nervous exhaustion, partial possession, or obsession. It is as impossible to clear one's aura of such entities without complete moral and emotional purification as it is to eradicate malaria without draining the swamps where mosquitoes breed. When the atmosphere is filled with such entities, they will unmistakably reveal the psychic and mental impurity of those who harbor them. In the new era, when nearly everyone has the power to see these beings, there will be no way to hide one's true character. Privacy will be nearly impossible, as anyone who wishes to see us will be able to do so. It will no longer be effective to send a messenger to tell an unwanted visitor that we are unavailable. This means that in the new era, honesty and transparency will be the only policies worth following, for wrongdoing will no longer go unnoticed. There will always be individuals drawn to evil, both now and in the future, but at least they will be exposed. Regarding etheric vision, Max Heindel further states, MS 591A2, that experience has shown that afflicted stellar rays from certain parts of the zodiac interfere with etheric vibrations perceived by the retina, thereby impairing physical sight. If Neptune is focused through one of these regions in the natal chart, the so-called blind spot in the eye, which is normally inactive, may become sensitized by Neptune's spiritual ray affecting vision. That is, the spinal spiritual fire. Thus, it is possible for a person who is physically nearsighted or even blind to see the spiritual worlds that remain hidden from those whose vision is focused through mercurial vibrations in the nerves governed by Mercury. Again, in Letters to Students P. 82, we do not see physical objects outside the eye. They are reflected onto the retina, and we only perceive their image inside the eye. Since light is the agent of reflection, objects that resist the passage of light appear opaque. Other substances, like glass, seem clear because they easily admit light rays. When spiritual sight is used, a light of superlative intensity is generated within the body, between the pituitary and pineal glands. This light is then focused through the so-called blind spot of the eye directly onto the object under investigation. The reach of this direct ray is entirely different from that of the physical reflected ray. It penetrates a wall without difficulty. Recent discoveries suggest that the function of the retina is more analytical and selective than previously believed, but this does not affect the correctness of the above statements. On etheric sight, the chemical ether within the human body and the etheric region of the Earth's planetary envelope are integral parts of the physical Earth itself. They are not spiritual, except in the sense that all living matter is an expression of God's beauty and wisdom. The etheric region is commonly called the lowest of the invisible spiritual regions, and etheric sight is often considered the lowest form of spiritual vision. Though it may be the lowest, it reveals a world beyond the physical sight, a magical realm for those fortunate enough to behold it. There are several types of vision beyond normal physical sight. As mentioned before, etheric sight depends partly on the sensitization of the optic nerve. It also requires a certain degree of looseness between the etheric and physical bodies. In primitive races, this looseness allows entire populations to experience some degree of etheric vision. As a result, the existence of fairies and spirits is never doubted, and both white and black magic flourish. These individuals are so sensitive to psychic forces that, when targeted by occult practitioners, they have been known to lie down and die without any discernible physical cause. This condition occurs because their etheric body is expelled, either partially or entirely from the physical body, as also happens in hypnosis. In one case, a person holding the hand of a young girl from a more primitive race, through a small effort of concentration and without intending to, expelled the etheric double from the girl's hand and arm. The result was that her arm became cold, damp, and lifeless. This girl was very intelligent, demonstrating that the looseness of the etheric body does not imply intellectual weakness. In fact, primitive races with such characteristics are often quite mentally sharp. Hypnotism should not be confused with mesmerism or magnetism. There are actual magnetic currents that flow through the vital body, visible as radiant lines of force, which can be perceived as electric in nature. When concentrated through an act of will, they become dense and almost physically tangible. Many people have observed what they call magnetic rain in the atmosphere. However, this falling magnetic force is not the same as the cosmic rays of modern physics. It can be controlled by human will, unlike cosmic rays as far as we currently understand, and can be directed in various ways. Magnetic forces are connected to the biological processes of life. They are not merely electromagnetic, though they clearly operate within that realm, as shown by laboratory experiments, proving that nerve currents are a form of electricity. Occult science had already demonstrated, long before physical science explored the subject, that the forces flowing through the nervous system are electromagnetic in nature, and that their depletion or blockage can lead to paralysis. It is this magnetic aura that modern biology is investigating, in which every organ of the body has its positive and negative poles. Some, like the heart, have more than one set of poles. The heart, for instance, has 12 alternating positive and negative poles. Again, it is this magnetic aura that holds the molecules of the body in their organic patterns. The invisible helper is sometimes aware of these magnetic currents flowing through the inner planes when awakened outside the body at night. Many individuals who have developed a slight degree of etheric vision have expressed amazement at witnessing for the first time showers of stars, pyramids, double pyramids, cubes, and other geometric shapes emerging from the body. These figures are the discarded molecules that the body sheds, excreted through the action of the body's radiant vital forces. Students interested in analyzing these figures may consult scientific journals and books detailing the molecular structure of matter. There, they will find that each molecule has its own characteristic atomic structure, which occult researchers have long described, using different terminology. Notably, these microscopic crystals appear to have actual size and shape when seen with etheric vision. Sometimes they appear in large clusters, which explains why early clairvoyants struggled to describe what they saw using laboratory science terms. Only in the 20th century, with the development of atomic and nuclear physics, has this become possible. The four ethers and classical elements. In occult science, the chemical, vital, light, and reflecting ethers correspond to the four classical elements: fire, earth, air, and water. As previously mentioned, a new table of elements will undoubtedly be needed to accommodate modern scientific advancements. However, for the lay person, the ancient classification remains useful. The chemical ether corresponding to the earth element is the ether through which sustaining and nourishing forces act upon the body. This process includes the elimination of harmful substances, which occurs through the negative pole of the chemical ether, as stated in the cosmoconception. Meanwhile, strengthening and nourishing forces act through the positive pole. When food has been digested and enters the bloodstream, it is visible to etheric vision as a mass of ether flowing along magnetic force lines. Without this etheric counterpart to the physical blood chemistry, the food we consume would be of no benefit to the body. There are deep points within the body where, from the perspective of etheric vision, the blood appears to be almost entirely gaseous. But biological science, of course, has not yet found any evidence of this, partly because biologists do not expect to find such a condition, and partly because their instruments are not suited for its discovery. The gaseous aspect of blood could only be discovered in a living, intact body. X-rays cannot reveal it, nor can any of the other rays currently available to physicists. The toxins that accumulate in the bloodstream are visible to etheric sight as a black miasma that hangs in curls around afflicted areas. To the etheric sense of touch, this black miasma feels heavy, and in fact the sensation of heaviness that accompanies illness is partly due to the accumulation of large masses of black ether in the body. Water washes away much of it, which is why baths provide a feeling of lightness and rejuvenation. However, when the body is ill, it continues to generate these toxic ethers, which then obstruct the passage of clean solar magnetism, or what is called solar ether. This is particularly true in the root center of the nose, which becomes clogged with miasma to a superlative degree. When, through spiritual healing and etheric manipulation by the invisible helper, this obstruction is broken, there is immediate improvement. The dense miasma in the vital body also plays a role in blocking the opening of etheric vision, as it hampers the activity of the etheric force centers. As the ethers become denser and form a black miasma, the rest of the vital body becomes attenuated, since the physical body is drawing upon it. Just as in starvation, the body consumes stored fat, leaving it emaciated. Actual holes develop in the etheric structure, demonstrating that energy is no longer being specialized by the vital body. It is evident that the black miasma belongs to the chemical ether, which, as mentioned earlier, normally varies in color from grayish blue to violet blue, and even to a dark blue that is almost black, depending on the density of the ethers. Several individuals have seen this ether as a blue glove over the hand, as a blue aura in which the body is embedded, or as diffuse blue flames, resembling a low gas flame appearing along the surfaces of walls. Physicists have now presented photographs of free electrons, and these free electrons appear as blue flames, perhaps not exactly as described by those with etheric vision, but similar enough to suggest that chemical ether very likely consists of atomic particles, existing in a state yet undiscovered by physical science. Not just electrons alone, but an amalgam of particles. This chemical ether would be a kind of vital plasma, as shown in Max Heindel's description of the etheric food current moving in or with the blood. A great number of people see small points in the air that resemble golden or silver dust, or sometimes multicolored specks, which at times move in large, cloud-like masses before their vision. Ancient seers have described such clouds, from which the spirit ancestors would condense and materialize before the physical eyes. This, again, is a vision of chemical ether as it appears in the materialization of etheric formations into the physical realm. The term plasma has several definitions in modern science. Blood plasma, the liquid component of blood used in transfusions. A state of matter that, when heated to high temperatures, becomes an exceptionally good conductor of electricity. A highly ionized gas that emits a pinkish glow, as seen in nebulae, where radio waves can travel at a phase velocity greater than the speed of light in that medium. When microwaves are sent through a plasma of ionized gas, the increase in velocity is a measure of the density of free electrons. Astronomers, similarly to the third definition, describe a kind of magnetic cloud in interplanetary space, where positive and negative particles are suspended, though the cloud as a whole is electrically neutral. The third and fourth definitions closely resemble states that occultists refer to as etheric. Without delving into atomic structure, which in any case requires specialized knowledge, it is evident that a rough correlation can be drawn between the four ethers and various atomic forces currently known. Most of an atom's mass resides in the nucleus, which is composed of a complex of forces or particles. The heaviest among them are first the proton, which is 1,836 times the weight of an electron, and then the neutron, which, as its name suggests, is neither positive nor negative. Both protons and neutrons are called nucleons because they are part of the nucleus. Even smaller particles have been discovered, some within the nucleus and others moving through space. Scientists are searching among them for the binding force of the nucleus, which, as we have seen, is not entirely positive as once believed, since it is composed of more than just the positively charged proton. The first widely accepted atomic model compared the atom to the solar system. According to this early concept, the proton occupied the position of the sun with a positive charge, while electrons orbited around it like planets around the sun. Electrons carry a negative charge. However, it is now suggested that, very possibly, given that the electron behaves as both a wave and a particle, and is described as a bundle of energy, the electron may actually be a wave that completely surrounds the central nucleus, which itself contains a complex of particles and forces. Although several schematic models have been proposed to represent atomic structure, all still require verification. It may be that the old solar system model still has its usefulness. Additionally, physicists now say that the Earth's electron aura extends to the Moon. meaning that the moon is, in effect, inside the Earth's electronic atmosphere. This is an obvious reaffirmation of the occult maxim that the Earth's etheric body extends to the moon and includes it, serving as the channel for the continuous magnetic interaction between the moon and the Earth, particularly concerning its influence on the growth of living organisms on Earth. Etheric vision reveals both molecules and atoms, as well as the forces enclosed within atoms, along with other forces and particles. Occult scientists have described them as best they could, but their vocabulary is not that of modern science. Until a nuclear physicist develops etheric vision, or an occult scientist becomes trained in nuclear physics, students will struggle to equate their occult knowledge with modern physics and chemistry. Some scientists have admitted to possessing extrasensory perception. For instance, the discoverer of the benzene ring saw the structure of molecules in a dream, or something he called a dream. He said, "The atoms began to perform acrobatics before my eyes. I saw how two smaller ones often joined together to form a pair, how two larger ones grasped two of the smaller ones, and how an even larger one held three or even four smaller ones. I saw how they all moved in vortices. I observed how the larger ones formed a row, and how the smaller ones were drawn alongside the chain. I spent the night transferring at least sketches of each of these dream images onto paper. Thus, the theory of structure was born." The benzene theory had a similar origin. The atoms once again performed tricks before my eyes. The smaller groups modestly remained in the background. The eye of my mind, trained by repeated visions of a similar kind, now distinguished larger shapes of various forms. Long chains connected, becoming much thicker, all in a serpentine and swirling motion. And what was that? One of the serpents seized its own tail. I awoke as if struck by lightning. Once again, I spent the rest of the night working out the consequences of this hypothesis. Max Heindel has stated in many places that the great initiates of the mystery schools are working with modern scientists and have always done so in the past. For example, with the alchemists during the Middle Ages. Here is an example of inner plane assistance given to a modern scientist whose prestige is indisputable. Other scientists have also been aided by their nascent clairvoyance. Generally, this is of a purely intellectual nature, a form of enlightened reasoning. But occasionally one glimpses the atomic structure of matter with etheric vision for a brief moment, yet does not dare to publish it to the world. What is the relationship between molecules and atoms and the magnetic aura spoken of by occultists, which science is just beginning to explore? We find ourselves on the threshold of the second of the four ethers, the vital ether. However, before proceeding, let us review what Rosicrucian philosophy teaches us about the etheric envelope of our planet. The etheric sheath of the human organism is in fact a miniature replica of the Earth's etheric sheath. It represents the planet in the same way that a drop of seawater represents the ocean. The physical Earth is surrounded and penetrated by an invisible globe that extends into space far beyond the atmosphere, traditionally as far as the moon, which is included within Earth's etheric envelope. This is Earth's vital body. This globe is composed of ether, of which there are 4 degrees. The densest is called chemical ether and is closest to the Earth. Next is vital ether, then luminous ether, and finally, the rarest and most subtle called reflecting ether. Ether is substantial but not physical in the sense that matter as we know it is. However, to the trained clairvoyant, it is as tangible as the solids, liquids, and gases of common experience. Within these ethers, the clairvoyant sees the forces that give life to the mineral forms, plants, animals, and humans. The etheric bodies of all beings on Earth participate in the cosmic forces flowing through the planetary vital body. The vital body has no power of its own. It is the channel through which the sun's vital forces enter the physical body, and also the conduit through which the dynamic energy of the desire body acts upon the physical inciting activity. The vital body determines the direction in which a given force is used, but that force must be supplied from outside or from above, if we think in terms of higher spiritual, mental, and psychic forces. Just as the Earth's sheath has its positive and negative poles in each layer, from chemical ether to reflecting ether, reflected physically as the globe's magnetic poles, so too does each level of the human etheric body have its positive and negative poles, manifesting in opposite polarity in the two sexes. Chemical ether is predominantly positive in the male structure and negative in the female. The organs of the physical body each have their own magnetic field within the etheric body, generally with at least one pair of poles, and some with more than one. We have demonstrated that chemical ether is the medium for the manifestation of chemical forces, which cause crystal formation, poetically described as the loves and hatreds of atoms. Other forces within this ether promote assimilation, ignition, and growth. The color of chemical ether is a deep violet or indigo, sometimes amethyst or purple. It appears clear and transparent in its normal state, but darkens to black when carrying disease, at which point it is called miasma. Miasma is so dense that it is tangible even to people without particular occult development. Max Heindel described a case of illness in which a black miasma enveloped the patient's throat like a collar. He also described it as hanging in tendrils from the body, exuding from the magnetic atomic vortices of the afflicted person's vital body. The forces acting through and within chemical ether will be described in a future discourse. However, we can say in passing that these forces include living intelligences, a class of nature spirits generally called gnomes in folklore, as well as higher intelligences that direct their activities, including angels and the spirits of those we call the dead. In common language, people sometimes refer to magnetism when they actually mean the ether of the vital body itself. Etheric healers speak of casting off magnetism when they mean that diseased ethers are being drawn out of the patient's vital body and cast downward. This is not scientifically accurate, as the student will understand from our discussion of the two lower ethers, but it is a common phrase that must be understood in its popular sense. Max Heindel states that this miasma, when extracted from the patient's body, is subject to gravity and can be burned in fire or washed away by water. To spiritual vision, it appears as a dark or black gelatinous fluid, lying quivering and glistening on the ground. If the patient, now relieved, rises and passes through the place where this magnetism was cast off, the miasma will re-enter the body, leaving them in worse condition than before. Part 2. The vital ether and genetics. The vital ether is the medium for the operation of forces whose primary objective is the functioning of the species. In human terms, the construction of new racial forms.
I think that's
The cosmic
enough
force
for
acting
the
in the
night.
vital ether is the third principle of divinity, the creative energy of God.
Later.
The lesser forces working in this ether include the solar lunar race god Jehovah,